Hey, Farguten, are you trying to get a word?
Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to let you get the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, hello. I was hanging here for a few minutes, a few 15 minutes, watching all this going on, and I must say that they didn't quite look that good.
The last gentleman.
Oh yes, especially the last one. He was a bit fast-paced.
He seemed like an interesting guy. So, what side of the fence are you on in this debate here?
I think just to set it all a bit straight on my side, I am a current student of physics, so I place myself on the very, very other side from yours. That the Earth is a globe, and everything that entails it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Glad to have you.
That's good.
I just have one question, and I'll let you guys take care. Is there a difference between physics and theoretical physics?
Theoretical physics leans more towards generating new mathematical models and theories that are then observed and verified by experimental physics. They are both both sides of the same coin, experimental and theoretical physics, but they just focus on different areas of physics.
Are you saying there's no difference?
Oh, it's a difference of either spending the whole day in a lab or right next to a blackboard, doing math, or creating theories to test. That's the word.
Making stuff up, yeah.
The difference in physics and theoretical physics is one is doing experimentation to draw a conclusion from the hypothesis test, which comes after the hypothesis, which is a supposition as to what causes a natural phenomenon, versus theoretical physics, where you have presupposition or theories as to why something's happening, and then you draw up a mathematical abstraction with that. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, in the broad sense, yes. Physics can be split this way into either focusing on doing experiments or creating theories to test in those experiments. I mean, like 50, 60 years ago, there wasn't much of a distinction because back then I think everything was a bit more simpler. So physics can be at the same time very good at doing mathematics and theory, and also doing experiments in a laboratory with glass bells and vacuum pumps and such things. But yes, in a broad sense, yes. I mean, there might be some disagreement in the details, but in a broad sense, I didn't hear anything that was blatantly off. So yeah.
Yeah. So were you in here when we were explaining that all of these theoretical physicists and different astronomers and people with PhDs or whatever, they're all on record saying that there's no way they can actually prove that the Earth is heliocentric in a heliocentric model as opposed to geocentric and stationary?
Yeah, I did hear you talk about it, and I think there must be some things to remember. I mean, this might seem like a cop-out, but it still must be kept in mind. Those quotations, where did they came from? Was it from a book they made to the public or in a textbook? For instance,
all kinds of different ones. So they have lectures they gave, textbooks, books, like infamous books like authored by Stephen Hawking. So these are direct quotes attributed to the people in this field, supposedly subject matter experts, right? I mean, within these quotes, we have Edwin Hubble and Einstein, and again, Stephen Hawking, Lawrence Krauss. It's ridiculous. We have the Royal Astronomy quotes. So an attempt to try to hand-wave dismiss the whole thing with some excuse isn't honest. You should look at each quote individually, right? And if you really want to think there's a globe, then you may instinctively want to assume that they're out of context. Well, I encourage you to check them. They are not.
Oh,
yeah. Here's another one. Go ahead.
Okay, so on. All right.
Cool, sorry. Because it's the best way to learn, right? if you think that those people are right about the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun in a heliocentric model, then you should fully understand what it is that you believe, right? So whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomena will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observation. Dennis Schema, the unity of the universe. One of the founding fathers of modern cosmology.
Yes, I do get it, but to be fair, I'll tell you what. Those quotes, they are very interesting, and I would love to see them search back to the source and see that in another context. Because it is a quote.
To understand, well, we need to make sure they're understood, right? So, like when it says this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, right? We're talking about Newtonian physics, right? So, like this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observations. That's a very important quote if you understand what it's saying. He's saying that for Newtonian to be taught as physical definitive reality or make a claim as such is ridiculous, because it cannot claim to be empirical science when within it is contained a metaphysical assumption. That's philosophy, religion, belief. That's not empirical science. The conflation debunks it.
What do you think he meant by this metaphysical condition?
Yeah, like these fantastical concepts of gravity causing us to move around in this other concept of a universe with solar systems.
Metaphysical, abstract.
Yes. I do get what you mean, but the thing is, Newtonian dynamics, the model in which forces are applied to objects which then cause them to accelerate to accelerate. Those can work without a local acceleration, i.e., gravity. That's the whole equation F equals ma, from which we can derive many interesting things about how things can change in their position and speed.
That's not the point. The point is that using it doesn't differentiate that the Earth is spinning and there's magical force called gravity that's causing it, or that the Earth is stationary and things just fall based on the equilibrium being side over top of it, not moving. That's what it's saying. That's why it starts off with the distinction that you couldn't tell the difference if the Earth was moving to the east or if the sky was, or from the east.
Yes, I mean, if I just go outside and look at how the stars move across the sky, from that alone I wouldn't be able to say which one is moving, because that's relative. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's right. So how you apply Newtonian dynamics is different if the Earth is moving or not moving.
Well,
so
of course,
if you understand there's a difference if the Earth is spinning and you're applying Newtonian dynamics than if it's stationary, which is why he's explaining that it was nonsense for Newtonian dynamics to make claims about definitive physical reality, including the assumption the Earth is spinning, because there's a metaphysical assumption intrinsic within it. It's just a belief. It's a philosophical belief of the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun. So since of that philosophical belief, you cannot conflate that to science. That's what the quote is saying.
Yes, but the thing is, you can apply the basic Newton laws of motion, and I don't know if I remember this correctly. There is one of the three laws says that there is a local acceleration. Is that right? I don't think I can quite remember them correctly. If you can correct me.
It's an overview. It's not to get into random specifics of what you think about Newtonian anything. It's an overview of the foundation of Newtonian dynamics as a thing that was proposed. That's what it is. It was postulated as explanation of definitive reality when in fact it requires an assumption that is metaphysical, ontological, spiritual, philosophical, conceptual, abstract,
religious.
I frankly disagree with this. The laws of
What part of it do you? What part of before you continue? What part of it do you disagree with, and on what ground?
That's the basic form of Newton's law of motion. The three basic laws entail.
Talking about the difference between. We're talking about the difference between physics and metaphysics still, right? And so we're pointing out that you shouldn't conflate the two, because natural science and writing on the chalkboard is two different things. What about that do you disagree with? Because this is what it was summing up.
But it's not a metaphysical. It's a physical assumption about reality. And metaphysics is by definition beyond reality, unknowable.
Right. So these things that are balls that have mass that we haven't verified or validated in any way, it's just presuppositional, which presuppositions don't belong in hypotheses or scientific theories either. Which part of this do you agree or disagree with?
Let me think. Sorry, could you repeat that question? I didn't quite catch it. I'm sorry.
Hypotheses don't have presuppositions that are predetermined, such as the mass of objects and how they move because of a force, without being able to validate or verify them in any way.
Hypotheses can have presupposition if they can be valid, and they can be valid if they are valid in an experiment.
No, but presuppositions aren't tested. Only suppositions are tested. So the supposition is what caused the natural phenomena observed. That's all it is. Then you run experiments to figure out either my independent variable does cause the natural phenomena or it doesn't, which gives you either a positive result or no result. Then your conclusion is the result of the hypothesis test. That's it. That is very different from a presuppositional statement that will not get tested.
Yeah. So, let me ask you this, bro. So, do you agree that in science, preference or convenience or philosophical idealism, so philosophical preference, right, or convenience, is that included in science?
You are talking. Yes, but those are subjective notions that differ from person to person, right?
That's right.
No, in science we strive to not include these in objective models. That's the reason why it is a science at all, to create as close a models to reality as possible. If you include these cultural notions of philosophy, you model it to a local version of reality, which is not, real. Like, for instance, trying to incorporate your notion of, let's say, superior genders to others. If that is not true in reality, then it would not be. Then it is not true. No matter what you think, reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth, as in or models, which work and which do not work.
Exactly.
All right. Listen, I don't think he's understanding what you're saying. Really.
Oh, but I got him. Because where he's about to go.
I think he needs a specific example. Example of where this fails.
Yeah, maybe so. Go ahead.
You want me to give it to him? Okay.
Okay.
So we have epicycles, right? That predicts the planetary motions as accurate as the second, I can't remember his name, Kepler's planetary laws, right? So Kepler's 3 planetary laws of epicycles. They're two models. They both have the same predictive power. Now, which one do you choose as the reality?
That's a good question.
So this is what they're talking about, how and even if you have one model, right, there could be another model out there with the same predictive power that you just nobody's thought of yet. This is why you can't say models are reality.
Of course they're not reality. That's true. They are a fiction of all humans, but still, if we try to model nature, reality in those models, we will not get a true value, but we will get a very accurate, pragmatically accurate value. So in the case that we have these two models with the same results, then that's a big problem. That's a big problem in science. It's called the indeterminate. It's indeterminate. In which case, we try to step back and see from what tinier models are the bigger models made out of. What are their predecessors, as in on which theories those models are being based on, or models. And then try to evaluate closely and see if those models that those two are made out of are actually accurate, and see if they can fail in some experiment or observation.
Okay, so philosophical preference and convenience can only taint any attempt to accurately recollect on reality. So a model is tainted intrinsically if it has some philosophical undertone of preference or convenience.
It's subjective preference. Philosophy is a very wide subject. For instance, it does like a logic. It was originally included in philosophy. It was a field of study, which then evolved into math. So So if you mean philosophical by subjective cultural or social values, then those can only model the experiment and the model unless that model tries to explain the social dynamics, like groups and nations.
Okay, bro. So I'm not trying to. You did pretty good. You admitted there's a difference. So here's a quote. The ancient argument over whether the earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Well, we just talked about how convenience is literally irrelevant to actual science, right? Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not have to, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, the Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless, which actually isn't meaningless, of course, but do you understand what he's saying?
Yes, unless you try and see what other metric these two models predict and how they differ, then if you just focus on this simple notion of whether I'm rotating or the sphere or the universe is rotating, then it'll be very hard to see which one is more right in this case or more accurate.
No, they're explaining there's no difference in predictive capability, and I'll give you plenty of quotes about that as well. That's what they're explaining. It's nothing more than, it's not that one's more viable than the other. And if that were the case, it would be geocentric because that's the default. This is what they're saying. I've showed you quotes of them saying it right now. Okay, so it is nothing more than a convenience issue, a philosophical preference. So you cannot adequately make claims about definitive reality if they are confined to your philosophy. If your philosophy is wrong, as you just said, then automatically your claims about reality are wrong.
If my philosophy is, as in my approach to or my view of how science is done, is that what you mean?
Yeah, you just now agreed and long-winded that philosophy is not science, and even Indio jumped in and gave you an example. You have to make some philosophical decision, or you just choose with arbitrary means which one you want to believe in. That is not science, and people are shocked to find out that, in fact, heliocentrism versus geocentrism is that very type of a decision.
Can I read two quotes also?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So before I read these quotes, now the reason that we're pulling these quotes is because you just said yourself that in science, if you have, two explanations for the same thing, something is wrong?
Well, if you have two explanations that are by themselves contradictory to each other, as in they can be both true, then you have to, then you find yourself in a very serious problem. As in, you can't say which one is which. You can't prefer which one is better solely based on what their predictions. Now you can try and be a bit more pragmatic, saying which one has more complex calculations or which one makes more assumptions. I think that's called the Occam's razor.
So you do know that that would be the heliocentric model. That would be the one with more assumptions. But setting that aside, because you're probably going to ask for that citation. So reading this one right here, all masses, all motion, indeed all forces are relative. There's no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and Copernican are both equally true. Ernest Mach is his name.
So did you put it into the chat? I can't seem to find it.
No, I didn't. I'm just reading it. I can put it in there for you in a second. But here's another one. Einstein and Infeld, The Evolution of Physics. The struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. Two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems.
Yes. Again.
So you don't see how parallels with...
Sorry?
Oh, my bad. You don't see how this parallels with what you said about the problem in science. If what you just said prior, you don't see the parallel here. And then you said, well, the one with the least assumptions, Occam's razor, and I said, well, the one with more assumptions is the heliocentric model.
The thing is, the number of assumptions is not set in stone. Anyone can try and question the assumption and then split them into small assumptions. But it's more of a which one is probably more accurate. It's a guesstimate. Unless you can definitely discern which one is more.
But it's not science, though, right? Because it's a problem.
No,
or is there now not a? So it's not a problem.
Operating by these estimates and guesses is more about pragmatism.
Estimates and guesses. That isn't science, is it?
No,
natural science. I'm sorry, natural science and dealing with the physical and natural world through the scientific method. What you detailed is not that, right?
It's not accurate. That's the problem.
I'm sorry. The question that I'm asking is guessing a part of the scientific method, or outside of the hypothesis, right?
Well, sorry, go on.
Is calculation and guesswork without the test of a hypothesis science? Yes or no?
If you don't test your guesses, your hypotheses, then you can't really say that they are true because you didn't test it by nature, but by experiment. So, so they only remain hypotheses, unformed, unbased. Of course, they can have very elegant maps, very nice results, but if you don't test those results in reality, saying if you set an experiment that can tell you if this number is the same number as the one measured, as the one that came out of this model or hypothesis or theory, then it just remains a hypothesis. Experiment is the sole judge of truth, accuracy, truth in this case.
Okay. So anyway, man, dude, we're trying to explain to you that's philosophy, right? So they did this thing where they looked at the microwave background. The idea is that it's all the energy in the furthest parts of the universe they can see and all this nonsense they make up. Well, it showed you that everything was dispersing away from the Earth perfectly. And so here's another quote, but when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see the structure that is observed is in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. I need you to listen to this part, bro. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe.
Yes, if that was not a coincidence of alignment, then it would be a very strange thing in the and would warrant some further attention.
Okay, I'll go find the quote that explains to you. It's nothing about a. It's
Why do they call it the?
that's not how
It's
it works.
about
I want to know why do they call it the
alignment is sort of-
cosmological axis of evil? Why is there a moral connotation to what's supposed to be a scientific question? That's what they call this observation that Earth appears to be in the center of everything. Called the axis of evil.
The axis of evil.
Yeah,
Well, it's-
cool.
it's
Cosmological axis of evil.
Correct.
Yes, that's a name.
Oh yeah, so astrophysicist right here. The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. So he just told you why they call it evil.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then they came up with a mathematical explanation to band-aid the issue on top of the bad science. You don't see a problem with that?
Wait a minute. Could you expand on that, please? Elaborate.
It's been a long time since I've... So, after they came out with this result, maybe India can help me out. What did they propose to correct for this issue? Was it dark matter, or is that something else?
I have not yet
No,
studied
that's
these
something else.
answers.
I actually can't remember, but they did say they came up with some weird geometric thing. I don't know where, like, I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'm not at my laptop, so I have to,
I
like,
haven't really come
I
up
don't
with much viable at all, from my understanding. I'm trying to find the quote where the dude just admits as much.
No, I saw a Vsauce video on it. They did have a something. Something like maybe things are different at different scales or something. Like physics are different at large scale. I think it was something like that.
Yeah. So that's what they're gonna have to say.
I mean, physics as we have it today does differ based on what scale we are locating.
We're literally
in.
sitting here hearing you admit that everyone that you look up to doesn't know anything about what's out there on that scale, or even about the scale, or how to prove the scale, or that they know anything about the movement in the scale.
No.
How can you then turn around and say that it is like that? We're literally covering in excruciating detail how the people that have given you this story, when you say scientists and they are telling you that they don't even at all know how to adequately map out that scale. They have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I posted the picture with the axis of evil, and they claim they sent a satellite in space to measure the microwave cosmic background radiation, and they detected, so this satellite was like above the Earth's surface. And the problem is that this satellite detected that actually the Earth's North Pole is the center of the whole universe. And this satellite was not in that center point. So whatever it measured, it found out that everything pinpoints to our North Pole. So in that sphere of scan, which they claim they did, or a dome, they found that North Pole is the very center of everything, of the world and the sky. And they call it axis of evil because, it demolishes the heliocentric model and also the Big Bang Theory.
To be frank, I have not yet looked at this particular issue, and to say anything on it from my side would be an opinion in this case.
In the Big Bang Theory, the center of the universe is very, very, very far from our galaxy.
But the thing is, there is no center of the universe. That's the whole.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. In the Big Bang Theory, there is a center of the universe. Yes.
Right. So, yeah, I was able to find a quick article, but yeah. So the problem with the CMB is specifically off of the back of the Big Bang Theory, quote unquote. We wouldn't expect to see what they saw with the cosmic microwave background. That's the problem. Right here it says, at the heart of the picture is the cosmological principle, which says that the universe appears the same on the larger scales no matter where you happen to be looking. This is what you'd expect in the aftermath of an explosion like our Big Bang, with all the constituents winding up mixed together in a randomized homogeneous soup. The reality, it seemed, wasn't like that, meaning the observations didn't match the model.
Yeah, and another funny thing about this satellite measurement, when they did the first measurement and they found this, they said, oh, some things inside the satellite, some sensors must have been miscalibrated. And then they reapproached the problem, they checked everything, all the systems, and then they did the measurements again, and they found the same result. And also a third time, because the second time they also claimed there must be something wrong with the satellite. And they checked it, and then they did again the measurement, and they got the same result. And after that point, they dropped the project.
Just so you guys know, I've heard a lot of people screw that word up. It's homogeneous. Homogeneous.
Yeah, so
Homogeneous.
say the adverb version. Wait, say the adverb version. That's the hard one.
Yeah.
It's the homogeneous. That's what it is.
Yep.
No, it's like hypothesis and hypothesis. To me, it's tomato.
Well, they're two different words, homogeneous and homogeneity. But here's
Is it? I don't know.
yeah. Here's a different bro for you. So dark energy appears to be in the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so what they're doing is... What they're doing, instead of going and even acknowledging that there's a viable option, which is that the Earth is stationed with a fixed frame of reference, they're frantically trying to explain the other as if it's not even an option. That is not science, is it, right? That is religion. That is zealotry.
And forced religion. Not to believe it, it means to be a heretic. He's
sitting here saying we have to scrap everything. Our fundamental understanding of everything has to be wrong. And they're not even going to address that there's one other alternative that isn't wrong at all. And all this does is confirm it even more. And they pretend it's not even there. That is religious zealotry.
But that's not quite true.
It's literally true.
I'll tell you why that's not true. Because
Wait. What's not true? Specifically,
the notion that the geocentric position of the Earth is still remains a viable alternative to this problem that you mentioned.
Okay. So you're answering a question that wasn't asked.
I'm answering an issue. Can't I do?
Yeah. I'm just saying you're answering a question that nobody asked here instead of addressing directly what's been said here.
I'm just putting up. I know because the point that
we're making to you is that though both mathematical representations or coordinate systems are identical, actually practically the same, the only reason that the Ptolemaic model is not viable is simply because they don't want it to be, because they don't feel like it should be. And there's tons of quotes where they say specifically that. There's no actual evidence, according to them, that could go against this. There's no hypotheses or no test that would disprove that the Ptolemaic model is correct. But on the grounds of philosophy alone, they accept that we're not at the center of the universe. So what about that is incorrect?
Yeah, when you disagree with it, you're disagreeing with the people that brought you your belief.
Well, to be frank, these are quotes. And the problem is science is not through quotes. You are basically distilling a whole position into a few sentences.
They're not true quotes. Okay, so what?
No, they are true.
Wait,
but
okay, don't.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Go.
So all you can try to say, and I covered this with you earlier, right? Because we're experimenting with this, and what we found out is that anyone that needs to cling on to the ball, they don't have many options here. It's very difficult for them because they think they know the Earth's a globe because they appeal to this idea of these superhero scientists with their capes on that did it all for them. So when you start to bring them those people one by one, and you show them what they're actually saying to explain what it is that they hold to be true, right? Then you don't really have many options to disagree with it. So the only thing you can really say is, oh, this must be taken out of context or cherry picked. Now, if something is cherry picked, that means that if you left it in context, it would actually reveal information that was contradictory to what you're claiming it says. Not one single quote that we're showing you is like that. They're all completely in context, and we encourage you and any of the readers to look up the citations and go verify this. I did.
All right. I thank you for the quote that you have posted in the chat, and I will go look at them later.
Okay.
But you should already know this, because in academia, these kinds of arguments happen all the time. There are hundreds of models. Like, you should know that if you're in school for this stuff.
So do you know what...
I'm trying to figure out what's going on because I'm an outsider looking in. I didn't go to university. And I know this. Why? Because the people at university are informing me. Because I care about the information, right? So I don't understand why you're just hearing about this today.
It's not that I'm hearing about it for the first time. It's about that I'm hearing this particular. Yes, I am kind of hearing about it for the first time because physics is a very large body of knowledge. So to expect anyone to know every single bit of it is
no.
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Very limited.
I get what he's saying because he's lumping physics in with theoretical physics, and we get that already. That's
okay.
Please continue.
Sorry,
we get it, man. But we need you to understand what we're trying to inform. Like, the reason you don't know about all of it, even if you are studying it, is because they don't teach it. That's right. They don't actually teach it because what it's set up to do is to get other people to try to help figure out the holes in the story. That's literally what it is. You're going into a field of study that has already made the assumption. That's what astronomy is. That's what modern astronomy is. It is a field that has made the assumption of the Earth and its position. It doesn't even cover the fact that that entire field is actually not even viable or in any way has been proven. They just assume it, and then they try to teach you the details about what's wrong with some of the stuff and mostly what they think they've gotten right. And they want you to, over the course of years, once you fully get the fairy tale, try and help them piece the fairy tale together. We're letting you know the people that helped bring you the modern version of the fairy tale let you know they had to piece it together just to even propose it to you, and it's with all kinds of stuff they can't prove or understand. There are all kinds of stuff they can't even adequately explain. Do you see the bigger picture, bro?
I think I do get what you are meaning. Meaning to say that, there's the idea that I'm trying to get across, that this is a big narrative formed from narrative and not from reality. And it's trying to make a fairly fitting narrative of the real world. Can be, or should be, fairly easy to find spots where this narrative should and will agree with reality, or i.e. experiment.
Yeah. So what exactly is it that you're going to school for?
Physics. Science in this case.
That's a super.
But of course, yeah, it's a very vague idea, I know. But still.
Okay. Fair enough. It's cool. So, to understand the physics of the natural world, and it would depend on where your focus is. So, are you interested in explaining physics on the Earth, or are you interested in explaining physics in outer space?
Imaginary.
Well, it is kind of true that some experiments done on Earth will be different than ones done in space. But so the first thing is to try and see what the underlying physics would say would happen if it was done on Earth or in space.
You're answering a question that wasn't asked. I don't mean to be rude.
Oh, of course.
I'm just pointing out that a question was asked to you, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but you're not answering the question. You're answering a question that no one asked.
Okay, well, I must try to get to it through this context, but all right. I don't really care if it is done on Earth or in space, because I believe it is universal, depending on the local context. Like, things don't fall in space, but on Earth they do.
Okay, so anyway, dude, I'm gonna fast forward this, dude. The reason I brought it up was I'm asking if you wanted to explain physics on the Earth or not. All right. Well, because if you want to fully understand physics on the Earth, you need to look back and see what brought us to our understanding of physics that we currently have on the Earth. For example, electricity and everything that we use in the world. And so when we look back, then we'll figure it out. And so all the people that gave us everything we still use for physics on the Earth, the original people, they actually assumed there was an ether. Then there was a test where they tried to...
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
They try to do a test that proved that the Earth was spinning in the ether, and it showed that the Earth was completely nil. Its velocity. Its velocity was nil, nothing. So It was like, damn, what do we do now? Obviously, the ether must be wrong, because we can't even entertain the idea that the Earth's not moving. That's what happened.
Well, yes, that's funny thing. Right?
These laser interferometers are the most precise measuring instruments in automotive industry. Yeah, we use it to measure micron precision car parts. Yeah, and when you put the part that you made, to measure its dimensions, so that it fits the tolerances accepted. If you move that table where that interferometer is, that instrument, when it's measuring the part, you're messing all the measurements if you move the table. So they don't work if they are in motion, those laser interferometers.
Yes.
Yeah, so they show you that, speed, velocity in space is imperative. They have to be still so you can perform accurate measurements. If it's not still, if you install this interferometer in a train and you try to measure any component, you will get fake readings. You will have to take the speed of the train, which is moving, and actually equate that into that measurement anomaly readings, and then you will get your real value.
Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true.
So how can something have zero velocity and it's actually constantly accelerating?
Acceleration doesn't always mean that the speed changes. Only the direction can change.
Well, we are always moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah, whenever we make a step in the world, we are moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, and really the important part that you need to get, bro, I brought this up because you need to understand what happened. Okay, because obviously as we show you these quotes, you don't know what's happening. They found out the earth wasn't moving. They had to pretend that wasn't the case. They didn't even entertain that the earth was moving. So then the theory of relativity eventually was come up with. And they took something called the Lorentz contraction, okay? And Einstein tried to apply it to the actual apparatus in the Michelson-Morley, saying that the apparatus itself, the physical apparatus, was contracting. Literally, okay? It's insanity. And that's just the beginning of the insanity. Then the theory of relativity goes on to desperately attempt to explain how the Earth's a spinning ball on an axis, but it's going to appear to be the exact opposite. That's what happened. That's what relativity is.
As a physics student, I would like to ask you one question, if you guys okay.
Sure.
Yeah, as a physics student, do you believe in Einstein's relativity theory?
I've only had experience with the special theory of relativity. I've not yet encountered the mathematical theorem behind the general relativity.
Okay, so my question is simple. Do you believe that your feet are older than your head?
That depends on what you usually mean. As in, do the photons that left my feet, how much time elapsed since they departed and since they arrived in my eyeball? Then,
so you believe it? So you believe that your feet are older than your head?
The feet are older than I see them. That's
no, than your head. You know, your head is not where your feet are, and your feet are not where your head is. They are at different position locations at all the time.
But the relative speed of velocity is nilch, zero. In that case, they both experience the same time.
Not according to Einstein's theory of relativity.
Could you elaborate on that?
He claims that your feet are older than your head. Yeah, the twin, which goes into space and comes back, will be younger than his twin brother.
Yes, but do keep in mind that the twin was in a spaceship moving at very high speed as well, had very high velocities.
Yeah, and in your heliocentric model, yeah, your feet are on the ground and your head closer to the sky. So the radius from the axis of spin is different. So your velocity in space is different than your feet.
They do still have the same angular velocity.
No.
Radius, dude, if you're in a little gravity well of space-time fabric, then you're in a different place in that relative to the mass that displaced that magical space-time fabric. So you would have a different effect, and he incorporates time to that, right?
Yes. Oh, that's general relativity. Yes, that's if you are including that one, then yes, those will have different time spans, but of course very very tiny, very tiny. You
your feet. Then I was right. You believe your feet are older than your head.
I was assuming that you were speaking about special relativity, but yes, from what I know of general relativity, then that would be true. Of course, you wouldn't really know. You wouldn't really detect that.
Do you think that it's normal to believe that?
That's pretty crazy, bro.
It is not common sense.
Do you think it sounds normal? Huh?
No, it's crazy, I know. But the thing is, we cannot rely on common sense in these cases.
Oh, Oh, that's fair. Fair enough.
Right.
You mean actually you have
So-
to exclude common sense? Is that what you mean? You have to get rid of it.
Look, where do you think common sense came from?
Common sense is inherent in our reality. Common sense is inherent in our reality, and whoever made it or whatever made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they come from your senses. That's why it's in the word. That's why the heliocentric model is, by definition, nonsense.
Well, let's get to the let's get to the crux of the philosophical debate.
Okay.
So now people say, what shape is the Earth? Is it flat or is it round? Now, problem number one: flat is not a shape; it's a description. It's an aspect of something. So automatically, this juxtaposition is that the media puts out is already incorrect on arrival. So the question is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? So how do we determine that it's a sphere? Well, they've given us certain methods to calculate that it's a sphere with a certain dimension. Now, being that that's the case, we can actually measure and test to see if the sphericity is there or not. So before we even go into that, if the Earth isn't a sphere, what really changes?
Okay, well, on the locally, like within your room and such. So now, actually,
No. If it's not a sphere, like if the Earth isn't a sphere, what does that change academically for you?
Well, I was getting to that. Locally, not much difference would be felt. Like your cup of coffee wouldn't be different on the different laws of physics.
Well, is there any difference, though? You said not much difference. Is there any difference is what he's asking.
Oh, yes. Difference would be that under known laws of physics, a series of things would happen depending on what actually do you mean by flat Earth.
Okay, so like physics were come up with on the assumption that the Earth is stationary and flat. That's the only way we can physically do anything in the world successfully. So physics, if it's science, then you can physically test it, meaning you can use it. You can do something with it successfully because it's physically true. It's physics. That all assumes that the Earth is flat and not moving. So when you say on the local scale, not much would change. No, the answer is that literally nothing would change. And if you claim the Earth's a globe, you just have to say that it's identical to what it would be like if it was flat and not spinning. But relativity says it just tricks you. It's an illusion. And that must be true.
Well, let's not for a moment include general relativity because I don't have the math behind it to tell what would be the consequence.
Okay, so it's important to understand it, man, you know?
Yes, I do know what you mean. But when you ask what will be different, well, to answer that, I would need to know what is different in the scale on the Earth. So would this flat have a thickness? Of course, we know
the deepest anyone's ever gone in the Earth, ever, is under 8 miles. So it doesn't matter what anyone says about anything beyond that. Literally means nothing. It's just a fairy tale. So we know nothing more than that.
So let's also go on.
Well, yeah, because when the globe Earth made all kinds of predictions about what would be all the way down to the 8 miles, they were wrong about the entire thing. So that definitely doesn't help out anything but flat Earth. And that's the point we're making, is everything is like that. Let's use radio waves for an example. What would it change if the Earth's flat? Nothing. That's how we use them. We shoot them horizontally for thousands of miles.
Not quite. In a flat Earth, the signal bouncing back from the ionosphere would travel a larger distances because they would encounter the upper bounds of the atmosphere at a different angle. This comes from.
Well, I didn't really want to get into I don't know. Maybe I asked the wrong question. So what I want to do is take you to whether or not the Earth measures to be a globe or not, and then go from that perspective, because we can't measure it not being a sphere, and then you then say, well, it wouldn't work if it weren't a plane, therefore it is a sphere because of lasers bouncing off the ionosphere, whatever the case.
But
right?
real fast though, bro, I think it's important to make him before that. I mean, okay, the conversation was, so like, what would be the difference? And so I brought up a perfect example that not only would there be no difference, but it's just how we actually use something. And so he said, nuh-uh. He needs to know specifically, this is a good example because this is how the whole thing is going to be for you. You think right now, nuh-uh, the radio waves wouldn't work like that if the Earth was flat. Now, here's what actually happened. Someone named Marconi sent the longest radio transmission ever at the time, over 2,000 miles, 2,200 miles. All the people said, you can't do that. The Earth's a ball and it'll block it at 200 miles. He ignored them. He used line of sight. He horizontally hit his target the first attempt 2,200 miles away. He then ended up sending one 10,000 miles horizontally, hitting his target using line of sight directly in front of him, assuming a plane underneath him. Then people had to theorize with the idea that there's an ionosphere up there and there's an area where it actually reflects back down and comes down and lands on the globe. Now that's what actually happened in actual historic reality. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good example of what you talked about before, about the two models still giving the same issue result. So in either case, the signal did go a very long distance, and in your model, on flat Earth, you say that the signal went further because there was no bend, no curvature, so there was a line of sight between the target and the receiver.
Correct.
And on the globe Earth, another idea was formed that there could be something like that, or can be there might be something that can reflect back a portion of the signal from this layer of ionized atmosphere.
Right, but they came up with that idea to try to explain how it could have happened on a globe. They said, you can't do this. It's physically impossible. There will be a huge hump of Earth curvature physically blocking the radio waves. You cannot send it that far. He ignored them, sent it anyway, and it hit his target the first try 2,000 miles away, and it was supposed to get blocked by the Earth's curvature at 200 miles. But then he sent one 10,000 miles. Okay, so the facts are that when you assumed the globe, you said you couldn't do it. Then you physically did it, and we do it all day, by the way, every day, all around the world, okay? And it showed that it wasn't over top of a curved surface. It was over a horizontal.
Hello?
How could that have happened hypothetically to keep the assumption the Earth's a globe? It's just objective. If you want to know the truth, you have to put your big boy pants on and be honest about it. Right? So like they didn't teach you this in school. There's a reason. Right? But this is just very easy to verify. National Geographic covered this, saying what I'm saying to you. Even mainstream knows.
Yeah. Also, when you go to U.S. Military Academy and you want to learn about radar technology, you will be learning electromagnetic waves propagation over flat stationary Earth.
Correct. The military has a ground weapon system.
Yeah.
As a weapon system, they send radio transmissions, a ground weapon system. And the title of the military paper that you can have access to, it's declassified, is Electromagnetic Propagation Over a Flat Earth. And it explains the only way they can adequately acquire target acquirement, is assuming a horizontal propagation over a horizontal plane. And they use it, and it costs millions of dollars to produce it.
Yeah.
I have not read that report, so I can't really speak on it. But I can say that this comes back to using what models for which purposes. So let's say, for instance, that this is a hypothetical explanation of why they might have used a model of a flat Earth for radio propagation. So let's say that the calculations needed to calculate this effect on a spherical Earth are more complex. They need to account for curvature, so we need to use.
What happened to Occam's razor?
No, it's very simple what happened. If they shot the waves assuming that the Earth was a globe, they couldn't hit their target. So they had to create a viable model to shoot and hit their target, because we're talking about the military, that people's lives are at stake. You have to get the bad guy. We're not talking about I want to play games and make up stories. This is like real life. And so they have to assume that for it to work, and it's explained in the document. They have to assume there's a dielectric plane. Dielectric is just a word that means electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic, and it's a plane within a magnetic field, and it's horizontal. They have to assume that to use the weapon system that they do use on a regular basis. And this is they are dropping the document for you. If they're not, I will.
Okay, I'll look at it later. Thank you for that.
As a student physicist, you also have to know about electromagnetic waves reflection. What happens when light is being reflected by solid matter or liquid? How does it reflect? When it's reflecting off an object, will it have the same lumen intensity? It will carry all that lumen intensity infinitely, or we have light attenuation, light inverse square law?
That's a good question. Yeah. So when light does reflect off materials, of atoms, two things can happen, or two kind of thing happens. Either the light reflects elastically, just bounces back off like a perfectly elastic marble.
That's how we try to imagine it at atomic level, but in reality what we see is that when you have light reflecting from a solid object, when you shine light on a wall, every light beam wave that hits that wall will be reflecting at infinite angles, all the angles, not just like that certain ray beam. Like when you shoot a laser beam into a wall, you see the laser, a straight line, and it doesn't reflect at the same angle, opposite angle, backwards. You will see only a very bright dot on the wall, and it's very much like the light source itself, the laser, but it will not shine to you in your eye the same kind of laser beam coming from the laser device.
Yes, that's true. And I can give you.
It will be diffused.
Yes, that's the word.
Yeah, it's not a beam anymore.
All right, bro. But just because I did take it away from Eli, and like he's asking him the most important question, I wanted you to realize that it sounds like a crazy thing to take in. We get it. We thought the same thing. Everyone has different amounts of times they can even be honest about it. You find out, well, what would be different if it were flat and not moving? And then you look at everything else in life and you realize that literally nothing else would change, because that's how everything you've ever experienced your entire life is. And you see the sun move in the sky because it moves in the sky. And you don't feel like you're moving because you're not moving. And the horizon is horizontal because it's horizontal. That's why it's horizontal. Yeah. Sea level is called sea level and assumed to be flat because it's flat and level. That's why it's called sea level. And you will find out quickly that everything that works in the real world has to assume this and utilize this fact. And we're trying to break it down for you. You're going to have to look into things because it sounds crazy. And we were all taught that. I did.
And, even on the globe, the down vectors are divergent from the center. Yeah. On the surface of the globe, the down vector is convergent to the center.
Yeah, like if you want to know
And
the truth,
this means, yeah, go ahead.
well, okay, Eli was telling you the most accurate way, most efficient way to know the truth. They claim the Earth's a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. It's on a 23.4 degree tilted axis. It spins 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator. If you want to know if that's true, then you can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It has to curve at a rate consistent with that radius value. That is 8 inches per mile squared, specifically 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where you would see the curve of the Earth. Now, I'm not trying to overload you. I'm just trying to explain to you. It's very simple. The Earth's a sphere with a certain size is a geometric claim. The way that you can test or falsify this claim is by physically measuring the surface, and geometry is how you do that. When we did that, and you can do it, it falsifies the radius, which means everything they told you about the Earth cannot be the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a look at the geometry of that lecture. Okay, so thanks for mentioning.
Geometry is how you measure shapes.
Yeah, I think using geometry in this case is a valid method of saying what will happen and what is, well, yes.
Well, it's what we have to use, right? Because if the Earth's a sphere that's this size, you're making a shape claim with a size. The only way to test a shape claim size is by the measurement of shapes, which is defined as geometry. And it's simple. The sphere has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size. So that's the most efficient way to test it. We tested it, bro. We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. And they claim that it's 3,959 miles.
Did you post your methodology in the what was it in the videos in the section about some of the topics below?
Yeah, everything we're talking about is in the sections below, and we can drop in the voice text the observation that showed the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'll look at that later. Let me just write it down.
Don't want to drop the flag. I never use commands or anything. I'm modded, but literally never use it.
A black swan. What about modern technology like linear encoders?
I'm not familiar with those. What are they?
You don't know what they are?
I've not yet come across them. No. Linear encoder.
Linear encoders is like a ruler. Yeah, we use in mechatronics. Yeah, for precision positioning and repeated motion, which you want to be happening between 2 points very precisely. Yeah, like CNC machines, computer numerical commands controlled.
Continue.
Yeah. So there is a company manufacturing linear encoders. It is a band strip, yeah, and on these band strips you have very, very thin lines, yeah, just like on a ruler. You have those millimeters or inches gradations, you know, and at equal distance. But these band strips has these lines like a few picometers in thickness and a few picometers apart from each other, but symmetrically apart from each other because it's a ruler, you know. And they are laser engraved. So when you look at it, it does look like the surface of a CD. You can see it looks like a rainbow, you know. It refracts light.
Oh, yeah. That's a very, very cool effect. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Now, there is a optical laser device, yeah, which shines a beam on that strip, yeah, and there is a sensor which counts all those strips, you know, and this way the machine can tell you precisely how far it has traveled, yeah, and it's coming back. Now, this linear encoder is 200 meters long, and its precision tolerance is 65 nanometers. So I send this machine moving in a straight line 200 meters far away. I give it command to come back, and I give then command to go back far away again in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers. As a physicist, I am 100% sure that you are very well aware how much is 1 nanometer.
Yeah, it's not a very small amount. Very small.
Yeah, 65 nanometers is a high grade precision. This kind of small size, we use it in computer microchips, like many computer microchips and smartphones. Inside their chips, they have technology of 60 nanometers. Yeah, 80, 120. Like before 2010, vast majority of computers were above 100 nanometers. So those cables, those wirings inside between the transistors and stuff, they were 100 nanometers in thickness. Mm-hmm. We're talking very small sizes. And you see, according to the Earth's ball radius, 3,959 miles, yeah? When you convert that to metric units, in 100 meters, yeah, you are supposed to have about 7.8 millimeters curvature drop, according to the overall globe curvature. Now,
yes.
Now, this is not really a problem for us, which, I mean, we can build flat surfaces, because that's what these people actually did at Airbus. They built a very big building, 200 meters long, and the floor is perfect flat from one end to another. It's a plane, very precisely measured. So they installed this 3D printing machine, yeah, which is laying carbon fiber, and it's printing large structures of carbon fiber for aerospace industry. And the precision grade in printing those carbon fiber structures, they are laying down micron size carbon fiber, yeah, and align it in all their chosen patterns, yeah, so they achieve the best structural resistance according to the way you are laying those fibers. Now, this machine, when it's moving from one end to the other, 200 meters, yeah, the down vector on the ball is not parallel between two locations, correct?
Yes, but this is a small but.
We have included, like in 100 meters, there is 7.8 millimeters drop. But with our engineering, we built that flat surface. Now, at the start location, of the machine. Yeah, we align this machine, with the down vector to be perpendicular. Yeah, and it's moving across a flat surface, perfectly straight. And when it's reaching at the other end, after 200 meters, are you trying to say to me that that machine will not be affected by the tilted down vector?
The machine calibrates how many times during its movement? Only once or continuously?
Well, they use actually that encoder, which the machine uses to measure the distance it's traveling. They use that encoder. At both ends, they place 2 plumb tools, plumb lines. They hang them from the ceiling,
right,
with a very thin wire, at both ends, and they are measuring the distance at the bottom, and at the top. And this way, they form a perfect rectangle, So now they know exactly when this machine is tilting or not. And guess what? They found, they weren't searching, but the way they installed this machine, those plumb tools, they were found to be perfectly parallel with 65 nanometers precision in 200 meters. So if there were any change in the angle of the down vector, you would have noticed it in those plumb tools. You will see that they are not parallel. But in building this machine, they use those plumb tools because they are perfectly parallel to each other. So the down vector in location A is parallel with the down vector in location B.
Yes. So, yeah.
So how does this work on the ball?
Well, first let's kind of ask what is the precision of those? So you could measure any the difference that is beyond those 65 nanometers of accuracy.
Well, when you travel 200 meters, your margin of error positioning is 65 nanometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you are 10 nanometers further or closer,
Yes. Because
those 65 nanometers, you split them by 2, divide them by 2, 32.5, and that is how much that machine will travel further or lesser, 65 nanometers. Which, if we are measuring the curvature of 7.8 millimeters, with 65 nanometer precision grade, I think you have no clue what you're talking about. How many nanometers are in 7.8 millimeters?
Sorry, how many?
You can measure it very, very precisely.
Yes. Yeah. I believe you what you saw.
Yeah. So.
Just let me get this straight. So to check if I got it all correctly. In this room, in this hangar, you have a perfectly flat manufactured surface within that precision. Yes. And to measure how the let's say if you have something that's standing on top of this plane, you want to measure what is the angle towards it. Like, is it perfectly 90 degrees above it, or is it at a slant? I assume something like that, right?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Sorry, you mentioned that you use those two weights on a string to check.
Yeah, the plumb
yeah,
tools. Plumb tools, yes.
Yeah, and then you compare your, I think it's your printing head to these two calibration devices to see if it's still pointing down perfectly, right?
Well, you see, the machine is moving perpendicularly with the surface of that building, because that building surface is perfect flat. It's built engineered like that. But at the start location, you have the machine calibrated with the downward vector. Yeah, so it stays perpendicular, and the downward vector is also perpendicular with the machine. Now, if the Earth was a globe, when this machine is traveling 200 meters, on a flat surface, it's not curved,
Let's say you do not measure
at the end of that location, because your surface is a straight flat, at the end of that location, your downward vector will be inclined.
Right.
So the machine will feel like it will be tilted, because it will not be perpendicular with the machine anymore, because you're moving the machine on a flat surface built on the surface of a sphere, artificially built on the surface of a sphere. And when you have a flat surface on the surface of a sphere, you can actually choose, let's say we build a flat circle, like a disc, so we have a radius of 100 meters of a flat surface circle, and we choose that downward vector, which is perpendicular with that surface, will be in the center of that circle. And now, when you move...
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Before I got on the train, we were talking about geometry or possibly the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Is all of this conversation in response to maybe a measurement or something he saw, and now he's trying to figure out, what laser was used, or what is that what's going on?
No. I was telling him about... Well, I didn't get to even tell you. You asked me, and then you asked me what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, why did you change the subject? I'm trying to figure out what was the reason for the topic shift? Or am I wrong? And are you how did it get here? Because I heard you talking about it.
Wrong.
I heard you talking about it in Midtown, right? I had to ride underground, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna bust his chops because let's see what happens. So here I am 15, 20 minutes later asking you, how is it relevant to the conversation that was being had before I got on the train? And you're telling me it's not. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm talking about that curvature, non-existing curvature, and divergent downwards vectors, which are
so he's seen a measurement
present on the ball.
So he's seen a measurement?
I told him that this machine is actually doing a very precise measurement between two plumb tools, and they found them that they are perfectly parallel, in 200 meters distance with a 65 nanometers precision grade.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Yeah, and this will be impossible on a sphere with the down vector converging to the center of that ball. No down vector on a sphere can be parallel with a different down vector from a different position on the surface of that sphere.
Yeah,
That will be like saying you can have a sphere with two parallel radiuses.
Yes, that's a very good question, a very good example of something that can say which model. Okay, it can very well test the assumption that we have on Earth. Yeah, that's a very good question, a very good model.
Yeah, it's either is there a variation in what would be the proper word? Is there like an elevation change or an altitude change from the point of the observer or the plumb to the next plumb? Like there has to be a change.
No, there is no elevation. Like the surface of that machine, the floor, is made perfectly flat and level. So wherever you put a level in that building,
I mean the elevation
will point. Yeah.
I mean the elevation is in the theoretical, like the 8 inches per mile squared. Like from you, the ground would have to be descending away from you on any point of the globe. So it's like, for them to be perfectly 90 degrees and parallel to one another, that's impossible on a curving surface. That's not possible. It's not even about shape at that point. It's about whether or not it's the sphere or not.
But the interesting thing is that he mentioned that the surface is made to be flat, and those 200 meters are flat, right?
Yes.
So there's not much. So the thing is, on a globe,
zero curvature.
Yes, on that plane there will be zero change in elevation. Very well flat. And you are right. If this was a globe Earth model, would predict that the two vectors, those two plumbs, there will be an angle between them.
Yes.
Now, this is the $1 million question: is could we measure this difference?
Well,
you mentioned that you have like those.
Measure. You see, when I said this linear encoder is the instrument that actually tells you, the distance when you travel 100 meters. Yeah.
Yes.
And it tells you went in a straight line or a curved line.
Yes. And so the way to a very simple experiment. Let's say I'm going to calculate how much difference, how different the angle between those two plumbs should be, assuming perfect angles, assuming that those 2 point to a center and are not offset by, say, a local mountain or a lake. And then I'll come back with an answer, and we'll see what's the answer. Is it below or above your detection limit? That seems like a good experiment, right?
Yeah. I mean, for 100 meters, the arc curvature should be 7.8 millimeters. So this means that between these two radiuses, you have an angle, which that angle we must be able to measure it. That angle cannot be parallel lines. You can't have an angle between parallel lines.
Yes, you're right. Perfectly.
Yeah. This is the problem. Yeah.
Did you? Can you provide a link to your calculation that shows that the difference? I would love to look at it. If you
this one, I tell you honestly, I'm looking into building my own CNC machine. I was looking for linear encoders. I'm a flat earther. And I came across this company that's producing these linear encoders, and I started reading about them. And I saw that they supply Airbus with these linear encoders for their giant 3D printing machine, which are printing carbon fiber structures for the aerospace. And I went into looking how they calibrate that, I read how that 3D printer actually works. You can find it at Airbus. It's not like secret hidden technology or whatever.
A small question: are you confident and sure that this machine does not account for any possible for this difference? Does it say that the answer that it provides is the raw measurement and not some corrected factor number?
Yeah, it was about 1 month ago or 1.5, and to be honest, I didn't save this website, which now I'm pretty sad about it. No, I should have saved it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if they let's say that they are in on it and that they want to still perpetuate this, the myth of the globe Earth, then it would be very easy to ask them: does the machine account for this, and how?
Well, they were saying, they were not saying about taking into account the Earth's curvature or anything like that. They were talking about installing and calibrating the machine. And they used Plum tools, to precisely position and also to verify the rail tracks, that they are correctly installed, perfectly straight. So when that machine is moving across inside this building, there is no deflection in the down vector or anything. This machine in no position in that building is not perpendicular with the down vector. And on a globe, if this was true, when you build such a big machine, when you move this machine, like 4 or 5 meters tall machine, printing head, and the down vector is tilting, this machine is heavy and will be bending, and it will change the angle which the printing head position will not be correct, precise.
That's also a factor in this.
And what I read there is that they built it on a perfect flat surface, a building with a flat floor inside, 200 meters long and about, 20 or 40 meters, 20, 30. It's huge building. They have airplanes inside there. And Airbus, does build very big airplanes.
All right. Well, that seems like something I can try and work out the specifics of, the numbers. And then I'll be back because it's frankly getting a bit late around here. So I thank you all for having me here, and I'll be back. Simply put, goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Yup. You there?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified. "24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified."
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars, the Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
NASA. It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on their face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on their face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill.
It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun, and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on a spinning bar. Makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
No! for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the arm. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the light and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know. Intoxicated ache makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and wake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I got to liberate and fight through even gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars, it's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know. You don't know. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost in love with the arm. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the life in a new hand of cards. Been so long it seems like for love I'm just too high, I'm just too high, that's it.
Clearing away stumbling blocks, yeah, we moving the obstacles. Water seeks to find level when stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night you fall though. You still think you're living on the ball with your friends. Meanwhile 1,000 miles an hour, never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools, now everyone is oppressed. Took out our schools, now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think they lost so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So crazy for eternity is what devil's stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scrying me the signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always digging for a model like you needed to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
the king. To think we touched the moon. from where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown up far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream, yeah, this open my eyes, no going back. It's what not a surprise. The earth is flat, and now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream enough is back. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's what schoolmasters rise. The earth is flat. I found out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all their own mind. Now it's down to you. You stop with every debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD. March crews, DOB. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball.
Y'all, even at fucking 9 in the morning, shit's still going on. I was about to ask too if there was a debate going on, and thank God there's not. I'm gonna be real as shit right now to all the audience members, like the one person that's probably listening to it this fucking early, that I'm tired of debating about the flat earth. I really am. I spent the last 2 fucking years doing it, and let me tell you, don't get stuck debating the flat earth for years. Take your knowledge, find your group that believes in it as well, and move on. Research more about it with the people that believe in it as well. Stop trying to fucking push and wake up the sheep that has their eyes wide shut, because they're gonna be fucking awoken up eventually here soon, whether it's from the fucking World Economic Forum busting down their door and shit, or maybe my movie proving the flat earth. Either or, it's gonna be we're all up for a ride. Real shit
People
too.
need
I
to
wish I
stop.
could turn on my camera.
I
Welcome, my
kind of
friend.
agree with you, man. Like in this way that this, like it's. Oh wait, hold on. Let me fix my mic. It's.
I'm putting on my headphones so I can hear you better. Alright, we're good.
There we go. I had to activate something to make it sound better. But yeah, it's not up for debate. It is what it is, objectively, observably, provably. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you. There's no debate to be had. It's a discussion for sure, but definitely not a debate. And people you don't have to seek validation in it, making other people agree with what you have come to know. Just know what you know and be content with that. Some people, they
Yeah.
will never open their eyes, and that's okay.
And that's a big thing too, because the flat Earth is literally not just something to think about; it's a reprogram. It's way more difficult than any other truth topic to prove to someone, for the simple fact that they literally have to rewire their entire belief structure in order to get it. Apart from the vaccines and shit, like we're on air right now, so I don't want to get you guys' channel taken down, but that shit's way more. Yeah, it's
Let's
way
not talk about
fucking
anything
more shit.
related to anything other than the FE stuff, but I get what you're saying. I'm probably on, if not the same page, at least in the same chapter. So
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but let's not.
What I
But
found,
dude, yeah,
though,
there's
from-
so many people. They got it's like the monkey emoji where it's got the hear no evil, see no evil. They got everything covered except their mouths, and mouths wide open, nothing but whatever's inside their empty heads coming out. Like, not. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And they don't
there's-
want to hear anything true. They're alethophobic. They're afraid of the truth.
Yeah, and it gets you thinking though, like flat Earth is the most difficult topic to prove to someone. It's the most easy thing to prove out of everything because you just gotta fucking debunk the shit out of the globe measurements.
the
and
thing is-
do lots of observation tests.
But here's the thing. There's a lot of people they don't know. They've seen the memes, right? They see the jokes because they're on the normie social media, so it's flooded with all that crap. They're seeing
Propaganda.
space frisbees and freaking cubes floating through, and like then you got like all these spheres and then like a disc. Like, yeah, it's funny how
Yeah.
nature does that. That's it. They'll do all these stupid memes and talk shit.
That's
Have,
why
like,
I never believed it.
a meteor hit, and then dinosaurs fling off of a space frisbee and fly off, and it's hilarious. It's great. It's awesome. It's fucking sophistry though. Like it's sophist surfing. They're playing games.
That's true. Do y'all talk about Tertaria much on here? Like the big lie throughout history and the
They touch on
lost
it a little,
civilization?
but it's more like
Yeah.
there's people go over to the Tartaria server to talk about that kind of thing.
There's a
It's like that.
Tartaria server. I need to fucking join that. Can you send me the invite to that? That sounds fucking mint. Because I have a building about an hour away from what I live, and it's called the Legislation Building in Edmonton, Canada, and it literally looks like the White House. It is identical. If not, it's even more fucking magnificent from the inside structure and the open spiraling staircase that goes on to the sides and shit. It looks fucking astonishing. I don't think it has the military grade weapons and shit that the White House does, though. But it had the same purpose in its ancient past.
If I recall, the server's actually kind of a partner server with this server, but they do their own thing related to that subject.
That's awesome,
There's
actually.
a lot of
I'll
crossover.
definitely
There's
check that
people
out.
who are here who are over there.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I never even thought about that. I had just joined the server a few minutes ago, actually. Be about this guy
That's
that
why I
goes
shared it in the
to.
live stream.
Hey, I'll
figured
go
it'd
into that
Yeah.
live
Figured
stream
it'd be
voice
okay
chat.
since they're a partner server. Yeah, man.
Gotcha. Customize your experience. What is your personal belief? Let's say,
I guess it
let's say
brings
the
in
Earth is
I don't-
concave.
That's
I'm just joking. The level stationary realm, of course. Let's
Well,
see.
that's an interesting discussion, but
All right, I got my customized beliefs. I'm a round earther, left wing, new age liberal, conspiracy, alchemist. Nah, I'm fucking around about all that shit besides the conspiracy part. Fuck, I don't even believe in
I bet
politicians.
you
Pardon
could
me?
probably crash the system if you put enough contradictory information into it. Not that
What's
server,
it?
but just in general. I'm just thinking
Yeah.
in general because you say that you're left, right, and like north, south, east, and west all at the same time. People won't know what you're talking about. And the bots will just be like, "What?"
Yeah, and
crash
there's
on
no option for my religion either because it's custom. Because it's about fucking sacred geometry and it all does, I would just go Christianity. Yeah, because it all loops back to that anyway. I would have. Fuck it, I don't want to. I really want to say more stuff, but I'm self-censoring myself because it's the server and we're on live stream.
I hate it because it's not even that like we want to. It's that the damn. Yeah, you know what it is.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do in the future is that my studio is almost done. I just got my mixer, my fucking XLR cables, and a few more things are on the way. And I'm gonna start live streaming on Rumble. I can't do it on YouTube. My shit will get taken down. I'm already shadow banned on there for making fucking. I was a massive fan of space before I found out it's not real. Like I have a space jacket on right now, like a literal NASA jacket.
I should make a NASA. Dude, that inspires me. And what is that? Oh, you're buzzing really loud.
I am? Oh shit,
Yeah.
hold up.
I guess
I
you
gotta
must switch over to.
Yeah, my good microphone on my mixer is not in use yet. My cord for it is gonna be here tomorrow. I'm gonna mute my mic and switch over. I'm using earbuds right now and one of them's dead, so I'm gonna mute and switch over.
I was thinking it would be funny to make some official looking merch that looks just like NASA stuff, but put flat Earth stuff on it. And people have to double take. And this,
conspiracy patches.
NASA, but yeah, make it look just like an official NASA coat, like jacket, one of the expensive ones, but it actually says like something else entirely,
like flat or something.
That's what I'm wearing for my movie.
Or
NASA jacket with flat Earth patches on it.
Or get the Hebrew letters for Nasha and put that on there. That would be people like those who know would know. And that would be kind of cool.
But the Bible going back.
Meta.
Yeah, it all goes back to Hebrew.
Well, it's just that went viral where they say NASA means deceive and they connect it to the word Nasha, which does look similar. And then, so it'd be funny. It's like a meta reference, and then put the actual Hebrew on there, but make a NASA logo out of it and put it on an official looking coat. They'd be like, wait, what? And they do a double take, but they wouldn't even know what it means, but we would, because it'd be kind of that, it'd be like a meta reference within it.
Yeah.
Inside jokes.
It's interesting though. Within the land. Oh fuck! I forgot what I was about to say. But basically, when it comes down to it, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. When I first joined the server, they had asked me, because you have to do your like little verification interview thing. Yeah. And the guy asked me how I woke up to the flat Earth, and I explained to him I met the #1 political activist in all of Canada, and probably one of the biggest truthers known to mankind, named Dean Clifford. And he's a law educator. And one of the things he went to school for is like he graduated, went to university, studied geometry, started a construction company, founded 5 other companies past that, and then bought a campsite we were staying at in BC, Canada. And I met the fucking guy. And we're talking, I'm telling him about there's life on Mars, Elon Musk, we're going to go land on the moon again, the fucking Anunnaki came from Mars, and that we're all living there.
Nerd. You're nerding out on him, or geeking out on him, I mean. And then he's like, no.
My old belief system.
Just obliterated.
Yeah, he nuked my ass with my belief systems. He literally just broke down. Because I had a video on YouTube that I spent like fucking 5 months researching, and I got shadow banned for it. It's called Life on Mars in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, I can convince someone there's life on Mars. And now my current video, I'm convincing people Mars doesn't even exist. And I showed that video to him, and then he busts out his phone and starts showing of all the pictures of Greenland and the rover. It's actually Devon Island, Greenland, where they film it. And the whole thing's fucking fake. Then he goes into the fucking moon landing, being fake as fuck, all harnesses and all that shit. Then the ISS is fucking CGI is so bad it's laughable, and they're in the zero-G plane, and you can hear the fucking plane in the background, the engines, when you're watching them do this fucking zero-G thing. And then he just nukes it, the fucking breaks down the measurements of the globe, explains the laser test, and he believes the Earth is flat. Then he drawn it down on a piece of paper with a dot in the center and the equator and the rings and everything. Did a really good explanation of it, and then capped it off with the enclosed system, and that there's a giant dome over us. And that's what I said in that interview of how I learned about the Earth being flat. and then I watched Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs the Earth is Flat, and then fully was 100% convinced after that. But what he asked me, the guy interviewing me, he asked not to mention the firmament because it's like there's not too many things fully concrete for it, like the measurements. But I disagree with that.
Yeah.
2 years later, looking into it, because in the Encyclopedia of America of 1958, there's the measurements of the firmament within that encyclopedia. And it also depicts it throughout multiple Bibles. The older the Bible, the different phrases it will refer to as. Modern, if you pick up a Bible that's made today, it will have that entire section chopped out entirely. It's not even, they don't even mention the firmament. But like, I have multiple Bibles in my room right now. The newest one doesn't have any mention of the firmament. My grandma's Bible, that's like 30 years old, it has the firmament. And there's an even older one that says vault, and an even older one that says dome. Straight up just dome.
Yeah. And if you go back, it says chug or chug or something. And it has to do with the basically the circle of the horizon, like your circle of vision all the way around you, like a circuit or a compass.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
People try and take it out of context, and they'll try and act like it says ball, but there's already a word for ball, which is dur. And Isaiah knew his own language, and he, in context, used both of those words in scripture. Like, so there's a definite difference between them.
Very interesting, my friend. There is a lot that really goes into this ideology, and what I found is that if you find someone that does believe in the flat earth, then it's a lot easier to wake up to all the other shit going on. I found so many hundreds of truthers know everything else that I get, that if I say right now, we'll fucking get the channel taken down, so I can't say it. They know all that shit, but they don't know about the flat earth. Because it's the most difficult thing to wake up to. You literally have to reprogram your mind. Because when you're a kid, they teach you 1 + 1 = 2, and the earth is a globe. Well, now they teach you, well, they don't refer to kids as boys and girls anymore. They keep it as, what the fuck? It's some weird ass fucking phrase. It's a signostic boy or a signostic girl. And that's what they're naming the genders now, and the signostics boy is someone who was born a boy and identifies as one. And I'm watching this fucking interview with this guy being explained that today, and he's like, no, do not fucking call me a 6'6" man. I am a man. You're not changing my fucking shit. And that's the thing, that they're going to the extent of indoctrinating our children, because now it's not just teaching kids that, it's instead of it disconnecting them from God and making it seem like everything's random when we don't matter. Now they're over-sexualizing the children from as soon as they're able to even comprehend what words and letters are. And now they're forcing these ideologies onto all the children and taking legal action on parents that even want to have the knowledge of what their children are being taught. I literally seen a court case video when I woke up this morning.
I don't know if we need to. I'm trying to think of.
Sorry to stray off topic, but it all loops back towards the same thing. Yeah, it all goes back to the indoctrination, and what they're programming us is that it's difficult to even talk about the flat earth and not mention the other things because of that, because what it all goes back to. And Eric Dubé is the perfect example. Because if Eric Dubé was here right now, we're not going to censor him and tell him, no, only talk about the flat earth, when he starts going off about the NWO and shit. That's real, that's facts, though. That's honest to God facts. Nobody would censor Eric Dubé in this server, or even fucking try to tell him to keep it on topic. Real as shit. They'd start that channel up again if it got shut down. Yeah, he's been through some shit, a couple of YouTube channels. His website got taken down before, back up. He has over 5 albums released of music. And they took it all off of Spotify and Apple Music, and you can only find it on his website and on fucking YouTube and shit if you dig through the filters. But it all does go back to the bigger picture. I really wish I could turn on my camera right now, because I have a dope fucking studio built, and I have the flat earth map in the background. And what I was going to say is that my entire room is a puzzle, one completed puzzle. And the flat earth is one piece of that interconnected puzzle. And one thing that I'll keep on topic, like very similar to flat earth, and one thing you may learn is that Tartaria, there's also giant trees and giant mushrooms and things like that in our ancient past. And giants too. There's like, it's honestly like learning about the flat earth is like that moment when a normal ass teenager in a movie becomes the superhero and nobody else even realizes the concept of powers or any of that shit is even real or exists. And that person who's now the superhero has this knowledge about so much shit is going on and is happening that nobody else has no fucking clue even exists. And that's what it's kind of like being a truther. And then you try to explain that shit to the basic people and they just can't comprehend it. Like it just goes in one ear and out the other. Or it's like, no, it's like this. One thing I'll really give truthers credit for is that they don't say, no, it's like this. They say, what about this? Just like if a person who knew a lot about, like, shout out The Truth Is, his YouTube channel and his server, his community, they all know about the earth being flat. But he's never made a flat earth video. He's mentioned it talking about someone else knowing about it, but he never made a video saying the earth is flat. But because of the topics he covers and how far down the iceberg that is, all his fans already know, or at least if they don't know, they don't say, no, the earth is round. They say, what about the earth being round? And having that as a starter point in any discussion is gonna fucking say how far it goes at the start. It's gonna show how easy it is or difficult depending on it. Because I'm talking right now and I can say flat earth, the earth is flat, but I don't hear someone saying, no, the earth is round, it has to be because of this, and it is because of this, and it's only like that, and it's never gonna change. Apart from the person says, what about the measurements? What about seeing a boat disappearing over the horizon line? What about this? What about that? Instead of being biased, they're asking questions and having it explained to them. And that's a lot easier to piece that together. I see that there.
Yeah.
It is significantly. But I come in here like once in a while on this server. Main reason I don't pop in more is honestly because I can't use the camera. But then I join and boom, it's just a fucking debate. And I'm just sitting there and I'm already like burnt out from debating. I'm making my movie. I am buying a $1,500 fucking camera for this. I'm buying a big ass fucking book about math so I can study, get everything down, record it, write the script. I already have 17 pages of the script written. Bunch of videos. I just got my new mixer and shit, so I'm gonna be able to record again soon. Good things are on the horizon. And an 8 no curve, I'll tell you that one. Alright. Hold on one second here. Check out that fucking sorry for swearing. Check out that Tartaria server real quick. See what kind of content they have. That's a small server. Oh wait, never mind.
Well, they're growing, but there's a lot of people there. Like,
yeah.
It's just, I think it's a little bit smaller than this one.
Yeah, I just added
that's a lot of people for a growing server.
Yeah,
Another
I just
thing
realized
is
the amount of people is way more than I thought.
If you're trying to kick a lot of people out who are just like trolling, then you wouldn't have a whole bunch of like, sock puppet corpse accounts lying around.
Yeah, that's the thing with my server is it's very small. Like it just reached 100 people a couple days ago, but it's like the whole puzzle. Like how there's the Flat Earth server and the Tartaria server being two different servers entirely. I have a category for each topic, and one for UFOs, and one for pyramids, and one for Tesla, and one for the entire iceberg. And each category can be divided into an initial fucking 5 or 6 or even more subcategories.
Yeah.
There's so many topics. Like one thing I'll mention briefly, nothing too crazy, but geoengineering, like that's one category, but can be 12 to 20 different categories, all underneath it, covering different things. Everything from HAARP, chemtrails, fluoride, like all that. Yeah. There's so much more stuff, though. That's honestly why I can't chill in the server for too long, because I have to talk about other things. And when I want to talk about the flat Earth, I do join the server. But the main thing is, though, I am building a team, an actual secret society. I'm the founder of my own secret society. And I'm shipping in. I was really debating on it too, because what I want to do in the future, like just the concept behind this is dope. Just think of a flat Earth, iced out watch, and the water is blue diamonds, and then you can find a way to make green, green as well. And it has the accurate times for the sun and the moon with the correct phases, and then the sun travels up and down throughout the equinoxes and the solstices, and it has the accurate time and date and positioning of where it would be in real time. Same with the moon. That would be a watch and a half, and the dome over top of it with the stars attached that are spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might buy a flat Earth model. I was looking on one online the other day. I seen this video when I first found out the Earth is flat. I can't find it anymore, but this guy 3D printed a flat Earth model, and it had accurate waterways in it, and he had this little paper boat in it, and it would float around the actual water current. It was 100% replicated accurately on that flat Earth model. It just had a little fucking couple spinners and a little underwater fan, and it just pushed it, and it went the correct way. Everything went according to plan. Alright. I want to smoke some ganja. I'll accept y'all friend requests. There we go. I'll invite you guys to my server too. This is nice, but when I'm live streaming on Rumble, I'm not going to censor myself at all. I'm calling the cult out. To put it lightly.
Rasu, man. Sorry, Wave Mixer. I just noticed that you had messaged me. I'm kind of working on some graphic design stuff, so I'm talking.
No worries, my friend.
Dude.
I'll send everyone invites. That sent me. Let's see here. Copy. Man, though, like, honestly, I'm currently trying to start my own company, like full entrepreneurship, being fully self-employed, selling sugar, and being I guess you can only way to describe it as the legal drug dealer. You can sell sugar legally at coffee shops and shit, but you're still under someone else's employment and paid a fraction of what the total earnings are. And it's the big problem. Rent, power, utilities, a foundation, fucking all this shit that goes into a stand-up business, apart from a mobile business, one that just needs a table and a couple other things. Like what I'm doing is selling cotton candy, popcorn, and candy apples. I don't have to have an entire building to do that. I just need the machines, a little stand, and that's it. And the cash register, I already have everything.
That's what I'm doing.
That's where it's at.
Yeah, I'm about to fire up the kettle. It's popcorn day. Just hang out in my garage listening to the 24/7 popping popcorn, man.
You sell popcorn too?
Yeah, I built a kettle. I got a 60-quart Hobart stainless mixing bowl and built a frame around it, threw a turkey fire burner up under it.
Damn,
that's what I've been doing that since like September. All summer long last year, I just went to the farmer's market and sold lemonade on Saturday morning. That's how I made my money for the week. I've had all the rest of the week just to fuck off, pretty much, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Fucking
excited
nice.
for. I'm gonna be on the fucking grind this summer. Like, I'm gonna take 2 weeks off of normal work and just wheel out the cotton candy machine to the fair and then just be balling.
Hell yeah. Well, I worked I had a full-time job, and it got to the point where when I would take a week off, I would make more money doing this than, you know, spending 40 plus hours, you know, out of my week up in that damn building. And I was like, man, I've had enough of this. I'm tired of messing around. So I just gave him the hard one and just went and did my own damn thing.
Yeah, like once you see how much profit, like my grandpa used to do that. He used to run with the carnival back in the day, and him and his buddy and their wives, they all just stayed in this one food truck. Fucking cash registers would be full around 12 o'clock. Just throw the money on the floor. You'd make 10, 15,000 one afternoon.
Yeah, there's people that they'll work like a week out of the year, and that's it. They made their money for the year.
Yeah, that's it. That's the goal.
I want to do that.
Yeah, literally 1 week and you're fucking set.
In the next couple weeks, I should have a hot dog, or it's a mobile kitchen, pretty much.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Damn, that makes me feel good in my heart to know that there's other people going out and start their own companies and doing good too. Like, I have a friend. I have a friend whose mother has always had a business, but it's always like she is a thrift store owner, and she has a physical store and everything that has to pay like $1,300 a month for rent. And it was like, you're already too far. Just the fact that you have a physical place, you need to stay mobile. Once you start buying physical property like that, shit's just way too expensive, and you have to have it right around the clock. You can't do that 1 week in and out shit like you were the other time because you got rent to do.
My wife works at home, and we're about to rearrange the rooms. She does call center work at home, where she takes calls that has an outside access door. So we're about to rearrange a room, but I'm gonna turn that into a little storefront.
Fucking
and
genius.
basically, I'm gonna pay myself rent, for the room, and
that's perfect. Running it straight out of your home is best.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to make it to where everything that I encounter in my day-to-day living, I can use as a business expense and not have to make myself on payroll, to pay for stuff that I would be using, that if I was at if I rented a place, I'd be paying for it out of the business's pocket anyway. So I'm trying to figure out how to get basically all of my living to put it on a business receipt. I think that'd be the best way to do it.
Yeah. What my goal is that's a really good idea what you have, turning that part of your house into the store. Like what I was saying before, like going and buying a complete separate property and then having to pay rent and all that shit for that. That's where it gets way too much. But you're doing that shit straight out of your own home. You don't have to do any additional expenses. You just got to get the licenses and all that shit, and you're fucking good. You probably have your food safety certificate.
Yeah, that's all I need. I'm in Texas, so we have we have cottage food. So anything that, like cakes, cookies, candy, snacks, nuts, anything that's shelf stable, I can make at home. All of that I need is that like $7 food handler card that anybody that works at a restaurant is required to have. But outside of that, the law specifically says I cannot. They have no jurisdiction over me. The local health department, as far as requiring me to get any permits to operate.
Yeah, that's all you need to do. If you have the green lit to be at your location, you're in your own fucking location. You're fine.
Yeah.
And I'm don't mean to curse too. I just keep thinking of that.
Yeah.
But, when it all comes down to it, though, or continue.
Well, I do events like this weekend. I'm getting ready for Saturday. It's called Turkey Fest. It's a little town outside of the town where I live at, where they go all gather around like the town square and have a little shindig, and it's a turkey cook-off. They have like turkey hunting events all through the week, and this is like the Saturday's like the culmination of it all. So I go out there and I'll sling lemonades and popcorn, and you know that'll 5-6 hours. You know, I'm made my money for the week. You know, of course, I'm working all the time at home, but that's really the only customer-facing time I've got. I can work at my own pace otherwise.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, what I want to do is like build up, save up over the next year, and then get a motorhome, and then convert that into a food truck, and then just drive where I need to go. And boom, instead of paying $100,000 for a pre-built food truck, I'll just fucking do it myself for less fucking 95,000 cheaper. Yeah, for real. Oh yeah, fucking. Or is he still? Is he still in here? Oh no, he's not anymore. Or is that that demon stride guy?
Loud here. I just turned my burner on.
Yeah. Go. Ether, I sent you an invite. I want to take a bong rip. Awesome witness.
Well, I think I'll do the same.
Alright. Yo, you should join my server. We'll go in the chat and fucking token come back. I wish this channel had fucking cams that'd be on right now.
There we go. I joined. Hold on a second.
Yeah. But check that server out though. Like, I'm proud of that shit. There's so many fucking categories. Someone's passed out in Kush coma right now. Yeah, that's from Hotbox last night. I have to do the 100 bong rip challenge for 420. Rest in peace to my lungs. I don't know about that one. That's fucking crazy. The Flat Earth server, what a good place. And that's another thing is there's lots of ways to make money. I've looked into the vending machine business, but it's so fucking expensive, and then you have to get a location. It doesn't seem like it's that bad. Like it does seem really good. Like the vending is something I definitely would love to do in the future. But your profit percentages and all that shit is would be way better if you didn't buy the machine and you just sold it manually until you had enough money to get like fucking 10 machines, like 5 to 10 machines. If you have that many, then you're set. You don't have to fucking work for rent. Yeah, but if you just have one, it's going to take quite a while to make the big bucks to buy another one, then buy another one, then to buy another one. Apart from doing the cotton candy
things.
Yeah,
I have different types of machines though.
That's dope. Like I've been watching some YouTubers do that shit and hook up the fucking like try to unjam coins.
We can make a freaking Flat Earth carnival and just everybody have different machines and devices, have a couple rides, some things that are displays with like scientific information you can go and check out and be like, what the hell is this? And ask them really awesome shit. And just
see the Flat Earth event.
Just go flat smack everybody like a traveling carnies. Just selling
So how do you sell your cotton candy?
Cones and bags.
You usually do it live or?
Yeah. I usually just bring the machine to the place I need to go.
I just keep it at home. I get 32-ounce deli tubs, and I just bang out a bunch of them, over an hour or so.
And then just roll up to the spot with it? With all the bins?
Hang on, I can't hear shit right now. Do y'all hear this popping, or is it my noise cancellation getting me?
Your noise cancellation's working?
A little bit.
Yeah, only when you talk.
I can't hear shit than popcorn right now. I can't hear.
Yeah, it's only in your when you talk. Yeah, you're good. Yo, Morvis, you should accept my friend request. I want to take this bong if I want you to witness it.
All right, hang on a sec.
I got you. Yeah, I got a small machine.
I just
crazy.
did like 6 cups of kernels with that load.
Holy shit.
And
That's a
I'm
fuck
going to
ton.
do white cheddar is what I'm going to do with this one.
Man, you gotta show me that fucking machine too. That sounds dope.
Okay. I got some pictures somewhere here.
You
I gotta
custom
clean it.
built the thing?
Yeah. I gotta clean it. I've been using the shit out of it, but I gotta take it Saturday. I gotta take it out. I'm gonna top it live. I'm getting my specialty stuff out the way. Like right now, I'm doing a white cheddar. Someone asked for that, but I got a bag of habaneros, so I'll go through and I grind up habaneros and throw them in the oil, and then pop them in that, and then make like hot cheddar, or hot caramel, or something like that. When I'm out live, I only do it just the standard caramel and kettle and flavacol, buttery salted.
Yeah. I'm reading this text I just got sent to me, and it's like, oh, holy shit. About the homie that's in here right now. I have a few things that talk about the third eye. It all goes back to taking shrooms. I fucking love shrooms, honestly. I have some shrooms with me right now. I'm waiting to do that. That should.
Oh gosh.
They're legalizing them in Canada. They're legal in Colorado. It's gonna follow the same path. It's just like weed. real abrupt switch topic. Because I'm reading this right now. Hold on 1 second here. Y'all keep talking.
I grew a bunch of shrooms back about 10 or 12 years ago.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And I would make tubs, little forests. And my last one I did was called Penis Envy. And man, those were freaking strong.
Yeah. When I just mentioned like the flat Earth, or not the flat Earth, I just got this text talking to me. It's like that's the main things that I like talk about. I don't talk about demonic shit. I do, and I call them out for it. I call it the group. I'm not going to say it here. I'll say it in my own story just because we're on air and shit. But yeah, I'm fully aware of the battle of God versus the devil. And I am here to awaken everyone. I want people to see the truth, to see the lies, free their mind from our indoctrination, enslavement. I'm talking like I'm on my fucking good microphone right now, and I'm thinking there's some dope effects in the background, but there's not yet. Yeah, that's what I have. Like, if I have like the third eye stuff, I talk about like Terence McKenna, and there also is like the fact that the third eye has been calcified from the fluoridation of water and all the shit in the fucking air and in the food that they put in. So our third eye has never actually been able to grow. What the world was like in our past, our entire bodies were different in a way. Like the oxygen was higher, we grew bigger. Our third eyes weren't calcified. We had a lot higher of connection to that higher up world that we access when we're tripping out on shrooms. Now, I'm going to say something, make it very clear. When you do shrooms, you're taking DMT. There's multiple kinds of DMT, and one is called 4-hydroxine. That's in mushrooms. Shit. Yeah, hold up. Well, I'll explain the DMT stuff real quick. All right. Everyone's taking a bong rip, transfer over to my server, and I'll continue that in a second. Trip. We'll be back, boys.
What?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
He said he's heading to his server to go hop over there for a minute or something.
I'll definitely give him an A for originality.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I don't know what his server is.
I've definitely heard him come in before, kind of same conversation.
So what y'all did, you forced Dead Air Dave to pop on here for a minute. Anybody there?
What's going on, Dave? Coming in loud and clear.
Sweet. Mike is currently working.
Sorry, I'm just eating in the background.
No worries. Thanks for acknowledging my mic check. I wanted to see if Alex got anything to say. Tag says Globe Earthers. Just wonder if you got a demonstration of Earth curvature or anything like that.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay. He's gone. All right. Was it something I said? Who else is here? Morvis probably working hard, no time to talk. Like Mixture's working and muted. All right. This is Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. If you believe you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, we would like some empirical proof of that, starting with the curvature of the ball.
We back.
What's up, DJ Shifty Crew? Welcome back.
We are chilling. We're just taking some tokes in the server. We're back. Our profile pictures, man. The crossed out globe.
I better go grab a cup of coffee and finish breakfast. Hope all is well with you, Dave.
All's well. Yeah, I created that profile pic in springtime of 2015, and I've had no reason to change it these last almost 8 years now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are good. Holy shit, though. Like, Ether, you heard me there for that fucking 10 seconds of not being, like, self-censored. I was just going off for that, literally, like, right before I took the bong. I was just calling shit out. And I was like, that's the shit. Like, just that little smidget. That's just that's just brushing off the snow of the iceberg that's above the water, then alone tipping the whole thing upside down. Like, when we start the Rumble live stream, shit's going down, dog. Like, they're gonna be fucking coming after me or some shit. Because I don't know if there's so many people that talk about all this shit. Like, people talk about a lot of different things, but I don't know about, like, the whole fucking iceberg, the whole puzzle. Everyone just has their section.
Are you familiar with what we're doing here? We're trying to stay on YouTube, so you can call it self-censorship or whatever. We try to stay on the topic of the shape of the Earth, you know?
I got it, and that's one of the pieces of the puzzle, and that's what I'm here to awaken. That there is the whole puzzle. I'm not gonna go into detail about the other big pieces of the puzzle. I'm gonna stay on topic with the measurements of the flat Earth. So I am gonna mention something that I had discussed when I first joined the server, because I was planning on doing my own flat Earth test, and one of the people that were here at the time, it was actually a lady. She said she could change the camera settings for me when I do the flat Earth test, and we could have it live streamed on here, that a live flat Earth test, and I'll have the lasers, and I'm buying a Nikon camera, the P1000. I'm going to have a mirror on the other side of the lake next to the camera, and so you can see the laser go across the lake, reflect off the water, which is impossible on the fucking curve, and then hit the fucking mirror on the other side. It will light up this big green fucking spot on the mirror and then reflect it back. Shoot off some fireworks.
Sounds like a decent test. What kind of distance you looking at there?
19 clicks. So at over 70,000 feet, there should be 93 feet of curvature.
Wow.
There's 3 tests I'm doing. Yeah, the one I was referring to was that big one.
I did that in 2015. Unfortunately, I didn't record it and everything, but I did 8.5 miles mirror flash of sunlight across the lake. So I gave gravity its last chance to show me it could curve water, and it failed miserably. You know
I'm sorry, what kind of distance are we talking about again?
What'd you say, Brandon?
I'm sorry, I interrupted. What kind of distance are we talking about again? Across the lake?
I did 8.5 miles. How long was yours, DJ? You said 19 feet. What is that in miles?
Computer, or actually that's 11.85 miles. I've already calculated that.
11 miles. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost 12.
So that should be like 70, 80 feet of curvature somewhere in there.
It was 93 feet.
Oh, 93? Okay.
Yeah, slightly under, almost 93 feet. Enough digits in 92 to consider it 93.
What formula are you using?
The Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile squared, with the curvature being 40,000 kilometers or 25,000 miles.
That's
so the horizon line.
You just do the math off the globe claim, and then you got a different math you want us to use, Brandon.
Yeah, at 2 miles, it should be 32 inches of curvature.
I'm not going against it.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you guys, is somebody else here? I can't stay on here very long.
Yeah, we're chilling. I'm waiting for it to become a debate. We're chilling and talking, and then like that's the thing I love about just knowing the whole puzzle. It's like it's never a debate; it's a discussion, and it's there's. Sorry, I don't mean to cut anyone off.
It's okay. I got to go here soon. Hopefully, somebody else will start chatting with you. But I just want to be clear that here, objective reality is really not up for debate. It never has been. And most of us here, we're way past the debate stage. But once you start debating people on their fantasy story, you're like arguing with them about Middle Earth that don't exist, you know? So they can't even prove the first claim of the globe. So why should we discuss all this other bullshit they want to talk about? But do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Objective reality is not a debate. We're here to help people think for themselves. At least I am. I'll speak for myself. I want people to wake up from these deceptions that are all around them, and this is the most
wokeness. Wokeness, that's the perfect thing to say when you mean deceptions around you. Wokeness, that's the perfect fucking explanation, because it's the opposite. It's the opposite of what we're on. It's the literally direct opposite frequency. Only way you can describe it.
Yeah, I mean, people got to start vibrating at a higher level than all this stupid crap that goes on in the news and, you know, whatever Biden or Trump or whoever's doing, all this bullshit. Anyway.
Yeah, false flags and shit.
I got to mute up. I got to get to work, but hopefully somebody else will start talking here soon.
Yeah.
If anybody's listening on YouTube, you want to come in and have a discussion, click the link, come in here. Now we just need to start with the first main claim of the globe is curvature. We need to have that verified. At least 10 miles over a body of water, we need to show that 66-foot drop approximately. So we can start there, and then maybe we can start putting this globe together. And otherwise, it's just a fantasy that exists in your mind. And I used to think the same thing too. We all got taught the same bullshit. But some of us have actually accepted reality as it is. I've talked enough now. Back to you, man.
Thank you. That's I like your philosophy. And I like how you also talked about the other topics as well, with the presidents and false flags and shit. I could fucking drop a nuke right now, but I can't. So I'll drop a Moab instead. So Bush did 9/11. That's a classic term. I'm not going to say anything else because it's I don't want to get into detail, but you know, people responsible, all this shit. So that's a huge fucking thing. There is a song by Eminem where he builds a conspiracy board and has the Illuminati eye in it, and the opening for that Eminem music video is the plane flying into the Twin Towers. It doesn't show it, but it shows the plane flying, and then it goes off screen and blow up. Yo. How's it
Yeah, we
going?
don't talk about 9/11 here, mate. Keep the topic on flat earth on this channel, mate. No off topic at all. Read the welcome page.
Yeah, to back up, I'll do. You know, if we get struck down off of YouTube, we want it to be because we're talking about the shape of the earth, not other stuff. You know what I mean? It's not like we're self-censoring. We're just trying to reach people, and we have to abide by their rules right now.
Alright, so we gotta draw this shit down. We gotta have the measurements of the globe on standby for every single occasion that motherfucker's question. Because as soon as you question it,
That's the basic foundation of the whole thing. Somebody needs to establish that it really is a ball, and nobody's done that in 8 years. So that's what we're waiting for. But do you understand? We're not trying to tell you not. We are trying to tell you what not to talk about because
stick to the highest level.
we don't want this. This place has been built up over 6 or 7 years, and we don't want it to be struck down over somebody coming on here saying something stupid. You know what I mean? Not that you're going to, but I'm just warning you.
I got you.
I got to go. Somebody else take over, please. Cheers, all dude. Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, no worries, Mr. Hinkle. Yeah, it's nothing personal, Shifty. It's just Discord have changed terms of service, and lots of things that we don't discuss in here anymore. Any mass casualty events or anything to do with medical or anything to do with medical advice or anything like that, any politics, collusion or any of that stuff. We just don't cover it in here at all, mate. It's purely for the purposes of 24/7 flat earth and finding the curve and talking to new people about why we can't find the curve and showing them how to do it.
As a content creator myself, and what I have done, I have live streamed on YouTube, just like it's on here. But there's other platforms that you can spontaneously live stream on, such as Rumble. You don't have to worry about it getting shut down at all. I'm not saying to stop live streaming on YouTube. I'm just saying if the Flat Earth channel does create a Rumble page and start live streaming as well, you can spontaneously do that. Then if the Flat Earth one on YouTube ever does get shut down for whatever reason, then there still is the backup one on Rumble.
Yeah, that'd be well
Because it has got shut.
Yeah,
I heard it did get shut down before.
Yeah, we've lost the live stream a few times for different complaints and whatnot. But,
Yeah, and that's just because there are people who can't comprehend, and then they're flagging shit.
Yeah, the last thing we need though is to lose the server. It's a massive data resource, and
Yeah,
the additional info section's just jammed. It's endless.
yeah,
down there.
that is true. It is a data resource. That's how I see my server. That's why we should both create backup servers and lock it, and only put it into so many people. Literally, legit. That's the best thing we can do, because these servers are gold mines of information, and people that can't comprehend it. Literally, but people that can, it's like a fucking it's completely reprogramming your mind. Is what we find is a complete different view of everything we were ever taught. And what's the big kicker is that people think that science and math would back up the globe model, but it doesn't. It backs up the flat Earth model and all of the measuring equipment, all measurements in general in construction and engineering is based off of Euclidean trigonometry, which is based off a flat plane. It never calculates the curvature of the Earth. That's a fact. It's flat. Hmm. 100 flat Earth proof. Now I'm high. Nice in the morning. Alright. I'm gonna go make some food. Proof.
I hope all is well with everybody.
Bro, what the hell? Ancient world order is not here, is he? This is bullshit. Can somebody please tell that meathead to unban me, thanks?
But you said that you want that he leave you alone.
Yeah, I want him to leave me alone, bro. I don't care about debating the earth. I'm just working. I need something to listen to. And you know, you guys talk, and you keep me awake while I work. I don't care about debating this shit.
I think also that you're not. There is nothing to debate, Alex. That's the point.
Listen, I'm just not. I don't have enough knowledge about the topic to debate it.
Yeah, of course, you don't need to debate.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm not here to debate. I just want to listen. And if you ban me, I cannot listen. Somebody please unban me. God damn it, bro. Been here longer than he has, by the way.
What doesn't matter that?
I've been in the server since pretty much quarantine, on and off. The fuck?
What do you think about these people? What they have this server?
Sorry?
What do you think about these people? Why they have this server?
I mean, once it used to be like a hangout, not only for debating shit. Then I guess Discord regulations changed or something, and it became just a debate server. Frankly, I don't know.
It's not anymore debating server.
Well, I mean, it's 24/7 flat Earth, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when I say I don't want to debate, this guy who's been in here not even a year, goddamn, when did people start giving up Gold Plus so easily? What the fuck? It used to be respected. You had to earn it once. Now you're giving it to man babies who do not know how to behave themselves. What the hell? Anyways, yeah, no, I remember.
Who's a new one here?
I'm not a new one here, man. Again, I've been here since like what? Quarantine, pretty much. Yeah, beginning of quarantine. That was 2020.
Alex, you're LARP for years. Pretty tired.
And Alex, what do you think about Alex? What do you think about that? What these people think?
These people, what?
But these people have something to say. They have why they
flat
have
earthers. Wait. Flat earthers or globe earthers?
Yeah, flat earthers.
I mean, look, you guys can believe whatever you want. Again, I don't care.
You think that I believe something?
No. I'm saying you guys because the majority of this chat is probably believes in the flat Earth. You know.
Hey,
Alex, and again, I got nothing against you, man.
I don't believe in flat Earth. The flat Earth is presenting itself to me.
I mean, good for you.
It's funny, Alex. It's funny you're not here to debate.
It's the same for you, Alex. It's not. Is it the same for you? You cannot choose. Like, for example, I will be flat earther, I will be globe earther. You know, it doesn't matter that even. That it's only identification with something what you want to be. But Earth itself, it's what it is, you know, and that what, you know, I'm not believing that is, but Earth itself, it's telling me what should I think about Earth.
I mean, you do you, man.
Yeah, but what is for you, for example? What is that information or these flat earthers has? Do you know what they has, or they're spiraling something bullshit or whatever?
I mean, since look, I look at it like this, right? I'm not a doctor, so I cannot talk about how the human body is made, for example. So the same way, I'm not an astrophysicist. I don't
Alex, I'm not also.
Yeah, okay, good. But I cannot listen to a topic, right, and consider it true if I don't know what the physical explanation for it is. Because if you give me, I remember there was this pretty popular argument. It was what the Black Swan. Yeah, I think it was called that. And everybody here was losing their mind, changing their names. The Black Swan. Oh my god. Which, yes, okay, cool, but I'm not being a physicist. Even if you tell me that is because the Earth is flat, and I don't have something to compare it with, which apparently it's because of Fata Morgana effect. If I do not have something to compare it with, what?
Alex, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You just have to know what a spheroid is.
I don't.
It's funny.
And again. I'm not here. I'm not. Hold on. Let me.
You're not here to debate.
Yes, I'm here to listen.
All you do is insert stupid terms on your little
man. Okay, listen.
Man.
Okay, listen.
So,
okay, listen.
No.
Can I please speak for a second?
When you don't listen to me.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you are sorry. So end your LARP. You tried.
I'm not
Go
a
do
LARP.
something else.
Listen, I come here once in a while. I come here. Okay, first of all, English is not my first language, first of all. Second of all, I come here once in a while. Sorry, let me please let me finish speaking, dude. I'm trying to say something and you're not letting me. I come here once in a while because I need to work.
Your LARP all morning.
God damn, all morning. I just joined. What are you talking about? I just joined this voice chat. What are you talking about?
And I've identified your LARP. Go find something else to do. Go pick flowers or something.
Are you what? I joined like 10 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
You joined 10 minutes ago. You were talking about something about a year ago.
Yeah, I used to come here like in quarantine.
Identified.
I used to come here 1 year ago, dude. 2 years ago, even. When what was her name? Dandelion, now I think she's called, was around. Quarantine. And then I stopped coming here, and now I joined because I need to work on something and I cannot sleep. I need to listen to someone talking like podcasts, and you're over here. Oh, you're LARPing. How am I LARPing? I'm just here trying to listen, and you guys are trying to tell me, hey, give me a proof, give me a proof. And when I say I'm not interested in debating, you're like, oh, okay, ban. Leave me alone, God damn it! I want to listen to this stuff. Jesus Christ. It's always the same people. Holy fuck. Who is Ancient World Order? Been here since 2022. I've been here 3 years. Pretty much. 3 years and 4 months. I joined the first time. It was January of 2020. Probably. Let's see. Well, let's see when I joined. From Alex.
Alex, could I ask you something?
I joined, oh, jeez, yeah, I forgot I changed the account.
Hey, Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sorry.
Yeah, I just remember, I recognize your voice and sort of that interaction you had with Dandelion. But, my question for you is, why do you find this server the one you want to listen to?
The other servers are because the other servers that doesn't have anything to do with like Flat Earth or Globe Earth. Listen, I could probably listen to somebody talk about the war in Ukraine. I just like the way you guys talk. That's the honest opinion. Like, listen, other servers they are e-boys talking to e-girls trying to get some e-pussy, and honestly, I don't fuck with that. Besides, except for the man babies you have in the server, it's actually a pretty good listen. But it always comes down to that two people that think they're so good because they have a speck of power that ban you. As soon as I leave this, as soon as I leave this voice chat, I am not allowed to go back. I don't see the text of this voice chat. Why? Because I was not interested in debating you. Like, the fuck am I to debate, dude?
Alex, it's written. I don't know who did it, but it's written.
It was ancient world order or something like that.
Well, it's a. Sometimes, do you know that I was banned like 2 times?
Yeah, I was banned as well, but like before I was banned because I was actually trolling. Like I was, haha, flatties, fuck you. But now I was just literally telling I'm not interested in a debate. And they, oh hey Indio, by the way, didn't see you join, and now I get banned. Fucking bullshit.
Well, you have to understand, Alex, that we've done this a lot, and we've gone through a cycle of many different people who all LARP in various different ways. Right?
How am I LARPing? Please explain.
Well, just kind of hanging about, and when don't get me wrong, we're going to ask you a question when we see Globe or sort of even just VC verified. Now, don't get me wrong, everybody else
I'm gonna cut
has a different way of
I'm going to cut you off for a second if I can. I'm going to cut you off for a second. So, as I understand it, right? If you get banned, okay, it's because you are being disrespectful, okay? And that can be trolls that believe in the Globe Earth that come here and are like, haha, fuck your theory, fuck all of you. That's one thing, right? But if I come here to listen, not harming anybody, and telling you, I just don't want to talk. Maybe I cannot talk. And that was the case for me right now. I cannot talk. I'm working. Okay, I'm working on my PC, and here you are banning me because I don't want to talk to you.
We understand that now because we've talked, but sorry, I didn't want to.
I want to give you 33. I asked you repeatedly the same thing over and over again, man. I typed it.
I don't care. I don't care to debate you, man. I'm doing something else. Leave me alone.
No debate.
I don't have proof. I don't have proof about it. Even if I don't have proof about it, I don't have this proof about it. I'm not a physicist. Right? If I debate something, if I talk about something, I need to know what I'm talking about. If I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not talking.
Thanks for the concession. You have
what concession?
My point was you've got nothing. You've just admitted you've got nothing. So
yeah, I don't have anything because I don't know this. I haven't studied it.
So why were you arguing the point with me and avoiding what I was saying, bro?
Where am I arguing the point?
Bro,
where am I arguing the point?
You can let me finish speaking. You can let me end my sentence before you start talking. Just chill out, bro. Like, there's nothing personal. I just put you in for 33 minutes. You were being obtuse. You weren't answering my question. So when I've wasted time over and over again and you're not going to answer, then you post a dumb meme, people shaking their ass and say, don't speak to me again. So I gave you 33 minutes. Get over it.
Listen, I told you from the get-go, leave me alone.
No, you told me at the end, leave me alone.
Bro,
yeah, no, hold on. What was the first message that I sent after you asked me the question? I cannot look at it because I'm banned from the general chat.
You're not banned, man.
Okay, sorry. The cognitive dissonance, whatever it's called.
But Alex, I can tell you, Alex. It's written 1635. God damn, that was your first sentence. God damn, this chat is dead.
Yeah, because I joined and nobody was talking.
And
that's first. Okay, then what?
Then Dave asks you something. Feel free to join the panel and demonstrate a globe or claim or two. And then you wrote that they are not interested in the.
Yeah, that's it. There you go. I just said it from the get-go. I'm not interested.
You never said that to me.
Yeah, but you need to only, Alex, understand people. That's all right. You're correct. Nothing's wrong with you, you know. But so many other people will do the opposite things, you know. But you didn't do anything wrong. That's correct.
Apart from avoid everything that I said and make
yeah.
Alex, could I ask you one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that, I mean, I understand, not all of us can be physicists or astrophysicists, but do you think that those astrophysicists that you may know, do you think that they have the proof of this globe?
Well, I mean, I trust physicists just as much as I would trust a doctor, for example, right? I've never dissected a corpse, but I know for a fact that lungs look a certain way.
Alex, sorry,
yes.
I will interrupt only because you said now physicist. This is different from astrophysicist.
Sorry, yeah, I use them interchangeably. What's the term in English? Yeah. Astrophysicist.
Like for example, my wife is biochemist, but she will say we are not biologists.
Yeah, okay. Astrophysicist. I'm sorry.
Does an astrophysicist?
I will tell you why my wife. My wife will say I'm scientist. I am biochemist, but biologist is not scientist. She will tell me that.
Alex, did you mean that an astrophysicist or like theoretical physicist, one of these professions, is that?
Well, the professions the professions that you might think are linked to you.
No, I'm not. Who's saying that? I mean, astrophysicists don't go to space, bro. They look at the sky that's been unchanging for thousands of years. It's been reverse engineered. They're working within their models, their animations, the paradigm that they've got. There's loads of maths to back it all up because it's all like clockwork in the sky. But at the end of the day, they're not going to space. The only people you've got going to space are people like NASA and ESA and like all these other people. And we've got vast amounts of evidence that these people have been bullshitting for decades.
It's funny you say that because the constellations actually do shift to the west. But that's a different thing. Listen, okay, hold on. I'm just going to answer that one question and then I ask to get unbanned, please. Because I'm trying. Okay, sorry, untimed out, whatever it's called. I just want to read the chat, okay?
Alex, can I ask you about Black Swan something? What is for you, Black Swan, Ollie?
No, forget the Black Swan. I have a question for Alex.
Yes.
Hold on a second. Sasha, this will take 2 seconds. Alex, so...
hey, India.
Yeah, hey, what's up? So you said you trust astrophysicists and you said that we think they're lying.
Well, the last time I was here, I got the feeling that you thought they were lying. Because, NASA
is it a liar? They're telling the truth? Like, are those the only choices? Maybe they're just wrong.
Again, I trust them just as much as I trust doctors. I think that to talk about this, I think that to talk about this topics, you need to have at least a basis of school. Let's call it a scholar academic degree, right? Take a doctor for example. I cannot tell a doctor that what he is looking at is not that particular disease because I do not know what that particular disease is. The same way, I cannot really argue with an astrophysicist or physicist, or I'm sorry, I forget the name of the profession.
Yeah.
I cannot argue with them.
Trust is misplaced even in doctors. Do you know how many people a year die from medical malpractice?
Well, yeah, but you know how many are
in
saved?
the hundreds of thousands.
Well, hundreds of thousands of worldwide.
It's in the hundreds of thousands per year.
More die of the drugs prescribed to them than die of illegal.
That's a whole nother issue. The drug things, I'm just talking about medical malpractice from doctors, not even the drug prescriptions and any of that. I'm just talking about medical malpractice performed by doctors. It's in the hundreds of thousands.
Right.
In America.
How many?
I don't even know what it is worldwide.
I know. It's if I remember the study correctly, it's 400 something thousand
per year.
Per year, yes.
That's almost as many people that die from the number one leading cause of death, heart disease.
Right. Yes. But
you could say doctors are almost the leading cause of death.
What I'm trying to say
saying is your faith is misplaced. You don't know anything about in the medical profession, and I can understand why the human body is so complex. Yeah, defer to somebody, but the Earth as a ball isn't a complex claim.
Well, if you word it like that, it is not. But when you look into all of the proof that they provide for the ball Earth, then they use a lot of equations or explanations or overall phenomenons that a normal person without an academic degree, the average person, cannot understand it.
So just believe it.
It's actually not complex. Pretty simple.
Could you explain to me like the physical equations that they use to prove the Earth? Could you explain the equations that prove the Einsteinian gravity, for example? Because I cannot understand it, so I take it at face value. I mean, they studied it. It's kind of an appeal to authority at this point. I know, but
equations don't prove a physical phenomenon, right? So
they theorize it.
Okay, so you could call it that, but that's not really the term, right? So there's a difference between physics and, say, natural science. So natural science deals with like experimentation in determining the cause and effects relationships. A phenomenon, whereas physics, they're just trying to model reality using mathematics, right? So you can model reality with one set of mathematics, and you can also use another set of mathematics and also accurately model reality. This happens all the time. The thing is, doesn't mean that those equations prove anything, right? They're just a set of equations, right? So what you do is you take a bunch of data and you look at the data and try to come up with some mathematical relationship that'll predict what happens next in the data, right? So now you have a formula. Boom, I have my formula. Okay, so now I'm making this observation. I'm going to punch all the variables into my formula. And then when I make another observation, I'm going to see if my little physics model here matches that prediction. And this is what's done. It's simple. It's not really complicated, but they don't actually learn anything. These are not explanations. This is a common misconception, is that they're explanations of reality. They're descriptions of reality. They describe reality mathematically, but they don't.
Well,
it describes fundamental knowledge there.
And it describes, but also predicts it. Unless it's wrong, it describes it, but it also predicts it.
Okay. So if I have two models, right, that are different and they have the same predictive power, which one is correct?
Does that actually ever happen? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, I'll give you an example. The heliocentric model of Newton's universal law of gravitation, right? So, and epicycles, they identically predict the motions of the planets. Actually, epicycles is slightly better. Slightly, but it's like better on the margins, meaning like it's better if you go out like 400,000 years, whereas Newton's will start getting fucked up after like a couple hundred.
I mean, that's why we have, Newton was kind of replaced by, not replaced is probably the wrong term, but it was
general relativity. And that doesn't even actually work for planets, quite honestly.
What do you mean by that?
Because the speed I'll explain to you why it doesn't work. Because the speed of light has a speed limit, right?
Yes.
It's the speed of light. The gravitational influence of a body upon another body also has a speed limit. There's a delay, a time delay. So, like, you have the sun, Earth, and Jupiter. And Jupiter's moving. That gravitational influence between Jupiter and the sun is delayed by the distance.
See, right? But again, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
If you try to, the point is, if you try to use general relativity to model the motions of the planets, you can't get a stable orbit.
This is what I'm talking about, Indio. This is what I'm talking about. You know stuff that I don't. Okay.
And it's actually not complex. I explained it to you in 5 seconds.
Okay. You explained it to me. Yeah, you explained it to me. But what is? I cannot argue with you about the theory of relativity if I also don't know the exact theory of relativity. You explained it to me in 5 seconds, but it's not.
But the problem isn't you not understanding the theory of relativity.
Well,
the problem is you not understanding what a mathematical model actually means as far as truth value for determining what the truth of something is. Doesn't mean anything. All you can say about it is it works, in quotations. It works. Whoopie-doo.
All right, dude.
Condoms work, but they're not procreation, right?
I gotta kind of go. I'm sorry.
Your thing will time out anyway. Your cog dis or whatever. If nobody took it off.
Oh, I took it away.
They took it off. Thanks. Whoever took it off. No, I gotta go because I gotta go to.
Well, consider this, Alex, before you leave. Why is someone that thinks the Earth flat stupid, but the globe model is too complex to understand? Think about that contradiction there.
It's not necessarily. Oh, did he leave? No, he didn't leave. It's not necessarily a contradiction. It's
well, if you can't be smart enough to understand why it's a globe, how could you possibly be stupid if you don't believe it's a globe?
No, I don't believe you're stupid because you believe it's flat.
A lot of people believe that.
Yeah, okay. I personally don't. I believe that if you are talking about it without knowing the physical concepts behind both the flat Earth and the globe Earth, then you're stupid because you're arguing a point that you don't really understand. But if you have studied and researched it just enough that you know the explanation for both models, and you know that, and you are convinced of the fact that your model is actually the correct one, and you could explain it to anybody in physical terms, then yeah, I mean, kudos to you. Go do whatever. I don't care. Again, I don't care about this. There's much more important stuff in life to care about. Sorry?
Do we have to give you a model because we falsified the one you believe in?
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that if you... Well, first of all, if you believe in flat Earth is already a model.
No.
Yeah, obviously.
Flat Earth, bro? Like, flat Earth is reality. Stationary, topographical, lack of convexity, especially over standing water. This is reality. That's not a model. Reality is not a model. So
reality can be expressed through a model.
What?
I mean, if you believe that it's flat. No, hold on. Because I really gotta go. If you believe that it's flat and objects fall down, and you think that that's your reality, cool. But that is already a model.
Why is that a model? Like observations in reality.
What's the definition of a model? What's the definition of a model?
Scientific one, India would have to expound on that one for me, because a scientific model is specific.
Models are representations of reality.
Yes,
yeah. If you could say using words themselves are models of reality.
Yeah, if you think that flat Earth is reality, you can represent flat Earth in a model. Do you agree with me?
Alex, we cannot.
Depends. What do you mean?
Conceptually.
I mean that because we can. You cannot go 60 degrees south, whatever. Even if we can do that, that must be like a together, all countries together. But we have limits, border, and border. It's called like a 60 degrees south everywhere. That means like a real border. You cannot make a model if you have border.
Why not? What's stopping you?
We don't know the whole Earth.
What's stopping me?
Well, if you can at least start by representing what you know,
Alex.
I mean, when hold on. When scientists make a model of the universe, do you think they make a model of all the universe? No, they make it only of the universe that we can observe. Oh, that's an example. Obviously,
I'm telling you now that we cannot observe nothing behind the 60 degrees south.
Yes, okay, I understood it. But if you believe that under 60 degrees south or over 60 degrees south, you cannot observe it, you can start by representing what is within 60 degrees south.
Yeah, that's what we are doing.
Yes, okay, great.
In this 60 degrees south, the sea level is always sea level, you know, and that's only what we are saying, nothing else.
Yeah, okay, props to you. Then you have a model. Now, if you can explain,
I cannot explain you even the model, because the model, maybe you want to know what the sun is doing, moon, everything, because Earth is closed system. Where is the container? Maybe you want all of that stuff that I present you, and then you will say, okay, now it's good.
Oh yes, absolutely. If you make a claim,
Alex, you want that anybody to give you entirety of our Earth, outside and inside.
No, I want you to
give the claims. We're not making the positive claims, bro. You claim the Earth is moving. You claim the Earth is a ball of a specific radius and circumference. So that's loads of claims that you've got within your model about the Selenian eclipse, the lunar eclipses in the daytime, for instance, that destroy the model. So your model is not functioning at all.
Well, you see, the thing is that so how to explain it? You are correct. In some cases, under particular phenomenons, the ball Earth does not hold up. And in some cases, yes, that is true. But
what's the black swan for you? That is very important.
The black swan for me is just distortion of the atmosphere. I mean, you can see, if you look at the original video of the black swan, you can see that it's all wobbly. If it were,
I will tell you what is black swan. I will tell you what is black swan for me. You said now that black swan for you is that 2 oil rigs. Is that true?
Yes.
That is not only black swan. That is one of 10,000 black swans. That is in Santa Barbara. I can show you like 1,000 black swans in Croatia only.
And they will not be wobbly like the black swan in Santa Barbara?
The horizon's not wobbly, bro. The only
you have black swan in
distortion is on the cranes. So the horizon's not distorted in the slightest. And it's
I would really like to debate this with you.
It should be before the first oil rig, not beyond the second.
I would really like to debate this with you guys, but I really have to go.
Okay. Only Alex, I wanted to tell you this: the black swan is not that black. Yeah, that is the example. That is that is the name. It like a black swan. That what we discussing about that 2 oil rigs. But black swan, it's Lake Michigan. Black swan is Canigou Mountain. Black swan is Japan Mountain. Black swan is every observation.
Claims he doesn't exist unless someone has modeled him. I mean, someone has modeled him.
The black swan practically is the lack of the curvature. That's the black swan.
Sorry, can I reply before I go? Can I reply to this guy? Breathe entropy. Yes, technically somebody has modeled me. There are medical scans of humans and there are medical models of humans. Yeah, they haven't modeled me, Alex, but they still modeled that the human, the average human. Okay, I really gotta go. Bye, guys.
Alex, does entropy increase in an open system?
Sorry?
Does entropy have to increase in an open system?
I don't know what entropy is, man. Again, you are asking me questions that I do not know how to discuss, and I really gotta go. Bye.
Bye. Saved by the bell. Oh well. That cheered me up a little bit. I got told that he was in here moaning that I gave him 33 minutes, so that's what I'd come in.
Yeah, he started as a complainer, but glad we got it back.
Oh yeah. He just kept avoiding what I was saying. I typed it out repeatedly. I was getting pissed off typing because I've got a new screen protector on my phone and it's not stuck down correctly. So at the right hand side of the phone, I have to press it really hard. It's annoying as fuck. try and get someone from Cogdisk. What tweet? Javan Die. If you want to speak, bro, I see you're a globe skeptic. If you want to ask some kind of questions or something, or present some information, you're free to unmute.
I have idea to make a model of Michigan Lake. You know, to put some water and behind, and then you know you make buildings, you make town Chicago, you make mountains around if they are, and then you make a model of the lake.
How can they expect us to model the sun? Like, we don't know where it is, what it's made of, what kind of medium it's in. Like, what the fuck? Like, a model's going to be comprising everything that there is when we don't know shit.
How we did, you can know.
That was kind of humorous.
Well, that last guy, Alex.
Yeah, it was funny.
You'll be back.
Oh, I don't understand it, but I believe it anyway.
Right. Fuck it.
I understand it, that people think that Black Swan is Black Swan. That one, oil rigs. That is only one proof of the flat earth. That's it. That's nothing else.
Yeah, he obviously. We all know why he thinks the Earth's a ball. He saw TV. That's it. We all know. He can pretend that it's because of the physicist, astrophysicist, scientists, and that, you know, it's just too complex for him to understand, and that there's millions of proofs for the globe, but we know he just saw a TV show, and that's it.
I hate the way he keeps saying, bro, you believe in flat earth, and you believe this, and you believe... I'm like, that pisses me off.
Yeah, well, you know, they try to drag you into their cesspool.
Delusions.
Like, we have to go outside and imagine that the Earth's flat, and that it's like we see a globe and we're just imagining it's flat.
Or moving.
Or moving, yeah. We got to imagine that too.
Fuck's sake, man.
Well, that's one of the hardest things for them to admit, is that the globe is a belief. It's hard for them to admit it.
Especially if you ask them, or if you say to them, so you accept you've got a religious belief system. They don't like that shit. Like, they're like, what?
No, especially when they're atheists, right? That triggers the hell out of them.
Or if you tell them, or when they say their answer is, oh, well, I'm an atheist, I'm like, you know, that's a religious belief as well.
It is a religious claim. There's no doubt about that. When you say, because atheism is denial of God. It's not just like, oh, I don't think God exists. It's like, no, God definitely does not exist.
Yeah, man. That's why I thought it was agnostic after I found out. Like, I thought it was an atheist for years, and then I found out what agnostic meant. But now I would say I'm just a deist. Like, I do accept there must be a creator for all these fucking creations that are everywhere. They've not even discovered a fraction of them. But they know the whole space.
that's because of science. That's how it's manipulated. Pseudoscience.
Well, I mean, it's an uncomfortable fact for atheists and the type that man has never created a single thing ever. We've never created anything, literally nothing. Maybe thoughts in our head, but nothing other than that. We take things that already exist in reality, right, and we rearrange them. We say, "Yes, look what I made," right?
I would say
we make a chair, right? We say, "We made a chair," right? No, you took a tree, rearranged its parts, and then turned it into a chair.
Yeah, and it's the same with our thoughts. We have to take thoughts and rearrange them to create new thoughts. So we don't even have original thoughts either. We're just making.
Most of the time, we don't. Yeah, we're thinking in somebody else's language, right?
Yeah, the subconscious is running the show.
Got that right.
But same logic cannot function for the. You will say I don't believe in God, of course, because God doesn't exist because you cannot prove the God. Okay. But let's speak about gravity. Gravity is proven, but it's not proven. Nobody proved. Yeah, but I believe in gravity. Yeah. No, okay, but you are religious now. No, that science did it.
No, bro, there must be a creator. There is a plethora of creations all around us and not even never seen before. So there must be a fucking creator. It's impossible to deny.
Well, I think it's funny when they come and they go, "You don't believe in gravity?" Like, should I?
I love to ask
gravity. I thought it was proven. I thought gravity's proven. Why do I have to believe in it?
Or if you say, which one? I love fucking with them.
Yeah, which one?
I've said that for fucking years. Brilliant.
They don't know that there's more than one version. They think it's all just gravity. Gravity's gravity. If you don't
Dude, there's so many. Like, I don't think they realize there's so many, man.
They're like Pokemon. There's so many.
If you Google alternate theories of relativity, you're going to get like 25 models of gravity.
But you will always start at things falling. With that, you will start.
Yeah, drop something. Drop a pencil. Jump.
And then you have relativity in that. How? I don't know. Or you will refuse that and say, okay, that was wrong with Newton. Now they realize better, and now it's functioning with relativity. And maybe in future, they will find out, look, relativity was not. After 100 years, they will supersede it with another theory.
Well, that guy Lewis Ryder from Oxford, of that citation from, he's from Oxford or Cambridge or some shit, and he says because Newton, because his gravitational law doesn't work with quantum mechanics, the theory must be abandoned. That's what it literally says. And that was years ago.
But not only that, I like that letter what Newton wrote, that he didn't want to have anything with gravity.
On his deathbed, probably. Yeah. Regretting what he's done to the world and what he's put into motion.
Well, they don't teach in school that that the universal law of gravitation is actually not a physical law. It's a mathematical law.
But I thought gravitational law was the 9.8 meters per second, little g, is it not?
Well, yeah, that's the little g, but the big G, right? The
Newton or Einstein.
Force equals G times M1, M2 divided by R squared. That's the inverse square law. But that's the law that's called the universal law of gravitation. But it's actually not like a physical law, meaning they didn't make a bunch of measurements and measure that. Right? It's not a physical law. What happened was Newton read Kepler's elliptical orbits in an ellipse. If you look at an ellipse, right, there'll be it has two foci, meaning two focus points. Right? So you can take two nails and stick them in a board, and you can take a string and a pencil, and as long as you keep that string taut, it'll transition from one nail to the other, right? Those two nails are the foci points. Well, Newton noticed that if the force is directed at one of the foci only all the time, then that force falls off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It's not a physical law. It's a mathematical law. It's a mathematical relationship between an ellipse and one of the foci points. They didn't, like I said, they didn't go out and measure. They didn't go out and like, hey, let's measure like the force between two planets or the force between two objects. They didn't do any of that. That's a physical law. Like the second law of thermodynamics, you can take a high pressure and a low pressure chamber and then, open a little door between them and they reach equilibrium. That's a physical law. They didn't come up with an equation.
India, they are saying that the orbital speed is 66,000 miles per hour. If we double that and put all double speeds everywhere, the result will be the same.
Oh, yeah. You can quadruple it, quintuple it, doesn't matter what you do.
Doesn't matter, yeah. Only the point is put them in the same equations, only put them double. Now it's not 66, it's 132, but other planets, it's not going this speed, it's going double also, and it's also the distance. Sun, it's 186 million miles, it's 800 times bigger. Make everything double and everything, it's working.
And the common person would still believe it all. Because it's out of anybody's fucking reach, man. You just got to see it on TV.
Like, I asked these guys, like, what wouldn't you believe? They could go on TV, like, and when would you finally question the stuff they say? Like, how ridiculous would it have to be? Would it be like they found a blue whale in space? Like, what would it have to be?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
What's up, man?
The Quran says that the earth is on top of a whale. It's called the Nun. Literally, that's what it says in the Quran, that is on the back of Jonah's whale.
Really, no.
I learned that in school.
Hey, check out this clip I got yesterday. I'm gonna play it for you guys. It's about in here.
This one.
What?
Never mind. Hey, I'll get it in just a moment.
Who?
I thought the bot was gonna. It was the guy with the avatar Yeshua saves.
I don't know.
Yeah, give me a moment. I gotta see why the clip isn't playing.
It says you tried to play something called Unknown.
Yeah, I think I know what it is.
Your link is bad.
Yeah, I'll put the right one in. Yeah, here goes the right one. I'm on my phone, so I gotta navigate it a bit different. All right. 1 second.
Else, because like if we're saying that we see a horizon some of the time, right, then we'd have to establish what is that. Is that an optical phenomenon caused by us not being able to distinguish the surface from the sky, or is that a physical phenomenon caused by an obstruction by the earth?
I would say probably both.
So you have the thing that is physical, but then it's also not in a physical location.
And then I would say part of it, yeah.
Right, so it's part physical and part not in the same physical location. Is that your claim? That seems pretty contradictory.
I mean, part of it is that it's...
Well, I mean, if I have a neighbor like at 100 feet away from my house, is he gonna be 150 foot away from my house on some days? I don't think so. Right?
I mean, he could walk away.
Yeah, but his house won't be, right? Unless he has to pick up and build and remove the entire house. Like, okay, he could do that.
Right.
But then I would be able to see, hey, he moved his house. I could go over and measure, hey, he moved it 250 meters. That's great.
Yeah, okay.
I can expand my garden. Awesome. So, but the point, right, is that you can measure that.
Yeah, and?
Okay, therefore it's physical, right? And now if you're claiming that thing is physical, but not in the same physical location, well, that's a problem.
Both. So part of it is
yeah, you said both. But that's a problem because
there is optical.
Yeah, but that's mutually exclusive, though, right? And then you can't use one
For
to prove the
argument's
other.
sake, you could assume only optical if you wanted, but I think it would miss some of the value.
Why do we have to assume anything?
Value, like what?
Smoked.
Yeah.
Dude, you ever see like a contortionist at the circus and stuff? How they like turn themselves like into a pretzel? That's like some of these Globers. That's what I visualize as they're talking. Human being turning themselves into a pretzel, only mentally. I mean, what?
It's crazy, right? That guy.
There's the horizon where nobody knows where it is. What did you see? What Dr. Phil said? I posted that this yesterday too, man. Dr. Phil. Heretic asked him, like, what's the distance to the horizon? He was like, oh, I can't tell you. I would need to know the temperature. I would need to know the atmospheric profile above the water. Otherwise, it's just a guess.
The hell, bro?
It's just a guess, bro.
Hey, so this guy was it was also, like he said, that the just assume and imagine, but you want to talk about the globe, which is what they usually do, their song and dance. Most of these Globers would do that. So, like, we got two really good clips out of yesterday, that one and this one. And I'm just, the reason I'm playing them, because I think a lot of people don't know that when we deal with these guys, this is the type of, like, issue that we have to deal with. And then I got the clip right here.
Assume that for now.
Well, that's what you said.
The point is, if you assume that level is a tangent plane to a curve, and I said assume, so let's
that's the problem.
With that basis, just imagine with me for a second that it is curved. And
just imagine.
Yes.
That's not what we wanted to do, though. We wanted observations from reality, not imagination. We didn't want to imagine curve. We wanted to see it.
Just imagine with me for a second. Okay?
Is that all we can do for the globe? Just imagine it?
Just humor me for a second. Yeah, let's just pretend that this nonsense globe thing were true. Let's just assume. Okay, let's just pretend.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just assume and pretend. And yeah, but I want to hear what you have to say now.
We're gonna move forward on that premise, and we're gonna say, okay, we've been using celestial navigation for, centuries, and it works, quite frankly.
Can we assume to move forward and just not move forward at all?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we're imagining this globe, so can we just imagine that we're moving forward, but we don't move forward? We just stick to the fact that there's no curve?
No. Let's just, for argument's sake, look. If we assume that it's globe and there's a contradiction, then either one, there was an assumption made that was wrong, or two, the contradiction disproves the globe. Okay, so let's just
okay. So for example,
there is a contradiction.
If we have, like, say, if the Earth is a globe and then we have a horizon's distance that doesn't match, then we would have to question the assumption by the same logic, right?
There's an assumption that the horizon distance, though, is a lot of people assume
is a certain distance away based on your observer height and radius of the globe. Yeah.
Because, like, you could have elevation, because all your elevation.
Yeah, I said that observer height and radius of the globe. That's what determines the horizon.
Observer height, but nobody accounts for elevation in observer height either. So
sure they do.
Saying there's a horizon.
I've seen dozens of people account for observer height.
But observer height, where they include the elevation, it's kind of just this vague concept where you end up not having a definite horizon for any given location.
So then you don't have anything to obstruct things in the distance, right?
Well, like, what do you mean by that?
I mean, if you don't have a horizon, then things obviously can't be blocked by it, right?
I mean, things are definitely blocked by it, but like horizon, as most people understand it, and how I understand it, the horizon is where the sky meets the land or the sea. That's how I understand
it's basically
horizon,
the line where at which, I would say it's the line at which the surface and sky are indistinguishable from each other.
Yeah. So if that is the horizon, we have to assume. Again, I use the word loosely.
Well, I don't know. I think we should start. I think we should start somewhere else, because, like, if we're saying that we see a horizon some of the time, right? Then, well, we'd have to establish what is that. Is that an optical?
Pretty cringe, huh?
That was cringe, dude.
I know you were just like, I'm gonna rip this guy's head off. Like, yeah, it's. I wanted it to be. I have to save some clips that have to be cringe, because it makes your skin crawl. Like how somebody can be that ignorant.
I mean, obviously he was punching out of his weight class.
Yeah, this guy is an ignoramus. You know, like, so he doesn't know anything. He's so ignorant to everything.
Yeah, he sounded young. I mean, he sounded like he maybe in his late teens, early 20s.
But the problem, the problem with this is that we're filled not with just his age group, but the older age group. They say the same thing.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm trying to make excuses for him, man.
Yeah, I'm not.
So his mother doesn't beat him for being so stupid. I'm trying to make excuses for him.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't ever, like, I don't give anybody a mulligan. I don't cut them no slack. Like, this is real. Like, the moment somebody steps into this arena, it's like they have to realize, you know, it's spatial awareness. What I got myself into. What is this going on? Like, what? Because, like, okay, so you coddle this person, right, in this server, whatever, and then they go out into the real
I didn't say that.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, like, the idea that can be the case, right? Let's say we're all bleeding hearts, and we coddle this person, and then he goes out into the world where he has to face reality. You think that's going to be fair for him? It's not. So if you show
if they're being honest in civil and they want to learn, they're not being a dick, they're not trying to avoid and obfuscate, these people deserve help. I understand what you're saying. Some people need to be treated like the arena, but some of these people that come in, like, everybody jumps on them and they're like, shit, I need to go. It's like, whoa.
Well, I think this particular instance, and I think we have this sometimes happening more and more. I think we have, like, one of these young guys, they see a Flat Earth debunk video or MC Toon debate Witsit or whatever, and they think, oh, I can do the same thing. And and they come in here and they, throw their hat into the ring. And they're so just outmatched that they don't know what to do anymore. And I think this guy, because he brought up celestial navigation, you could tell this guy knows absolutely nothing about celestial navigation. Nothing. I bet you if he got asked what a sextant is, he doesn't even know what a sextant is. Like that level of, I don't know anything about celestial navigation.
Most of the things that I know about celestial navigation is that it wouldn't work if we were on a fucking spinning, orbiting fucking ball and all the stars would be fucking different constantly. So...
yeah, the issue is, like, this person wouldn't understand from a perspective of somebody that speaks to him in a way that, like, let's say Martoth and Heretic, they were handling it really well. I didn't interfere because me and Indio already had talked to them before, but he didn't handle the situation kind of the same with, like, the rebuttals that were coming at him were just, okay, let's just talk about what you want to talk about, and then we'll go from there. And so he went all over the place. He wasn't stopping. He didn't think. And so that kind of treatment is just like, allow him to speak. It gets us nowhere fast. So there's a bit of discipline that happens with a discussion that kind of makes him think about what he's saying versus him just saying anything, because there's no stopping that type of cognitive dissonance once it takes off. And it was all over. Like, he went from imagining the horizon, like just imagine, right? For before that, to where he was saying that it's possible to be optical and physical. So he.
Well, I agree with you. But I think there is some utility in letting them meander for a little bit, like maybe for a couple minutes, right? Just to show, I guess, the audience that this dude has no idea what the hell he's talking about. He's trying to convince himself in real time in front of your face, right? That's what it sounds like to me. You know what I mean? It sounds like he's trying to convince himself.
Of course, it's just got. But if you let them speak, then they've basically led themselves down the path. They've already gave out what they believe in, so that's why it's so easy to destroy it.
Yeah, but what Miggy's saying is like if you just let them free form talk, man, it ends up being incoherent mess. You got to guide it. I thought Martov did a pretty good job because all Martov did was basically ask him basic questions, and the answer to the question was so like discombobulated that, like Miggy said, was cringe, dude.
Well, the psychosis, man. Their mind, their subconscious is trying to scramble to hold on to the fucking delusion, man.
But at some point, when he starts waffling on the horizon, you gotta like rein that in, dude. You gotta like, no, we're not gonna like. Okay, I let you waffle a couple times. I played your game. Now the game's over. Now we're gonna like, we're gonna focus in on this horizon thing. Like, what is the horizon?
Exactly.
Is it the edge of a ball? Yes or no? Does it block ships? Yes or no? You know what I mean?
And that's the point of realization for anyone. Like, we have to start to agree to come to like, a reason and logic. If we don't do that, then we're doing a disservice just to allow like the conversation to continue. So on the one hand, I am all for like listening to what they have to say, but at the same time, you're going to have to like guide them to understanding. And sometimes that guiding process it's not like, yeah, go ahead and yeah, that's fine. We can imagine. We can continue to look at it the way you want. No, you're gonna have to say like, no, okay. So now we're gonna have to stop imagining and think about going to the field. We're going to the field and we're gonna do a test. What method can we do so that we can see if this is correct or not? Because you can imagine all day long and assume and everything, but that's not gonna do justice for anybody trying to figure this out in reality. And that's the issue. That's the part where we're getting somebody to think about how is this possible that this is what he's saying is happening in reality. That's not. And so that if you don't stop that short, and because the mind, like you said, Spake, is going to wander. It'll start.
This was wandering all over, man.
The imagination.
Wandering more than the horizon. His horizon was wandering all over the place.
So yeah, they did a great job, and it's not. It's like you said, that's been ramping up for some reason. Like the younger crowd has been coming in here, talking this like nonsense.
With arguments they don't understand, and you can tell they don't understand them. Like right off the bat, at least I can. Half the anti-flat earthers don't understand them. MC Toon doesn't understand his own arguments. What is the chance of someone hearing MC Toon? And I could do that too, and then coming in here, like, you have no chance. He doesn't have a chance. You definitely don't have a chance.
And then they come in here and they're like, "Where's Whitsett at? Does he ever come in here?"
Yeah. He asked that. He's like, "Where's Whitsett at?" I was like, "Yeah, you don't want really. That's a big.
They want to throw their bodies into the flames."
I was like, "That's a bone you couldn't chew on." And like, not only that, then I think somebody mentioned QE. I was like, "That's not even a bone. That's a concrete cinder block. Like, you're gonna chip your tooth for sure." It's too much. The thing that we have here is it's like overwhelmingly like that you can't withstand it. Even if the nicest truther was to talk to you, you wouldn't be able to have an answer to them because you can't answer truth with an idea or an assumption, that you have. This like you're not going to come to the truth that way anyway. But I don't know, these half-hearted attempts that they get, I think maybe these guys are getting gassed up, but people like Dave Keegan, like he hasn't been like he made a rebuttal video.
Yeah,
he made a rebuttal video on Nathan Oakley's video of rebuttal to him. So he's like back and forth now with Nathan Oakley. I don't know if you've seen that, but he's already made it.
I actually haven't watched very much of his stuff, like because hard for me to watch their people like anti-flat earther stuff because I watch it for a little bit and I'm like, man, like
cringe.
When I get like 10 minutes in and I'm like, well, you've made about 30 factual errors. Like why should I keep going? Because like they try to build a logical argument and then like if you made so many errors in the beginning, I know you can't end up at a logical place. So like, why should I keep watching the other 30 minutes of this video? Like, there's no point. And that's how a lot of like videos I watch from anti-flat earthers are. They make a whole bunch of mistakes in the beginning, and then I'm just like, why even watch the rest? Because there's no point.
Yeah, he's definitely doing that guy.
Yeah. So,
but it's
because they'll use a straw man, right? Like, so in the beginning, right? So they'll start from a straw man argument. Why should I watch the rest? Right? So, like, why should I watch you make a 30-minute video, knocking down the straw man? Why would I do that?
Yeah, these guys, and they're iterations of the other anti-flat earthers. They are. Because they have the same thumbnail, as like, I think he's got almost this, like the same thumbnails that Dave Farina would have. But he's just making it sound like, he wants to be another advocate for the anti-flat earth position. And they don't realize what they're getting themselves into. They're just doing it because they know that those get views. They get views. They look at all the views they get from these guys. So we know one thing because of that there's a lot of people that want to be rescued from this flat earth conspiracy. They want that. They're like, man, these guys are making too much sense, man. We need our side to come up with like people that are going to stand up for it. And you get the likes of Dave McKeegan. That's what you get. You get the likes of him and other people that just want to fall in suit.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. It's like, should we respond to these clowns or not? That's like, I've been in this dilemma for a few years. Like, okay, the people that watch this video are like hardcore Globers. I can make a video refuting it, but then the people that are going to watch my refutation are going to be these same hardcore Globers, because I don't think anyone that's a flat earther would watch one of the videos and be like convinced, or some just normal person, right, that just happens to come across this video and be like, damn, he's right, flat earth is stupid.
Well, I think
the people that are watching his videos are the hardcore people. You know what I mean?
Well, so the algorithm actually bends and folds to their will. Like it goes to those guys.
Yeah, we know that.
Whenever they post a video and they refute you immediately get the attention of the guys who are like watching. They could be hardcore Globers, but there's a shit ton of them. Like they're
plus flat earthers get it.
Yeah, and then so everybody's getting this, so you start to go to a bigger arena, and then when they see that, like you're not going away, and you keep.
Let me tell you what happens, right? So if you're in this topic, right, and you're searching on YouTube, right, globe earth or flat earth. So say I'm a flat earther, I'm trying to find flat earth videos, or I'm a globe earther and I'm trying to watch globe confirming or flat earth debunk videos, or vice versa. When one of these guys comes out with a new video, the algorithm's going to feed it to me, right? If it's a globe video, but if it's a flat earth video, I'm going to see nothing. You understand? Because we're censored, right? They're not promoting flat earth videos. They're only promoting globe videos. So the algorithm is going to say, yes, these people are interested in this topic. Oh, here's a new video on the topic. Let me give it to all the people that are interested in this topic. Oh, but this is a flat earth video on this topic. They're not going to see that. I'm only going to show them the globe earth, flat earth debunk videos. So you end up with it's totally tilted one way. It's not even like badly, not like a little bit.
Oh, after I watch a flat earth video, it's either a Professor Dave video, Fight the Flat Earth I've seen coming up after it, or a space video, like some kind of space.
Yeah, I always get that. Yeah, that's been for a while, man. Yeah, so like to use an analogy, like say like there's a Red Sox Yankees, that's a thing here, I guess. So we got Yankees fans that are into the rivalry and Red Sox fans that are into the rivalry. But if they suppress, right, So say like someone comes out with a video showing, oh, Yankees beat the Red Sox gazillions of times, and someone also comes out with a video, Red Sox beat the Yankees gazillions of times. But they're going to censor Red Sox, but they're not going to censor the Yankees. Everybody's going to get that one side and not the other side. And this is what's happening with Flat Earth and Globe Earth. And it's not even deniable. Like, I wouldn't say we're... even the Globers they'll always say, well, you're not being censored, you're just not being promoted. Well, no, we're being suppressed, actively suppressed.
They fucking admit it, man. Or they admitted it at least years ago.
They say that we're not significant enough. That's also their excuse too. Like there's not as many as we
must be. Yeah. Then why did like Dave had that Dave McKeegan guy, right? So Sheepdog. I don't know if you're aware of this. He has 67,000 subs. All his anti-flat Earth videos. Well, there's a good portion of them. One has 750,000 views. Another has 500,000 views. Another one has 500,000 views. Yeah, with 67,000 subs, dude.
That's not possible. Yeah, that's not possible that he's got that many views with that many subs.
Bots.
Unless it's promoted on the search engine.
Yeah, that's what we're saying here.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. They're being actively promoted.
In the meantime, they can say what they want with the absolute power to reach an audience way bigger than their subs. We are not able to do any of that. There's a chokehold on how far we can go.
Right. Yeah, and I just thought of this. If we try to make a video refuting one of their videos, that's also not going to get promoted. Right.
Well, and it's it's the whole like you search Flat Earth and that's their video that pops up. If their video isn't on Flat Earth, their videos on refuting Flat Earth, like you said.
Well, typically the way YouTube works, typically in a normal topic, is if someone makes a video about something and then someone makes like a rebuttal, a refutation. You see this all the time, reaction videos, whatever. They'll be promoted if someone looks for that specific top video. All the videos that are related to that will appear in the search underneath it. So if I make, Donald Trump's the best, and based upon some video clip, and I make a video about it, there'll be obviously there'll be rebuttals to that, and people will make videos, reaction to so-and-so's video about Trump's the best, and there'll be a whole series of videos that'll appear in the search results about that one video. But that's not happening in this instance. If Dave McKeegan makes a video, and we all make rebuttal videos. Like Nathan Oakley's made a rebuttal video. If I search for the video Dave McKeegan made, the next video isn't going to be Nathan Oakley's. Nathan Oakley's isn't going to even appear at all. So it appears that if you are just like a normal person that don't know how the algo works, you'd be like, yeah, this video's been up for a year, man, and no one's rebutted it yet. This is the same way like Professor Dave videos are. There's multiple rebuttals of like Dave's 10 things all flat earthers say. There's multiple videos rebutting that. But if you search 10 things all flat earthers say, you're only going to get Dave's videos. His, another one after that, another one after that, another one after that. You're going to not see any of the refutations of Dave's original video from Flat Earth. You won't get any of them. So it appears as if there is no refutation, that we don't have an answer for any of the things he says.
Right. And it goes much further than that too. Like we could give two damns on whether or not if the videos that we make are monetized. Just put us in the algorithm so that way people can make their own decisions.
Yeah, I mean that's what they should do. I mean, bad enough we get that little Flat Earth is an archaic, disproven idea. Blah blah blah.
But the weird thing is too that the videos that they do promote are stereotype fallacy videos, and they like to do hit pieces on Flat Earth. Right. So they'll do something where it looks like it's stupid people coming to a conference with like UFO hats and just make clown makeup, and like that's the image they want to paint to people who are in the critical thinking arena. And it's like there's nobody to stop that, because of the fact that in this particular truth arena, there are people like that. Reality, like that's the only bad thing. Is because when you start growing more, like there's no like large 24/7 groups of people that are critical thinkers who are like, yeah, but we're not talking about all these speculation and conspiracy ideas. And like, if you just let all that go and go strictly on critically talking about like what can be verified, you get somebody who can stand up to any debate. But you don't get that, because like in people come into this. That's why in this server, like when people come in here and they start talking about lizard people and the Bilderberg group and all that shit, and it's like, dude, like when you get into all that, you're painting everybody in that same light. Not saying that people have to be, but it's just human nature.
No, they will try to paint you in that. It's not just that. They'll do it. It's not like they're. I'll give you an example. January 6th. Who do they focus on? The crazy person with the hat, right?
Yep.
The diagnosed schizophrenic with a hat is the person they focus on. Right? So, like, a crazy person can come into Flat Earth, and, like, that's who everybody's going to focus on. Like, that's part, the other side, rather. That's who they'll focus on, because they're trying to make the generalization. Oh, look, here's an example of a flat earther. He's batshit crazy. Therefore, all flat earthers are batshit crazy. No, the flat earthers think he's batshit crazy too. Like, you're on your side with that one. This person's nuts. And like that's why even from the beginning, I'm like, I hate when they call it the flat earth community or have these conferences and conventions, because I know what they do.
Yep.
Right? They're gonna plant, if they don't have someone that's actually crazy that's part of it, they'll plant somebody in there.
A provocateur, yeah. They're good at that. Insert crazy person in van, popping out of the van, rusted down van, and they come out with UFO hats and freaking like makeup and shit, and they got a styrofoam propped up like flat earth model and shit. It's like, dudes, man, like, why are people going in this direction? But they're happy. They love to go to their flat earth conference and be like, well, who's this guy? Like, where did they come from? And it's like they're representing a group of critical thinkers, and you can never talk about something that's actual reality because you got the rest of the crowd. Right? I've seen it. People come in here and they're just all about the whole conspiracy side. Well, what about this? And what about the chemtrails? And what about, like, that's, what? When things are validated and we have the sufficient evidence, I think it's best to move forward on it. But when you're just having a go at speculation, it sounds like we're all just like batshit crazy talking about like, the lizard people next door and shit, or I've seen a vision of like what the future was in my alphabet soup, because they are the freaking letters arranged and now it spells like, doom and shit.
Spells simp. Yeah. No, like, I never understood the idea behind the Flat Earth Conference. Like, what are you trying to achieve? I just didn't, like, I never understood, like, what they were trying to achieve. Like, okay, say you succeed. What's the end goal? Like, okay, we have a Flat Earth Conference with 1,000 people. Next year, we have 2,000. Next year after that, we have 4,000. So, you have a Flat Earth Conference with 10 million people, right? It's held in frickin', on 500 acres of land. Yeah, now what? Like, what's the point?
Yep.
What are you gonna storm the White House next? Like what? Like, what's the point?
Exactly.
You're gonna storm NASA? Like.
And my only thing was that on the side of people who can actually take this seriously, it just makes that part of us look like, we're a bunch of nutcases talking about all kinds of crazy shit. And it's never about, like, when you boil it down to like, what is this really about? And like the information wise, it's really not but very few things, that we need. And like, if people want to gather together and just like, talk about that stuff, that's great. But when you make it like a dog and pony show, then it becomes something to look at as a spectacle. Then everybody's looking at you like, why are you gathering together? Oh, because you want to sell merch and you want to like talk about like these, underground groups that are roaming around everywhere, and like, aren't you aware of them? And it just makes us sound like that's all we're about. Now, I'm not saying that stuff isn't something to be looked at, but it's not as important as getting somebody to realize the nature of reality and how we can actually discern with critical thinking. That to me is important. And moving forward on that, you can't. I mean, it's like we're, I hesitate to say our team, but like the people that are on the side of truth, they often go into these like conspiracy rants, and then it's just like, dude, what are we doing to ourselves? Like,
yeah, I mean, fundamentally, it's about truth and discerning reality for what it is. And I mean, that's like, if you look at the modern social paradigm of how people think about the world, they're so lost in their imagination. They're disconnected from reality. And this was happening before computers, but computers made it like 10 times worse. Right? That they're just like in this dream world. But I mean, perfect example is Alex that was in here. A model. What about a model? Model this, model that, model this. They're so lost in abstractions, right? Well, what about reality? What about that? Like, why do we need a model? Like, let's just have some reality and just describe reality for what it is. I know you guys have noticed how hard it is for a glober come in here and just describe reality as it's observed.
Especially if they're educated or think they're educated. If they've got,
it's all like their observation is first filtered through their abstract ideas, and then they spit it out. And I'll give you a perfect example of this. I saw the moon go in front of the sun during a solar eclipse. This is the prime example of that, the best example. Nobody has ever in the history of mankind saw the moon go in front of the sun during a solar eclipse. Ever.
Not one.
Never. Never, never, never. But they swear to God that they saw that. And they really think they saw that. Because they had a concept that they got shown in school or told about. That thing, that black thing that's going in front of the sun, that's the moon. And they've incorporated this into their very existence. And this is what I'm talking about. The inability to even recognize or describe, this is the reality I saw, and this is the abstraction idea I have in my head. They are not separated. They are merged together. So much so that the abstraction is the reality. You see what I'm saying? The ideas in their head are the reality, not the actual happenings of the world that you see outside of your body, that you experience. That's not the reality. The reality is how I thought about it. And this is how, like, all of society is turned into this. It's like, I feel this, I feel that. Like, that's, at least for me, that's what I'm fighting against. That worldview, that delusion, this collective delusion that everyone's going through, where they're lost in their own head.
Well, that you can add seeing the curvature of the Earth from a mountain,
from an airplane, from the top of my house.
I've seen it. I was there. I was in the plane. I saw it. What do you mean to say that my eyeballs are deceiving? Well, what's going on? You're telling me that observation is because I've heard this before. You're telling me that observation is a way to do it, right? And I look upon the Earth and I see a globe. That's what they're saying. How do you see a globe? Nobody, even the ones who come and advocate for globe, don't ever say that. They say it's locally flat.
Well, that's the funny thing is that's an example of. They have an abstract idea of the globe that's incorrect, and this is why it's wrong to behave this way, right? Is to live in this abstract world and not in reality. Because if your abstract idea is incorrect, then your experience of reality is delusional, right? I don't understand the geometry that says the globe Earth geometry that says a plane isn't high enough to see the globe. I think, in my understanding of the globe, you should be able to see it. So I'm going to get on a plane and I'm going to see it because that's my idea.
Yeah. Yep.
Whereas if Neil deGrasse Tyson gets on the plane, right, he don't see a globe. right? Because he can actually do the math, and he's like, no. And then if Neil deGrasse Tyson gets in a hot air balloon, he still don't see a globe. But he's still wrong. But he sees a globe if he goes to the ISS. So he still has a wrong idea about the abstract reality. Because even fundamentally, he believes the TV set, right? Because he's in the TV set. Yeah, go ahead, speak.
No, I was just, I can't even remember what I said there. It was just some agreeing with what you said, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. They're lost in their head. And it's like things that, it's getting worse, right? It's getting worse. It got worse with video games, augmented reality, virtual reality, like these people, like they've been born and they've never even dealt with regular reality. Why do they need a virtual reality?
They can't wait to plug themselves in, man, into their PlayStation 7. Like, just plug it in the side of their head.
It's scary outside. I'm gonna put my headset on and wear a diaper.
They already walk about with earphones blaring in their ears, glued to their phone, walking across main roads and shit.
Yeah. I do the same thing, but I got headphones that you can actually hear outside.
Yeah. What? Is it cancel some of it?
You actually like.
Oh, they're smart. They're smart headsets. They cancel out like really loud decibel sounds, but you could hear the wind blowing. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
If you can hear cars driving next to you, I actually can hear them a lot better than normal with all the extra sounds that go on out there. It's kind of isolated.
Yeah, I got a set. It also will give you augmented hearing because there's a microphone built into them. So if you're running at night, it's called Be Aware, and you can turn it on, and you can actually you can hear people talking like a quarter mile away. Yeah.
But just think, if you can hear that, imagine what other people can hear if they tap into your phone, tap into your earbuds.
Oh, I don't think they want to hear that.
They might hear flat Earth.
Yeah, we're gonna flashback the FBI.
Like, fuck, he knows. I guess everybody's got to be loud.
Yeah, so yesterday we were talking to a guy named Bearded Dora, and we were telling him about all this, and his mind was filled with a lot of I want to say propaganda, but from the side of the truther circles, and he was coming against everything with just the things that he picked up, and I won't get into them because there are a few things that are triggering, and I don't want to say them in the room. But you can go back to the stream and find out what he said. And Mimas actually,
Bearded Dora is triggering. That's horrifying. I used to watch that with my kids. Imagine Dora with a beard, man. That's actually horrifying. Especially nowadays.
I mean, him as that's who he was. He has an avatar that way. But he basically was in a lot of different truth. These other made up stuff on the side of truth. Let's say, and I say that loosely because it wasn't truth. It was just something a person with a biased understanding was advocating for. And so he was saying this, and Mimas was like, well, it's when you're looking up things and trying to figure things out, you could start forming another biased understanding on something that someone said versus you actually figuring out if it's true or not. And a lot of people have these strong positions in here without having the investigator knowing. They just are like, well, that sounds like it's right, so I'm running with that. And he's like, if you really want to be in here and know the culture, you got to let those things go. They can't be something that you hinge high on your burners. That's something we need to talk about this. Because he's like, that's gonna. It's like the black pills and stuff that people like to talk about, like the doom and gloom aspect, or if you don't get away from that, it will consume you. It will be the thing that's all your life is about, and you'll be in misery. Instead of we can't go through life talking about all the bad things that are going on. We have to at some point live life. You can't do that with all that dark shit. That's did you know about the dark web? And the people are getting or did you know about this other thing and this other thing and this other thing? It's damn, man. You're never gonna come up for air. You're always just gonna be immersed in this gloom
There's
and
no way to prove any of it.
Well,
right?
and
It's like you're like I just said, you're lost in abstraction. You're staring at your computer screen, typing shit in. Anyone can make a website. Anyone can type in any text. Like you're not actually learning anything.
You know? Well, and so he was telling him that, and it like at some point started to make some sense. He was like, "Yeah, I can see your point," you know, like, and I mean, I totally agree with it because it's like, what does it do to the mind? Because on the one hand, you have somebody who's like trying to look for truth and figure things out, and then you got these other guys who are saying, "No, this is the truth," and like, you know, putting their videos out. Like for example, on the side, you know, people looking into flat Earth and stuff, you'd get like the moon map videos and you know obstructions of like the true knowledge of what things are, and then you got like groups of people like, you know what, he's onto something. I'm like, no, he's not. Like, how is that onto something? You don't even know what topographically can be organized as like the landmass sizes, the orientation, and then he's onto something. Like how?
I'll give you an explicit example too, Miggy and Indio. Like, how many times have you gone through looking through like a news feed or search results, or just like if you scroll through Reddit and you'll see an article to something and it'll have a title to it, right? But you click on it and then it'll have like 2 sentences written and then it'll say more to come. And you'll never get the rest of the article. Like the whole thing was just a clickbait article. That's all it was. I don't know if you've ever seen those. I know Indio has. I'm sure you have, Mickey. Where you click on it, you're like, this was the article. Like, there's no information whatsoever. The title
they
is
scroll to read, and you got to scroll through like 92 ads to find nothing.
Right. And it was just a mind virus, like you always say, Mickey. It was just a mind virus planted there.
And I feel that's a common theme sometimes with the truther circles, because people want to feel like, okay, we can't just say I don't know to everything. So I've got to start investigating and follow the rabbit trails and the money trails, and like start pointing to certain groups. And you want to know who they and them are? This is them right there. It's the elite group. It's the Illuminati. It's the FBI. Black Op. Whatever. And then those, you start pointing fingers. Like, that's what they're doing. Look at what they're doing to us. And now you got the boogeyman you can point at. And then you start going all these other rabbit trails where you wind up, the only thing you're doing is chasing a ghost and then becoming paranoid about it. And then coming in here and be like, dudes, you got to be aware because they're listening on our devices and they're going to listen to you. It's like, yeah, so what? They're going to hear me talk about flat Earth?
Awesome.
And it's not like they're going to be knocking on my door and saying like, you know what, that thing you just said about Earth being flat and stationary, we take offense to that. Like, okay. And what? Like, some people say, and then you take offense to people saying that Bigfoot is real? Are you going to knock on their door too? Like, you know what I mean? Where does this end? There's no end to it. So, like, unless there's somebody committing a crime against the law of the land, they're not going to come knocking. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but here's the thing. People thinking that they have to get rid of all their devices and take all that away. That's going to make things better. Now I can sit here with there's no devices. I'm back to Amish,
Well, let me
still can't listen.
Get this right. He's going to come onto the internet to tell you how you shouldn't use the internet.
The what?
He's going to come on the internet to tell you how you should not be using the internet.
Yeah, no, I'm
podcast.
What I'm saying, or people that say like, look, man, we gotta like stop using these listening devices. I'm like, well, you're talking on one right now. Like you're talking on one right now. Like that's been a hypocritical, right? But the thing is, though, okay, now my point in India was like, you get rid of all the stuff, right? And you're sitting there like the Amish somewhere. And you're like, now they can't listen to me. You think that's the reality? That you just mentioned a listening device that can hear people like a quarter mile away with just your headphones, and that's just like a regular basic technology. Imagine the people that have the access to technology they really wanted to listen, they could hear it from miles away. They don't need the device in your house. That's just like stuff that's used for like advertisements and shit. But like the idea behind all of the like, because watch out, like, and it's like you're living paranoid. You get up paranoid. You go to sleep paranoid. Like that's the thing that we're talking to Bearded Dragon is like, or Dragon, Dora. Like once you like go down that road, there's like it's almost like a train that doesn't stop. You go to the one rabbit hole to the other.
Sure, he wasn't LARPing, man. I'm always suspicious of those guys that come in here and they act like paranoid freaks. That they're trying to drag us into their nonsense.
Yeah, you can think that too. It's like you there's nothing that's going to stop somebody. But also, I think it's a bunch of being gassed up by the truther circles, and that's what I don't like. That it's like some topics you look at them and you're like that could be true. Who knows? They got the flat Earth documents in the bottom of the Vatican or some other bullshit, and you're like, wow, that might be all right. Like it could be possible, but you're not going to dwell on this shit. You know what I mean? You'll be like, well, let's put up a one of those push pin cardboard or corkboard like things where we're drawing a line, a red string to this thing to that, connecting this and that, and then now we got like, oh, there it is, like we figured it out. And then people are like, ooh, you got a pretty smart mind, that you come together and you put all this stuff together. It's like that's the thing. People listening to those guys that are like in their in their house, kind of like making all these connections, and then all of a sudden, they're seeing like the oracle on their cereal box or something. Like, oh man, it can't be too much of a coincidence because like I was thinking of something, and all of a sudden that word came out on the nutrition facts or some shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah,
that's kind of like.
That's why I think flat Earth is different than all that stuff, and that's kind of like when I started rambling. What I wanted to get to was that. We don't have to rely on anything. I don't have to rely on the internet. I don't have to rely on an abstract model, no mathematics, nothing like that. I can just go outside, man. It's literally, can you prove flat Earth? It really burns my ass when they're like, oh, there's no evidence for flat Earth. You mean other than everything?
Yeah. The world.
What are you talking about? Like your entire reality that you've experienced your entire life is evidence of flat Earth.
Like, don't you go outside? Here, let me Google this picture for you.
No, they're like, show me a picture of flat Earth.
Show me a picture of flat Earth.
That's like every picture taken ever.
I just tell them to take a picture outside their window, man.
Hey. Spake, you sound like the guy that wants to know like how the Earth is a globe. Well, I looked out my window. That's what he said. I looked out my window. I saw the Earth as a globe.
Yeah, it's crazy. But the reason they think that is because like I said, dude, in their head, in their mind, the abstraction is reality, not reality's reality. Like. Think about it like this, like Thomas Reed said this, there's 3 ways. You can experience something, you can remember something, or you can imagine something, right? Of how we perceive things in reality, right? There's the perception of the mind, the direct perception. There's the perception that you have because you imagined that thing. And then there's the perception you have from remembering something. So if you have a table, you have, okay, I see the table. Then you can imagine a table, and then you can, remember seeing a table. These people are stuck in between the imagination and the memory. But the memory and the imagination are conflated with each other because what they're remembering are images on a television set or images in a book or images somewhere else, right? So you go, yeah, where have you experienced the Earth as a globe? Their memory is of an imagination. Right? I remember when I imagined what the Earth was like. So that's my experience. As opposed to like the actual experience of reality. There's like this disconnect. And it's like maybe it's unique for me, but it's like if you go I know I'm in a city now, but I've been like way into the woods for long periods of time alone. And like when you're in like reality, right? Without distractions, without music, without sound, without pictures, without people, without all these things. Reality is very different than the abstractions that we see on TV, reading a book, like talking about it. What'd you do last week for dinner? And then they tell you how they ate lobster, and then you imagine lobster, like you visualize like his dinner or whoever's dinner in your head, right? It's a way different than just like being in the world and just like experiencing reality. These people can't, they're so far away from like the experience of reality, right? Just like being that, it's past it, it's kind of cliche, but like in the moment of, go to the beach, observe the ocean, right? What does the earth look like? I don't know. Go to the beach and observe the ocean. Like that's where you're going to have the longest view, right? Like if I go to the ocean, there's nothing in the way. I can see everything, right? I have the most wide view of the earth. I can go on top of a mountain. I also have a wide view. Still looks flat. I can get in my airplane. Still looks flat. But you go, okay, what's the earth look like? And they think of like some picture they saw on television. It's really weird. But that's the great thing about flat earth is because we can just go outside. We don't have to prove there's papers in the Vatican or the moon map or anything like that. People that are on that stuff, right? People that I'm serious.
They need that peer review.
I love these rants, by the way. It's like the rebuttal to the rant. You know what I mean? The rebuttal rant to the rant.
Well, I mean, we don't need all these like people
it needs to be said.
Bells and whistles with flat Earth. We don't need any bells and whistles. It's like
no, we don't. Like we all of us here come from a different background, different research going in the flat Earth, and I mean, it doesn't stop at flat Earth. We all come to the agreement that the Earth measures flat, and so we have our observations. We have our basic little experiments that you could do where you set up like a little scenario similar like what Dave Weiss did with the kitchen set and the sun setting on the kitchen. That was genius. But like these are all like observable things that you can do on your own independently and specifically. And then as far as like what other kind of conspiracy theory you want to concoct as far as like why the government would lie to you and yada yada yada, every person is different, but the objective truth is the earth measures flat, and that's what's special about this earth.
Yeah, those are all like derivative secondary considerations, right?
That's why I like this server.
Well, the primary source information comes from the Vatican, actually. That's how we prove the Earth is flat. We found the papers below the Vatican. That is actually the proof.
Yeah. They even got a picture of Jesus down there, a photograph of Jesus from space.
That's actually so funny. I'm glad that we don't have to do that. I was kind of touching on that earlier, earlier this week, how we don't have to rely on silly scams and weird tricks and parlor tricks and stuff. Oh, well, you see, there's papers in the Vatican. That's the proof. Like you would think that that's what flat earthers would be talking about, but it's really more about, hey, did you go up to that lake, that you live by? Or
that's totally... why when I was talking about Speculation Sunday, like and doing that, I like you can all that stuff to that day and just have go nuts,
Yeah, right.
Go nuts.
Nobody's really listening on Sunday anyway. Everybody's at church.
Well, no. What I'm saying is like dude. Like, yeah, the idea that you're gonna just if you had something through the week that you wanted to talk about and thoroughly, like you could do it like on a time period where it's not always like, well, okay, so we're done with flat Earth, right? So let's get into another topic that it's like throughout the week, and people can't come in here and ask questions because we're talking about how Obama is the king of the lizard people or something. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, did you see his eye in that one photo? You could see like
blink sideways, dude.
You blink sideways. Like.
And he lives next to the water, and he lives on top of a heating rock.
But you catch my drift of what I'm saying, and so like we're dealing with that, and it's like, we can just wait till Sunday if you have any other kind of like stuff like that, and let people, and make it a thing.
And I like that even on Sunday, it's the secondary topic. Like the primary topic is still going to be flat Earth. We're going to talk about flat Earth, but I mean, like once we've gotten over the education process of whatever's going on, there's nothing to talk about. I mean, why not speculate? That's how we grow. And, you never know. Somebody might have some information out there that nobody else has come across, and we can share it amongst each other. And
yeah, it's weird. Even in the speculation chat, there's people that challenge each other on that, So even when you're speculating in here, it's like that gets challenged, but it's still
peer review. Yeah. Yeah, no, like you guys have done a terrific overview. This is the place to go if you want to learn about flat Earth and why we say it's flat and why anybody even still thinks that it's flat these days. Come here. This is the place. This is where you want to be. You want to find out the truth? Come here. But don't come in here with your chest out thinking that you're better than us, because we're going to put you down. We're gonna knock you down and put you back on the ground, put you right back on Earth. You're not going to be up in the clouds. You're going to be here on Earth, just like all of us. What's up, CB? How you doing?
Just telling some goofball in the Cog Dis room that Earth is a damn frisbee, but the usual.
Even if it was a frisbee, you'd still go flying off of it if you were spinning at 1,039 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, these guys salivate over the fact that Flat Earth has a map or a model, don't they?
Yeah.
They froth at the mouth. They want it so badly. Give us a map. Give us a model. It's like the moment that even comes out in the form of like the azimuthal equidistant or the Gleasons, they're all over it, man. Like white on rice. They just can't wait. Let's talk about this now. We got something to look at.
They do. Let me see your model. It's the first thing out of their mouth when you debunk their model is, let me see your model. Let's talk shit about your model then.
I've been working on another guy in the Cogdis room, Helvetica, and he was at the point where he was saying the same thing. Give me a model. And when I popped in, I'm like, look, dude, there isn't one. And he goes, okay, well, I'll make you one. And we're like, dude, don't do that. Don't worry about that. But eventually, well, he was going to say like, I tried to ask him, what shape are you going to make it? First, he's like, well, I'll make it a circle. Well, why would you make it a circle? Oh, then I'll make it an oval, because those are the closest things to flat. I'm like, what?
What about square?
But eventually I started to realize we got around to talking about how you like I kind of brought him to the edge of outer space. I'm like, so what shape is that, and how would you model this? He's like, oh, so I guess we haven't really explored and we don't really know. So he I guess he dropped the whole model thing after some explanation. So it just takes some time with people, but yeah, a lot of them are desperate. They're thirsty for that model.
I've spoken to him twice in VC, and I think he's fucking insane, bro. Honestly, like he keeps making all these crazy noises and talking funny into the mic and like covering it up and like, what's that?
You spoke to that Helvetica in voice?
Twice in VC. Wow. I've tried to, man. One yesterday he was in school, so he said that was the reason for all these funny noises and rustling and fucking talking and then muffled. It was like pure insane. And I tried to speak to him again today, and he's still making fucked up noises, and then he wouldn't speak at all.
Weird. Yeah, I thought he was trolling for a bit when he was like, "No, I'll do an oval." Like, dude, what? Like.
Oval Alpha.
We were in the chat saying like, oh yeah, well, yellow is the closest thing to up. He was saying like circle is the closest thing to flat. Bro, what?
Triangles are flat, are they not?
You got a category problem.
Yeah. I tell people too, like, when other people in social media, they'll bring up the azimuthal equidistant map, and it's like I'll tell Globers, like, it's just an idea, no different than your globe. It's falsifiable. We don't know what's really going on, but we damn sure know it's not a ball because you can measure a fucking ball.
Yeah, but that's the issue. It's like me giving him a plushy toy elephant and saying this is what we live on.
Right.
I'm serious. It's equivalent to that. When you give them something, say, look, we don't live on this thing. I'm just showing this for posterity so that you guys can wrap your mind around what we live on. But it's a nice plushy toy elephant. So think about it like that. And it's like, why? It doesn't look anything like that, like at all.
Right.
But yet you still want to introduce this idea that Flat Earther will continue to say, I think it's useful. And like, in what way do you think we can use this applicable to the Earth? And how? Because when you talk to Flat Earthers, they're like, well, I disagree that the landmass orientation is that way. I think it's this way. Okay. Well, how about the continent sizes? Yeah, they're not the same size, so they're probably a different size. Okay. So how about the distances? Yeah, I don't think the distances are correct. Well, what the hell you're going to use this AE map for then? Because you don't agree with anything, but it's useful in what way? You know, like I'm tired of hearing that people saying that it's still useful. It's still useful. How? We don't use it to navigate across. Nobody's pulling up at the AE map and saying, okay, let's use this thing to navigate to that place. Where is that being done? You know?
So you just made me think of something, which I think is kind of funny, is like when there's an earthquake and they're like, yes, the earthquake was, that epicenter was here, it was down 500 kilometers or whatever they say, right? They modeled that in hyperbolic geometry. And like, yeah, it's useful to say, I guess, the epicenter was here, but what are you going to do with that information? Right? What good is it to know, like, where the earthquake epicenter was and how far down it was? Yeah, now we know. Now what? Right? You're gonna stop the next earthquake? Like,
well, no,
what are you gonna do?
We can calculate the sphere. Like what I'm saying, though, right? Because models are like you were saying, are used to describe something, but then when you're applying them to reality, they don't function. Because if you were to say, take that very same epicenter model and you're saying, let's follow to the place where this was, to where the epicenter was, how do we know it was 500? What if it was 5,000? You know, what if it was 10,000? Why are we saying it stops at this and then showing people a model? How do we know this? Like, we can't ever travel to the epicenter and then figure out, okay, this is where it originated from, and then it expanded outward from this place. Who knows? Like, that's just a bunch of bullshit that everybody's falling for.
Well, then there's the thing where Brandon was here. Oh, Brandon still is here. So here's a model for you, Brandon. It's a model, and assuming the Earth is a hyperboloid.
Oh, God.
Because it's in a hyperbolic geometry. I don't see anybody running around claiming that the Earth is a hyperboloid because the seismic wave equation works.
Don't feed the troll.
yeah. I'm just saying, it's like, well, it works if we assume that the Earth's a sphere. Yeah, so what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like different things work assuming different shapes. Like, I actually have some papers that show like what is it? They measure what's called telluric currents, which are electrical currents underground. And if they use a flat Earth model, it's more accurate than the globe Earth model. But that's not evidence the Earth is flat. It's just like, it doesn't. The purpose of the model is just to be able to make predictions for some useful purpose. And that's it. This is like known, man. It's not. It's a philosophical viewpoint, right? The Platonist versus the non-Platonist viewpoint, where, you know, Platonist viewpoint is that math is reality, and that if we make a physics model and it makes accurate predictions, the physics model is reality. No, it's not.
Yeah, Bob's your uncle, right? Like, that's the only thing you need is just conceptualize it. Voila.
Yeah.
You know,
you get some math to prove Bob's my uncle and he's my uncle.
But I think that's what they rely on, is that once you get that mathematical, okay, come back when you have the mathematical construct and we'll talk. But these intellectuals will not have that sit down with you until you got that. It's like, that's pretty stupid. So I got to make something up to talk to people who've also made some shit up, or at least advocate for some shit that was made up. And so we're going to be talking about things that we've made up. Like, that's the topic of discussion. Things that people have made up. It almost sounds like one of those, like Alex Trebek. You're calling on the game show. I'd take things that people made up for 100. Like, it's freaking stupid. Like, that's what they want. They want us to all just sit around and talk about, like, oh, I just made this model, this map. Let's discuss it. How? Why? What is it going to relate to in reality? I think that's a lot of what we do here. We now let's discard that, talk about what we see, and then explain how it's possible that we could have this and this happen on the Earth. I don't ever want to talk about that unless you have a map or models. So that's, I don't know.
What is it called? Like a potluck or pasta party where everyone has to show up with a little dish.
Yeah.
Well, you have to bring yours.
Potluck.
Yeah. You have to bring yours. Yeah. I'll bring mine. Like, no, I'm good.
I am curious about how the Earth was formed in your worldview.
Probably not from a Big Bang. That's what I would say.
The Earth itself, wasn't.
I mean, would that be anything other than speculation? Can we ever actually know that?
Well,
I mean, I feel like the only answer is like,
let me put it to you like this, Brandon. There's a crime. You have a crime scene, and it takes the police a couple hours to get there. They get there and they analyze the crime scene. Now, there's some things they can say about what happened, and then there's other things they can't, based upon the state of the crime scene. But the longer you wait, right, the worse that analysis, that reconstruction of the events is going to be. So how?
Yeah, the environment will begin to decay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So like to say, how the Earth was created and try to reconstruct, let's call it the creation of Earth, the crime scene. How the hell are we going to reconstruct that crime scene, dude? It's not possible.
And if you
creation is one idea.
Well, yeah, it's an idea.
You know what creation is?
I mean, it can't be proven unless, God signed it or something.
Didn't
I made this, signed God.
Didn't they do a salt experiment in space? And the salt, clumped together?
Is that gravity?
Oh, what? In space?
Mass attraction.
Salt. Didn't someone in the ISS do an experiment with salt in space?
Oh, salt? I don't know. Did they?
I don't know.
Salt's electronegative, so it wouldn't surprise me if it clumps together everywhere.
Hey, table sugar clumps up in your jar. Does that mean that mass attracts mass or what?
Yeah, try to get chocolate to dissolve in frickin' water, man. Good luck.
That's a good point.
Just saying.
I know. I'm cool. We're good.
Well, you see, the natural laws don't apply in outer space.
Yeah, good one. You're like, people are floating around in space in the ISS. Yeah, but there's still gravity. Where?
That's a good point.
Who said it's floating? I thought people said it. I'm sorry.
No, go on.
I thought people said it's falling, but it's never going into the atmosphere,
In a decaying, according to them.
Those are the people with the advanced imagination.
It's in a decaying orbit for over 20 years. Well, probably more now. And it's going around the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. If you can believe that a bullet that shoots out of a barrel of a gun at 1,000 miles per hour, that thing's going way faster than that around the Earth. But that's all right. It's all relative,
But what about rockets? Rockets have got to like escape Earth, like the velocity, the escape velocity of Earth. Then they've got to sync up precisely with the fucking ISS that's traveling at 17,000 miles per hour. Come on.
I never knew how they even could accomplish that, going from escape velocity back down to like, what they put the the air brakes on or some shit. Like you have escape velocity happening at 25,000 miles per hour.
The vacuum brakes.
And then you gotta match the ISS speed at 17. So you gotta slow down a bit. Like, what the hell, bro?
Sorry, and like 20 years ago when the ISS went up, like they had the technology to do it, like with computers or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, they want you to believe that shit for sure.
Well, if planes can do it, then they have a bigger budget and better rockets. So come on, guys, they're experts.
It's smarter engineers.
Yeah, better engineering, smarter engineering. It's just really good engineering. Yeah, exactly. The air brakes, the space brakes.
You need those because when you're going 25,000 miles per hour and you got to match up to the ISS at 17, you got to pump the brakes, man. Otherwise, how can you match your speed?
Yeah. That's so funny.
I've said this before. There's a video of a Russian cosmonaut talking about coming back to Earth from the ISS, and said, as I got closer to Earth, I could feel gravity start to take hold.
This dude.
Now think about it. He's falling back to Earth, and he's feeling gravity as he's falling. How is that even possible?
I would have asked him which one.
He's being magnetized to the ground.
You can't feel gravity when you're in free fall, man.
Is it space-time bending that you feel? Is space-time in the room with you right now?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
My table. Or is it my shoe?
You're real psychotic, right? Is it talking to you right now? What is it saying? Like,
tell us how it makes you feel. How does the space-time affect you?
That's just a weird conversation, man.
Well, I mean, sometimes you have Globers that say flat earthers can't agree on anything. Well, half the Globers think people are floating around in the ISS because gravity is less, and then there's the other half that think that you're in free fall, falling around the edge of the Earth, just barely missing its edge.
Well, they claim there's 95% of the Earth's gravity on the ISS. But because it's called 0G, they seem to think that there's no gravity in space.
Yeah, exactly. They think that it's anti-gravity or something.
Yeah, the whole all FE doesn't agree, that's just pure projection. I always say if you just take a random sample of 10 people, your neighbors, and you ask them globe claims down the line, what's the radius, what's gravity mean, so on and so forth, you're going to get different answers. There's not going to be the same answer from every one of them. Someone's going to say it's a force, not a force. Oh, I can see curve, I can't see curve. It's, as you pointed out, it's falling. No, it's gravity. So they're all over the place.
You could ask them what time it was. You could ask 100 people what time it is, and you won't get the same answer.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just funny to hit that reverse on people. They think they got one on us all the time. They don't. We've been doing this rodeo. There's no you can't gotcha us. Sorry. But you didn't consider refractions. Really? You think you think you got something there, don't you?
Never heard that before.
This week.
Maybe it'll work this time.
Or if you keep saying it long enough.
I wonder what word has been said the most in this Discord. Gravity's been typed 165,000 times.
Ooh, let me make a list. Let me write this down. Yeah, just start throwing them out there. Obviously, refraction, gravity.
Refraction was like 41,000.
Gravity. Round.
Times I've said which one.
Oh, that triangle.
Round. Yeah, I did one for like all the shapes. Round, triangle.
Triangle 63,000, 6,000 times.
Planets, yeah.
Oh, planet. Oh my god.
Shadows.
Planet's actually more than refraction, 59,000.
59,000. Jeez.
Yeah, the words would type 59,000 times.
59,000.
There was well, let's just put it this way. There's 6 million messages in the lobby.
I've got to have 500,000 of them.
6,253,077 messages just in lobby.
Oh, I'm almost 300,000 words.
How many results for space? Damn, we just hit it at the same time.
How many results for what?
Space.
Oh god, I don't know. Hold on. Space has got to be freaking tons of times.
Infinite.
Oh, 197,000. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man.
Did I just take the top of the leaderboards?
So far.
Oh, yeah.
It's more than Round. Round is 107,000.
107,000? All right, we did it, Gizmo. We got the top. We got the top slot, baby. I wonder what else is out there.
Ban is 156,000.
What?
The ban is 156,000.
I just searched for flat.
But that's just because it duplicates. We got a bot that like logs bans that duplicates.
Boys,
so every time someone gets banned, it post banned like the word banned is written like 5 times.
Yeah, I just searched for Flat Earth Society and it's only came up 6 times. How the fuck is that?
I know people must have said that word in here dozens of times.
Fucking thousands and thousands.
Yeah, it's weird.
I'm gonna search the word fellow because they're like my fellow flat earthers. I'm just gonna search fellow. 7,200 results.
Science. What about science?
Science, yeah.
She blinded me with science.
Damn, 90,000.
Trust the science. 245 people trust the science.
Experts? Let's see what we get for experts. 6,000.
Oh man, 2,191 for peer review.
Nah, they ain't care about it. You get these trench level. They ain't talking about no peer review, bro. They're talking about
how about lie? LIE. Like, why would they lie?
Lie. 105,000. The same as Round. Wow.
Why would they lie? 5,591 results.
NASA, 90,000. Damn, space still has the top slot, huh? Damn.
Yep. Earth Round is almost 50,000.
That's hilarious, dude. Yeah. The moon has almost 20,000, 119,000 for the moon.
So word and is 1.2 million.
Let's see. So what's more popular, the sun or the moon? The sun is more popular at 137,000.
Selenians only came up twice.
Are you spelling it right? You didn't spell it.
Seleneion. Oh man, I have to spell it wrong. Shit. No. Come on, motherfucker. Nah, it's only 3,500.
Gravity waves, man. It's only 269, but still. Just be embarrassed if you say gravity waves on this Discord.
I don't think I've ever said that.
Well, people have come in and say gravity waves prove gravity. Gravity was proven with gravity waves. Whatever.
Bro, you just tell them before you start telling me what gravity does. Let's establish if it's actually real in the first place.
Yeah.
Before you start giving me equations
It's
and
real.
gravity.
Otherwise, I'd be floating.
Can we surf a gravity wave? That's all I want to know.
If they existed, somebody would have already tried it. Checkmate,
Yeah,
Globers.
no doubt, man. Someone would have tried to hang 10 on a gravity wave.
Jeez. Globe.
Oh no. Wow. 290,000.
290,000. Holy smokes. Top spot. By 100,000.
Flat Earth is on top with 347,000.
Let's go. Just the word flat alone, 735,000.
I thought it would have been more.
Let's go. That smokes the round at 100,000. Well, sphere. Sphere 81,000. Hilarious. Mm. You guys see satellites? Ever?
There's a good couple of memes.
Oh, I have a couple clips we can talk about. Give me a second. Pull them up. saw an interview today with Elon. I think I posted it in the chat somewhere. Grilling this interviewer, and you know how people will say, "Oh, there's many examples of blah blah blah," and you go, "Well, okay, can you give me one?" And then they go, "Well, so they start tap dancing," and that's exactly what this guy did. He's like, "Oh, well, there's tons of hateful comments on Twitter or whatever." Is it really? Yeah, he's like, "Yeah, on my For You section." And he's like, "Well, can you give me an example?" And he starts explaining, like, "Well, I don't really use my For You section. I haven't used it in 6 months." It's like, so how are you saying they're all on the For You section? Well, Elon's like, "So you're lying." It was just, it just reminded me of this type of conversations that we have in here. You try to hold someone accountable to what they're saying, and they start just kind of hoppity skip and start tap dancing around the thing that they just said. It just shows how slimy and weaselly a lot of people are. Even if you're like the interviewer for BBC, you're supposed to be like a got your stuff together type of guy. Like, these guys are super weasels. So let me just get a link to that.
Miggy, you here?
Yeah.
I've got a couple guys who I was trying to do the 3-point method, and I think I already failed, and I wondered if you wouldn't mind hopping on and helping me.
Okay, you have a server or what?
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
All right. Okay, to my DMs.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be there in just a moment.
Okay. Thanks.
Well, why don't you bring them over here instead?
I was going to say, they said they've both been banned from here.
We can unban them. Just give us their names. We'll unban them.
Cool Dog, and Fluffy Neko Boy. And it says in parentheses, Mega Moist.
I'll tell you what. Give me their @names. Like, just message those @names to me, and then the ones that you want me to unban, I'll unban them.
Okay.
Mega Moy, did you say?
Or can you unban them real quick? Because I'm putting stuff away.
Did you say Mega Moy?
Yeah, Mega Moist.
Or just Pumpkin. Can you give the names to Ancient World Order?
He's not hard. He's not like hard banned, so like he's maybe, I don't know why he can't get back in if he's not on the like hard ban list, unless I'm spelling it incorrectly.
Oh no.
If you could spell it, I'm in the settings just now.
I think Spade can unban him.
Yeah.
One. Hold on, I'm gonna have to leave this right quick to get the other one.
Yeah, it'll help anybody here if they're listening. So it'll be beneficial for them to come to the stream.
Right. Okay, and then the other one. We'll talk.
Yeah, we can give you a quick refresher on the computer.
I think I messed up by not giving them a very good warm up to it. I didn't really do the intro at all. So
yeah, that's usually sometimes it just depends on the conversation. Like I said, it's a method, but you can make the method. You do it however you want. But usually, it's good to lead up to the kind of a warm up before you go into it.
Yeah.
That's no worries. Just have him come here. We'll talk to him.
Okay, I'll go tell him.
DM me the names of them. I'll take a look.
Yeah, Pumpkin, just DM the names to Spake or Ancient World Order.
I already did.
Okay.
Oh, you have? Sorry. No, I've not got any DMs. Wait a minute, request. Sorry, I keep forgetting about them one. Cool Dog. Shit.
So, yeah. Fluffy Neko Boy, just a warning, he always talks in a cartoon voice. He's not trying to troll you. That's just who he is. I've known him for a while now. And Cool Dog is like our resident. Yeah, he talks like that. Like, I don't know. You'll see when he gets here. He's got a very crazy voice, but he's quite a personality. And Cool Dog is our resident religious Jew, which is hard to find.
That's a mouthful. Yeah, no worries. We got this.
Yeah, I'm on it just now. Well, Fluffy Neko Boy doesn't seem to be in the bands either.
Okay, I'll go tell him. All right.
And Cool Dog's not banned either. Not hard banned anyway. They're maybe just in Cog This.
That's probably what I think it is, Space. Or just like this. Which is that's a case easier.
See the live stream Heretic posted. By the way, where's Justin? I haven't seen him a long ass time.
Who? Justin?
Justin, the mod guy.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course it was Justin.
Taking a break.
You don't like liars, man. He'll ban them straight on.
Oh yeah. Burn him up on Hilltop.
The fuck? No comment.
But what happened to Justin? Is he around still, or I haven't seen him?
He's taking a break, bro.
Yeah.
The longest break. All right.
Yeah.
I needed a break. We all need a break sometimes.
It's true. Got to recharge those batteries.
Not that I get many breaks.
Who was that? Pumpkin says she tried to pull up to the 3-point line and airball. Would you hit an airball or did it break it off the backboard or something?
Yeah, I went through it with her last night. I was showing her how to, like, the method.
She's trying to be like Steph Curry. Damn. Airball for the 3-point line. No, it's all good. It does take some practice. It's worth getting your reps in. It's worth asking, the originator how it's done. So I'm curious to see how this goes if they end up coming over. Yeah, you got to be careful because if you start getting way into the weeds, you'll lose the thread. It's got to be bam, bam, bam. Get through it. But if you start you see, and there's this one thing, and yeah, if you know, you don't know, we'll be moving on.
I was telling her that last night. Because she was starting to talk about like a bit of speculation, and I was like, you can't go into speculation when you're doing this because it's merely just what you're gathering the information from their knowledge base. And if you can't get to like what they know, then you move on to the next question. You're like, just if you concede, that'll help us move us along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they'll try to pretend like they know when they don't. So you just, all right, well, if you know, go ahead and tell me. Yeah. Well, I don't have the paper right in front of me. Oh, okay, well, then you don't know, and that's okay. And we'll move on.
They don't want to come here. Maybe they don't want to be embarrassed.
They're not. Listen, nobody will jump in. Like I'm just gonna be me and them, and they can help each other out. Like it's totally cool.
They said, I don't want to lose any more brain cells. I don't want to join that. Blah blah blah.
Well,
my God! First they said,
and they're over there talking about how could lava work on a flat Earth? How could this and that work on a flat Earth?
They're not working.
But maybe better staying over there.
Yeah, that's not the time.
Till they can chill out and be honest.
How does lava work on a flat Earth? Stop it.
Yeah, they definitely have the floor to ask some questions after we go through the 3 points for sure. Like that's not a problem. But like
they don't want to come in.
Are they pretty staunch in that? Tell them we got cookies and cake over here. They come over here. We'll give them some.
Tell them
they can have a special button.
Or get them a Snickers.
Yeah, it's funny, but I don't want to waste my time jumping between servers going, hey, do you want cookies? No? Okay.
All right.
Pumpkin, see, because he said he's losing brain cells, see the meme I just posted in the live stream, send him that and tell him I sent him it.
Tell him what?
That meme I just posted because you said that he doesn't want to lose any brain cells. See the meme I just posted? Send him that. It's a fucking classic.
Yeah, the Matrix.
Maybe you can convince him to come, Miggy.
All right, let me go to your server.
Okay.
See if they come over.
I wanted to go.
I don't think you gave me the link. Did you?
Drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Start your stream, Miggy, so we can follow the debate from there.
Oh, you want me to start the stream? Yeah, I'll do that.
Go for it.
Yeah, but start the stream and then go over there.
Yeah, over there. Yeah, over there, of course.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Get the invite from I'll ask her.
I have to do the chat overlay connected to the Discord so that you'll see their little avatar thing light up.
It's a 24/7 road show. Back on the road.
Back on the road? Alright. I still don't have the... Where's Pumpkin? She didn't send it to me. Now I gotta search for her. Let's see.
I'll DM her and send it. I'll send it to you if she gets back
to me. Lose brain cells. Come on, dude.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, I need to get that meme. I'm taking that meme with me if I get an invite.
I'm pretty sure the still misrepresents the word flat. They don't even understand what it means.
No, they don't. You're absolutely right. Yeah, they don't. They don't even know what the word, what it means, what it implies. They start like conjuring up ideas in their mind and then pretending like you came up with that. Like that's your idea.
I don't think there's no audio channel here.
I think they might need rules.
Let me see. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I started to see him now.
I can't see it.
Yeah. All right. She gave me some rolls, I think.
Oh, that's it. That's it, man. Wait, are they? Yeah, I've got it. I'm in.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Are you not entertained?
Where's his stream link? I forgot to say it. Where's Miggy's YouTube channel?
Oh, his YouTube channel. Let me get his YouTube channel. I'll bring it.
Yeah, post it in the live stream.
They even changed the YouTube to Mayhem. There you go.
Nice.
Well, that's his YouTube channel. Whether or not he's going to stream there, I don't know.
Stream what?
3-point takedown on some losers that don't want to come in here because they're afraid.
I think that's a different channel. I think
it might be
because it doesn't have the same videos and it doesn't have as many subscribers.
I don't know any other channel, so I can.
Oh yeah, that one, the Wig Snatcher Club.
Is that his?
Yeah, that's the new one. Oh, let's see if he pops it open.
Channels I don't even know about.
It's fairly new. I don't listen too much.
Oh, that's where he's going to put his clips.
Drives me crazy are the pussies and the posers. They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do.
What was that?
Dana White.
Got to be some MMA stuff.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's saying like, dude. Yeah, well, he's saying people like talk all this trash, and then they get here and they're like, oh, they're all scared, and like, he's basically saying how people are bothered by the cameras and the people watching. I don't want to be on stage. It's like
I don't want to lose in front of millions of people.
Yeah.
Look, I'd lose in front of millions of people if I was making money like that.
Yeah. Well, you're supposed to do it regardless of the money and the people, right?
Yeah,
You're supposed to ignore the people and the money and go out there and do it for you.
Yeah, it's all about dominance.
Forget them. Win or lose, forget them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought we learned this in Rocky.
That's why I always like the Diaz brothers. The Diaz brothers are like the personification of kicking ass.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. When he beat McGregor, everyone was rooting for against him, and he's like, well, forget what y'all saying. Go on and get it done.
I get not a lot has happened in here this morning, huh?
No Globers yet, no.
Really?
In general, I don't think so.
Pumpkin just popped in and said she tried to hit a 3 points on somebody and break it off the backboard. That's okay, though. I think they're trying to fix that right now.
It was like one of them baseline 3-pointers, though, where like he hit the side of the backboard and come right back to you.
Y'all are talking about some kind of sports ball now.
You know what it is to hit an air ball or something when you go and shoot your shot and you break it bad. You know what that's like.
Yeah,
and nobody wants to pass to you ever again.
It's not my people don't play that. I'm not a basketball American.
Okay.
All right, well, when you go brink off the hockey, the hockey puck goes bink off the dam.
It's like when you go to hit on that dangerous chick and then her fat friend cock blocks you.
There you go.
The last time I watched a sport, it was baseball, and it was right up until the early 1990s strike, baseball strike.
Wow.
And that for me kind of killed sports, the whole strike thing.
Yeah.
And I love playing sports, but I just after that, it just kind of made it not like real to me anymore.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Like, I thought y'all were doing this for love of the game. I'm a naive 12-year-old.
Yeah, good point.
And I think the last game I saw was when the Braves won the World Series.
Nice.
In the 90s.
Back when they had that entire pitching club, that amazing team.
That was like that really was a golden age of baseball too, that early 90s, especially because there was this rivalry between the US and Canada with the Blue Jays and the Braves in that one World Series, and went the whole game, and it was won with a home run.
Yep.
It's like that was the last real game of baseball. Then it was the strike the year later.
You could say that when the Royals played the Giants, that was a great World Series too.
Yeah. I think it lost when they quit over money, or when they stopped playing over money. It kind of lost its Americana for me.
Yeah.
But I do know that strikes are very American, but they're also very European. So,
right.
I'm like, come on, you guys aren't building bad British cars. You don't need to strike. You're getting paid millions of dollars to throw a ball around.
Right.
Bitches.
Did you hear that a few years later, the Women's League also strike for more money?
Yeah.
Wow. How were they going to get more money out of the 5 people watching it?
Oh man, the correct answer is wait a minute. There's a women's league.
Yeah, I know. Well, seeing as I was a baseball fan, I knew there was, but I also knew it was like they're borrowing all the guys' gear and in empty stadiums. So, just stick to the softball league, girls. Come on.
I mean, like even in soccer, like the women were wanting to get paid as much as men, but see, the men they don't get paid when they lose, and women get paid regardless.
Right.
So that was the whole thing. They were like, "Well, what do you mean we're not going to get paid the same amount no matter what?" Well, never mind then.
Well, it may also be it may also be that there's just something biological in us where we want to see men compete and beat each other up. And we don't want to see women compete and beat each other up. Like maybe it's just not something men or women want to see. Men and women both want to see dudes in shape killing each other.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
The gladiator thing.
Yeah. Same reason I loved NASCAR. And I loved it more than I love like F1 and I love like the open wheels, kind of European style. But I like NASCAR better because it's driver versus driver and it's more gladiatorial. It's like chariot racing where they're all in a pack.
Even drag racing.
Yeah, even drag racing. Because they're all in a pack together vying for each other at 200 miles an hour. Whereas like in IndyCar, it's like, not IndyCar, I'm sorry, F1. It's like, there's a lot of, it's a road course. Cool. But where's your rivalry with the guys next to you and you're like giving them the bird at 200 miles an hour? Come on. I'm there for Ben-Hur, right?
Have you ever done the NASCAR simulation before?
Like down in Daytona or something?
Well, I mean, they have them everywhere.
The closest one to me. The closest one to me. I'm like 3 hours from Daytona. That's the closest one to me.
So like they have like a simulation, not where
you're breaking up.
Have a driver turn some laps with you. You know what I mean?
You're breaking up.
You were breaking up. How about now? Am I breaking up now?
I can hear you better.
So, I'm going to break up again.
You said something about a left-hand turn.
I know, right? I got some jokes on left-hand turns, but anyway, if I'm breaking up, just tell me. So, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah.
They have like this arcade-style NASCAR, but it's a simulation. Like it literally, like has the simulation of what it might feel like if you're like your back wheels get out from behind you, going 200 miles an hour. It's pretty fucking radical, dude. So I can only imagine that's what it would be like to actually drive an actual race car myself. Because I would crash. I know I would crash at 200 miles an hour.
95% of people would crash trying to drive a NASCAR one time around a track at over 100 miles an hour. Just at over 100.
At 100 miles an hour. Miles an hour.
Because they're not traction heavy cars. Their speed is what keeps them glued to the track.
Correct.
And every time they make that transition into the turn with the embankment, all the physics change. And so it's more complex driving than F1. It really is.
No, it is. Wide wheel versus NASCAR, stock car is different.
Open wheels versus NASCAR. I would say they're too different to compare. One's not better, but they're too different to compare.
Yeah, we're going to get a real genius, I hope. This dude in the lobby, you got to listen to this, dude.
All right.
He said he'll be in the live stream in a minute.
Good.
Well, I've seen the sun going across the sky, and I've experienced changes in weather from time to time. So either Earth is fixed in space and everything else is moving around it, or the Earth is orbiting the sun.
There's no other alternative.
It's like he's on the cusp. It's actually like he's on the cusp of almost being self-aware.
But what about space?
Like this person is just like chanting. He's just chanting in the lobby, like, the storytelling, right? So like we haven't heard these stories before. He's gonna just learn us something.
Is that him?
His name is One Block Less. Oh yeah, there he is.
There he is.
I'll mute him.
So,
I am muted.
Is he here?
You're unmuted, One Block Less.
You have control of your mic, One Block.
Just unmute yourself.
Sort your mic.
So anyway, as far as the whole like left-hand turn thing goes, so I was born in Texas, but I've lived everywhere my whole life until I moved back to Texas. And then when I came back to Texas, like I was like in shock at how much pride people in Texas have over their damn state. When I'm like, there's no ocean, there's no mountain. Like, how the fuck do you love the state so much?
Racing.
Yeah. But I mean, like, and then so like as I'm driving around, I'm like, everybody's pretty friendly, but nobody here knows how to make a left-hand turn. Like nobody knows how to use the left-hand turn lane. When you're making a left-hand turn across traffic, the person going straight has the right of way. The person making a left-hand turn is supposed to duck in behind them, but not in Texas. They just fucking cut right in front of you. I'm like, dude, you watch people make left-hand turns every fucking weekend, and you can't make a left-hand turn to save your life.
Watching too much NASCAR. One Block. Have you got your
my left-hand turn?
have you got your One Block? One Block. Have you got your mic sorted?
One Block Less. We are talking. I wonder if he's in the. I don't want to talk.
Well, he tried opening it. He tried opening it, didn't he?
Well, Sipcord put it in the live stream. He said he quoted him saying he didn't want to talk.
Oh no! Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I know, that's how you get muted.
But One Block, I'm gonna have to take away your VC verified until you want to talk. Then, so you'll have to message when you're ready to talk.
Well, what do you want us to explain? You said, I'd like to hear you explain these phenomenon. What phenomenon? The sun moves across the sky. Okay, yeah.
Is that a phenomenon?
And I've experienced changes in weather from time to time. Yeah, well, the Earth is unevenly heated, like, therefore the weather changes. You have more evaporation in one place than another. Like, do you not know how the water cycle works?
Why is it colder in my bathroom than my bedroom?
Tell us why
you can't have two different temperatures.
What's the globe Earth explanation for why it's hotter in the winter in San Francisco and colder in the summer? I want the globe Earth explanation for that.
Glob.
Because the Earth is farther away
but it's not
in the winter. Wow.
Yeah.
One Block Less. Sorry, dude. You don't even know your own model. You're actually, you could go to Harvard.
Wait, what did he say? Yeah. Oh, is he still talking in the lobby? Here, I get here.
Are caused by the
or Princeton. Of the sun. You could do Princeton.
Because the Earth is farther away from the sun in winter.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, One Block. No, that's not how your model works.
It's not the angle. It's not the angle of the dangle. Not at all.
He's smart enough to go to Harvard. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Because they asked Harvard graduates on what causes the seasons, and only one of them got it right out of the entire class.
Right.
What was the right answer?
Tilt.
Tilt of the Earth is the globe Earth model answer.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was a journalism student that got the right answer.
God, the most mediocre student got the right answer then. A journalist got the right answers. These guys can't play video games, but he got the right answer.
So one block less. How are you going to defend a model you don't understand? And that the only thing you saw a couple of documentaries on TV a couple times. Saw Star Wars.
Why is the moon spherical? Wait a minute. One block. We gotta establish that you don't know anything about your model first before you ask another question.
About your model.
Like, you can't go on with another question yet until you acknowledge you didn't know. No more questions until you acknowledge I don't know my model.
Say I don't know my model.
It doesn't matter if the moon's spherical, triangle, pineapple. If we saw all pineapple-shaped Earths or pretzel-shaped planets in the sky, it wouldn't make the Earth any of those things. So it's really simple. People, human beings, we determine things are the same by determining whether those things have similar properties, and then we categorize them. So planet, category. What's your evidence Earth is in that category? What is observed?
One block less. Tell us how we're similar to the moon.
The moon, Jupiter, whatever. Take your pick, man.
Tell us how we're similar to any of those things.
What's observable, not what you imagine. What is actually observable. Testable.
Okay. Oh, wow.
What's your evidence they're made of similar materials, and what's your evidence the Earth orbits the sun? The evidence. Not somebody else saying it, the actual evidence. The observational evidence the Earth is orbiting the sun, or they're made up of similar materials.
They went there and brought pieces back. That's what he's typing right now.
Because the statement, the moon is a sphere, therefore the Earth is a sphere, is a logical fallacy. It's a non sequitur. It does not logically follow from the premises. Same with a planet is a sphere, therefore the Earth is a sphere. You need some evidence. You need a second condition in between the conclusion. You need two premises. And then the logical conclusion. For example, I'll give you a real simple one. Aristotle is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Aristotle is mortal. Real simple. Moon is a ball. Something, something, something. Therefore, Earth is a ball. Peer pressured and scared.
So, Indio, did you know we didn't acknowledge the existence of rogue waves until 1995?
Yeah, I knew that.
And it was all because in like 1886, a bunch of academics decided that it didn't fit into the model of how water functioned.
Yeah, and they still didn't believe them even after they observed them in other phenomena. So they observed them in light. It's called a soliton.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I know about it, because I knew about I knew about the electromagnetic one. And then I knew it was just like they've never been confirmed or whatever.
I've been looking for an analog of when adhering to a model is directly cost, both monetarily and mortally.
Globe model.
The globe model, yeah. But like one that's like, I guess, closer to home, right? Since it's a naval nation, right? So I think everyone is like understands that ships get lost at sea or something like that, or they've been on a boat. It's something they can relate to, I guess, because nobody can relate to the globe because they've never experienced it.
Well, I mean, there's that Knickerbein, the radio bomber thing, where they were bombing for like a year. Do you know about that? The World War II bomber beams?
This sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling it.
Well, I mean, during World War II, the Germans were using a system to know where to drop the bombs. It was a targeting system. So they had two radio towers in Germany, and they would intersect the beams, and you would have a radio in your airplane. And when you got, like, one beam would send out dashes, and the other one would send out dots.
That's right.
So when you crossed into the intersection, you'd hear dashes and dots at the same time just to drop your bomb. Well, they knew about it. The British knew about it, that they were doing something. They knew about the radio, and they had overheard prisoners that they had shot down, that they overheard. And this one guy was like, listen, we got to investigate this. We got to do something about this. And it took him a year until he had to go to Winston Churchill himself. And then Winston Churchill gave him the go-ahead to investigate it. But all the scientists that were like above him, and like I can't remember what the department possible. Was. Yeah, exactly. That's not possible. It's a globe.
Can't be done.
And so people died.
Yeah.
Because they were dropping bombs in people's heads with this,
Yeah, I'm just looking for something easy to talk about the reification fallacy in general.
Yeah. As far as like models that killed people, well, I mean, initially,
the washing of hands
before they came out with American Practical Navigator, a lot of people died. That's celestial navigation. So they added all the corrections that they add. So the American Practical Navigator was written by a guy named Nathaniel Bowditch, and he basically fixed, quote unquote, fixed.
That is an unfortunate last name. That is an unfortunate last name.
Yeah. Yeah, Bowditch. Yeah, it's not looking good. Goes good on a gravestone, though. Nice, long, and it looks.
Oh, did you say Bowdick or Bowdish?
Bowditch. Bowditch.
Okay, Bowditch. Okay.
Bowdick.
It's like school must have been awful.
Oh, yeah.
There was a kid at school named Clint, and we called him Clintoris.
One block less, dude. You could have just unmuted and just said something. Instead of writing typing 3 pages.
It's a novel.
A novel about how we're stupid and all the flat earthers don't know anything, and we think we're smarter than all the scientists. And
why don't you just believe? Why don't you just believe? Okay.
When all I did was I asked for the evidence.
Evidence is a hate crime. It is a novel. Well, there's 118 elements, so Earth and Mars have to be made up from them only. Oh, we're starting off good. If the Earth isn't orbiting the sun, then what's your belief? It's just sitting there in space. you can observe millions of planets in space with telescopes, and almost all of them are spherical. So you think Earth is just some exception in space? If the Earth is actually flat, then how does ocean has depth? I can't prove that Earth and every other planet in space are made up of similar material thanks to my lack of knowledge, but most science is done indirectly. Like we know the sun is made up of without ever going there.
What's worse? The fact he typed all that, or the fact he actually believes that?
You can observe millions of planets.
Yeah, that's the most outrageous one.
That's the most outrageous one. One block less. What if I told you?
No, it's outrageous that he thinks they're spherical.
Yeah. I didn't know a pixel was a sphere. For one.
So,
or that you can zoom in on something very far away through a lens and it doesn't warp. Most science is done indirectly. That one's a little rage-inducing right there, to be honest. That's just pants on head retarded. If you're doing it indirectly, it's not science. One block less.
Yeah, oh shit, he's in the other chat.
Yeah. How about I just give him VC verified so he can type in here? Yeah, where's the sphere in the TRAPPIST-1 system?
Yeah, which pixel is the sphere, man?
Which pixel is the sphere in the TRAPPIST-1 system? Perhaps you can point it out to us.
I can't believe he said millions, man. Very cool. You're just literally making shit up at this point. Okay.
This is
there are 118 elements on Earth, and Mars have to be made up of them only. Why? As who?
Yeah.
Okay. That's just a claim. Okay. If Earth isn't orbiting the sun, then what's your belief? That's not evidence the Earth is orbiting the sun. That's not evidence for your claim. It's asking us a question. It's not evidence for your claim. Millions of planets in space you can see millions of planets in space with telescopes, and almost all of them are spherical. That's a claim, and it's actually factually freaking wrong. If Earth is actually flat, how does the ocean have depth? No one said the Earth is a piece of paper. Okay? There's topography. It has depth. It's not a two-dimensional freaking conceptual object. And he finishes with, I can't prove the Earth and every other planet in space is made up of similar materials thanks to my lack of knowledge, but most science is done indirectly. I don't think you guys are dumb or anything. You guys surely have a lot of knowledge about many things based upon what I've seen here, but you have some flawed beliefs. The only one with flawed beliefs is everything you posted.
Yeah, all that's belief.
"118 elements on Earth, and Mars must be made up of them." Says who? Where's your evidence for that?
They said so.
The sun moves above the Earth. The Earth is not orbiting the sun. I asked you for evidence that the Earth was orbiting the sun. Why don't you have any evidence? Because you said that was the evidence that the Earth is a planet, but you don't have the evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun. No one has ever seen the Earth orbiting the sun. No one's actually ever seen anything orbit anything ever. No one has ever observed an orbit. Period.
I've seen orbit gum. My bad. I was just trying to lighten them.
Wow. One block. Why did you state that?
Jesus Christ. Did he really say that?
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
Nobody ever implied anything you just questioned.
That's
Nobody ever implied any of that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, straw man. What this question was, what makes you think that Mars, I said, what's your evidence that Mars has the same elements that Earth has? What's your evidence that Mars is terra firma? What's your evidence that Mars is a solid object? You already admitted it's indirect evidence. Okay, so you can't prove anything. Fantastic.
He got himself in detention.
Oh, he spiraled.
Yeah, well, he said a dirty word. Mars is very cool.
Yes, if you deny that Mars has the same elements as Earth, then you are denying all the thousands of chemistry books.
That sounds like some Salem witch trial stuff.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
How dare you? Heretic. Burn. Kill the witch.
Did y'all, speaking of that, did y'all know the Spanish Inquisition ended in the 1930s?
Yeah, I was actually, dude, that's so weird, Sheepdog. I was thinking about that last night, dude. I'm dead serious. Last night I was thinking about, I knew it lasted a long time. I didn't know it was in the 1930s. I thought it was like in the mid 1800s. And last night I was thinking about, man, I have to go look that up to see exactly when that was.
Yeah, it's like 1938, right before the rise of a certain world power.
Wait a minute, what was this?
The Spanish Inquisition ended in like 1938, 39, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Well,
officially, or they say it officially.
Yeah, that's most of what you know about the Spanish Inquisition doesn't come from the Catholics. I'm not defending the Catholics, but it mostly comes from Protestant propaganda in Northern Europe. And so, like, most of that, I just kind of dismiss. There were a lot of people in little villages who were doing a lot of like nasty things to people that the Inquisition had nothing to do with. And was not even part of it. It just happened to be going on at the same time. And so anything bad that happened in Europe, the Protestants would create propaganda saying it's the Inquisition, right? When really, right. And most people were acquitted by the Inquisition who went before them. And there were actually not a whole lot of punitive punishments from it. And it wasn't so much that the Inquisition started, it was the office of the Inquisition was established, right? It's like an office was established. It'd be like if the FBI started in such and such, and it's still going on. It's an office, isn't it? It's kind of like their FBI.
It's like the International Criminal Court. If you've ever looked up the International Criminal Court, same thing.
Yeah, yeah. Most of what people know about the Inquisition is Protestant propaganda, which I'm not on the Protestants or the Catholic side. I'm just relating the dry reality of the situation.
Yeah, I know you're playing Pepe.
Yep.
But one block less. Do you know how we know the Earth isn't like those other planets? There's moons or what have you. Because the surface is flat. That's how we know. Because the surface of the Earth measures flat. Not curving. So if it's not curving, it can't be a ball. Well, I mean, it is an explanation. It's a description. Okay, no problem. I'll prove it. How many times you want it proved?
And explicitly, water doesn't curve.
I already described one proof. So I'll describe it again. The Knickerbein was a bombing beam that the Germans used. Now, the only way an airplane could be in this beam to know when it dropped its bombs was if it was flying 11 miles high. Well, this was World War II, and all they had was propeller-driven planes. So how are they at 11 miles high? Because, see, the curvature of the Earth should be blocking the beam. So the lowest the beam could get above England would be, without, like, hitting the curve, would be 11 miles in the air. And the plane has to be 11 miles in the air to pick up the signal. Here's a link directly to it, the Knickerbein. And if you go in this link, there's a video from the people, the British scientists that discovered the Germans were doing this, and they relate their experience of investigating it, and that for a year they weren't allowed to investigate it because the people that were higher up kept saying it's impossible because the Earth is a ball. But it turns out they were doing it, which means the Earth is not a ball.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Yes.
Mayhem has arrived. You know my style? I likes it wild. Dude, it was funny.
Okay. Star Child.
I made both of them spiral and leave. Hooah, soldier.
He won't come on voice.
No, it was two other people he's talking about, India. He had to go to their server to make them leave.
I had to go to their server. I made this.
Oh, shit. You had to go there?
Yeah, I went over there. And,
which server was it?
Pumpkin server. Her Quran only server.
Oh, you need to invite him over here.
Oh, they're too afraid, dude. They won't come in here.
Why?
Because they wanted the power to say what they wanted and mute me and
said they were banned.
No, they're not.
They said they were
want to come in.
They were lying.
And then when we found out they weren't banned.
I checked. They weren't banned.
No, I went over there because I know, I wasn't going to get muted by Pumpkin or anything. So good. I can talk. And, Heretic is here, but Heretic was there and so was Spake. I can tell you what happened. But it was a...
Yeah, give us a recap.
It was just the usual. It was like pretty quick meltdown. One of them spiraled within minutes. The other one just tried to steamroll and waffle for like as long as he possibly could to hold Miggy off from saying anything. And when that didn't work, he spiraled a few minutes later. It was pretty light work.
Yeah.
What was the point they tried to make?
Al-Baruni, what did he say? He said that...
Al-Baruni?
Yeah, Miggy asked him about measuring the height of the mountain using trig. And so, yeah, he admitted, he used straight lines to get the height of the mountain. But that's because the curve is within an error margin of the straight line. So I asked him, how do you know that the curve isn't just an error then, since it's in your error margin? And that's pretty much when he spiraled out.
Yeah,
oh my God. Out. Yeah. That almost made me spiral.
Yeah.
And look, this I'm going to put in live stream voice text exactly from their article. I should have it saved already.
They went through all that effort thinking that this was some sort of gotcha. And you didn't even get to the horizon distance, did you?
Oh, no, not even there. But look at what I was talking about from like this specific little image right here, like where O is and B. I was like, so, and he wanted to like obfuscate from this point, but then I was telling him it's, if that straight line is curved, is it still a triangle? And he agreed it's not. So he knew that it wasn't going to be a triangle if you curve one of those lines. And so he said something like in the way of like what Heretic was saying, well, it could be slightly curved, like, but I'm like, that's not what's being presented here, is it? Like, you don't see a slightly curved line, do you? And that's not how this works. Like, either he was already saying that it's slightly curved and putting it into this math formula, but he didn't even do that. So, just looking at that, just based on the information, it's a contradiction within the idea that you're trying to get a curved surface from this straight line triangle. Like, how are you doing that?
And then he says that the curved line that he's trying to measure is within the error of the straight line, like, so there's no practical difference.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that sounds like a very strong argument to... I don't know. God. How did they not see this? Like, on their end, before they present this as their evidence, how do they not have to go, man, this is pretty weak, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway?
What I asked him for the information of when has it ever been measured, the curvature of the Earth at any time in history, he came up with, like, no, that's never been done. The Cool Dog was his name, right? He was the first guy to say it. It's never been done. Okay. And Fluffy, however, came up with the article, after some time of trying to, like, ask them for their information. Then he started saying, well, I want to ask you 2 questions. I'm like, that's not how this works. It's an exercise that I have to ask you. It was hard for me to even say that because he was, like, talking over me. And then Fluffy started talking over me. And just so it's weird, man. They don't want to be held accountable. None of these people do. Because once you start holding them accountable to the information, they're like, I'm done with this. It's pretty stupid. It's like, that's what it's going to turn out to be every single time.
Yeah.
So what, it took him like 5 or 6 minutes to Google his measurement, and then he presented it, basically?
Yeah. Oh, and Heretic was like, so since you presented that information, do you know anything that says in the article? He was asking Fluffy. And Fluffy, like a petulant child, plugging his ears, going, no, I can't hear you, no, like, wouldn't answer the question.
Just spamming links he hasn't read.
So wait a minute, Corain alone, wasn't that started by a flat earther?
What, the server?
Yeah.
It's funny, though.
Yeah, it's
if he didn't read his own link, then you could just literally say anything about it, and he wouldn't even know the difference. Like, did you see that link that said you were gay? I can't believe you're gay. Yeah.
For me, I think the most important thing was that I used their argument against them. Their links, the thing that they posted, I went ahead and just used it straight because I knew it was going to have a contradiction. All I had to do was scroll through it. So I was like, let me use this little triangle here. And sure enough, man, the freaking excuses coming aboard. Like, oh yeah, but he's using a triangle. I see that, but it's still curved because I say so. And like, nah, you can't get away with that. That's not how this works.
So the dip angle that he's trying to get his curve from, if the curve is practically the same thing as the straight line they're showing there, why wouldn't the dip angle just be exactly the same thing in both cases?
Exactly.
What the hell, dude?
Bob's your uncle. I love burnt globies in the morning.
I like them a little raw, dude. I like meat a little bit raw.
I like mine extra crispy, Texas style, baby. I like them burnt on both ends.
I didn't know you were from Texas, though, Miggy. Where out in Texas were you from?
Nearby Corpus Christi.
Okay, so in the south.
I was over there, over yonder.
Over there.
It's getting hot to be hot like it was in Texas too, man. About to be summertime. I can't wait.
Right.
But they didn't want to come in here, and that's their whole spiel. They wanted to stay in the place where they were going to get muted, and they can plug their ears. And Fluffy muted me, and
why did they mute you? Why'd they mute you?
Well, he muted me on his end. He was like, I'm not listening to this guy anymore. I'm like, whatever, dude. And then I was starting. Cool Dog still wanted to talk. Yeah, he was a little bitch.
What, muting some? Wait a minute, Fluffy. Why do I know that name?
He talks like those guys that always come in here, like the cunnies of the world. Like he's got a nasally voice, you know.
Wait a minute, Fluffy's been around for years, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been here before.
I'm talking about years. He's been around for years. Right?
Probably.
I think this is the Fluffy I'm thinking of. Who's Cool Dog?
Oh, that's his pal. That's the other one. One sec.
Oh, we can unban him. Make sure he's unbanned.
Yeah, they're afraid.
They're not banned.
So when Spake and Heretic showed up, there was just too many people. They wanted to go to a different room and just be us, alone. I'm like, why, man? I need spectators to do this. I don't need just like
7 minutes in heaven.
I want everybody to see this. That's why I wanted them in here, man. Like, shoot. When you get destroyed, I want everybody to see it, feel it.
What's the point of doing it in darkness?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like we're like you're friends with them, right? I wouldn't put my friend on blast, but I'll put them on blast.
Hey, in the YouTube live stream text chat, ha 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 ha. Come on in here. You'll be next.
Oh,
stop running away from me.
They never come in.
Look, as soon as he waved, I was like, hi, ha ha ha. Miggy's in there. You want to go get him? Go get him, Tiger. Oh, man. That guy's funny.
I'm right here, baby. Ain't going nowhere. And just like those other guys, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, I told him, I said, you know what you did? Ha ha ha. You put yourself on a chain, got yourself tossed up in some thorns, and now you're barking at the end of your chain because you can't get to me. You don't want to. What's a neutral platform, dude? What the fuck is that?
Are you coming in? He says, Mayhem, check your Discord then. Yeah, I am. There's nothing in here. What do you want me to look at? I don't see you in here. Come on in. Look, man, I promise nobody's going to interrupt. Just come in here.
Just give us your best globe proofsies and it'll all go away.
I promise I'll make this as painless as possible.
Is this a Muslim?
It'll be a quick death.
Fluffy Nico boy.
Yeah, he is.
That's haram. Fluffy, you are haram with that avatar.
Is that like gay and Muslim? What is that?
Haram!
Haram.
He's like forbidden or ungodly.
Yeah, forbidden, taboo, immoral, degenerate. Take your pick. Yeah, basically, there's your furry.
That's what it looks like. I love it when people are like, well, what about Mars? I'm like, that's cute. Mars is self-illuminating, and they've been faking that shit in, Greenland and Devon Islands off the coast of Canada? Like Bill Nye. We live in an enclosed system. You can't throw your trash to Mars.
Hey, we have one Blockness in here. Has anybody spoken to him? One Blockness?
Yeah, he don't want to talk. We were just like talking him, and he was posting in VC. He's going over the evidence that he asked for, because he asked for proof of flat Earth, and so I posted some. So he must be studiously going over the evidence. Right?
He must be coming up with ample evidence about now, if it's taken that long.
Well, no, he asked, told him, if the Earth surface of the Earth's not curving, it can't be a ball. He said, now prove it. So I posted a link to the wiki. It has like over 100 on there. So he's obviously going over the evidence because he's an honest broker. He doesn't believe that space shit.
So, do we need to keep you on that chain? Ha ha ha. Like a barking good little doggy? We'll throw you a bone every now and again. Don't worry about it.
So all you could do is run to the end of your chain and bark.
I'm going to whack you on the head with a newspaper.
Runs from him, and nobody knows who he is.
You got to whack him on the. You got to whack him on the nose with a rolled up newspaper, Jenna. Every time he gets out of line. Stop it.
Exactly.
Sit down. Roll over. Now bark.
Good job.
Good doggy. Now, if you behave yourself, you'll get a treat today. Ha ha ha.
That's too funny. Stop running from me. It's definitely like that, like a dog on a chain. Stop running from me. Why are you running from me? I'm standing right here, bro. I'm standing right here. Bark, 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 bark. Why are you running from me? Okay, buddy. Bark, 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 bark. Stop running. I'm standing right here. I'm not moving.
Exactly.
Oh, it's super pathetic. Man, we got some some Globers that don't understand this like conservation of momentum. And I was watching this balloon launch that Mage had posted, and I guess it's supposed to be globe proof, but it just looks flat. It looks flat for the whole 3 hours that this balloon is up in the air. It looks flat. Now I can see certain points where it shows the lens distortion when the camera swings up a little too high and it just like it convexes, but then it levels back out. Oh, look, there's that word again, level. And it looks flat again for like 3 hours. And then the balloon pops and then it starts to spin. And then, that horizon line is sitting there going convex, concave, flat, convex, concave, flat, convex, concave, flat. Like, I was like, so your globe proof actually debunks the globe. That's pretty funny. But I asked somebody, how come an airplane, you're on the ground observing an airplane in the sky, and that airplane's going 400 miles an hour, but it looks like it's going slow. All right, now put that airplane on the ground and have it go 400 miles past you, right past you. It's going really fast. It's going really fast. So Earth doesn't look to be like, we're going to go on the globe Earth theory right here real quick, is that the globe Earth does not appear to be spinning all that fast from outer space, right? Okay, so by this concept of relative motion, then the Earth should appear to be spinning incredibly fast once I'm 10 feet off of it. And it should appear to be spinning slower the further away I get from it, but nobody observes that. Nobody has experienced that, ever. You get 10 feet off the ground, the Earth's still not moving. You get 100 feet off the ground, the Earth still isn't moving. You get 1,000 feet off the ground, the Earth still isn't moving. You want to get 100,000 feet off the ground, the Earth still isn't moving. And they want to, conservation of momentum. Conservation of momentum is when the little dangly things on your rear view mirror swing to the left when you're turning to the right. Okay, or vice versa. It has nothing to do with why we don't see the Earth spinning from 10 feet off the ground. We don't see any of this because it's not happening. That's the reality of it. Earth is not moving, is not spinning. If it were moving at all, you should be able to see it. At like 10 feet off the ground, it should be zooming. Should be zooming. But Earth doesn't move. Earth doesn't move, but they sure like to claim that it does. Ridiculous. They just spout out things that they themselves have no idea about. Conservation of momentum. Yeah, that's when the little dangly things from my rear view mirror swing to the left when I'm turning to the right. Vice versa. This Bobby Steele's guy, he's pretty pathetic. He will make a comment and then immediately like his own comment. I don't like that. I think that's dumb.
That's cringe.
Very cringe. Nobody else likes his comments. He's the only one. some other person asked me, why does things go down? Why does things go down? It's their weight, man. Well, there was somebody who tried to question stack on me, and I was like, okay, like I answered your question. They didn't like the answer. I don't care. I could give a tinker's damn if you like the answer or not. The answer, that's the answer. It was weight. Why do things go down? It has to do with their density. The density determines, how much they weigh, and that weight is going to pull you down. But also, these things of weight can be moved in different directions. So it's not just one isolated, force of down. It was really retarded. He didn't like the answer, but he kept repeatedly asking more and more questions. I was like, I answered your question. Now I want you to answer my question. And my question is, do bodies of water seek level on the surface? I had to ask that question to him like 4 times. I was like, I answered your question, and you keep asking me more questions instead of answering my question. Let's be fair about this here. You ask a question, I'll answer it. You might not like it. We can go back to it later. You answer my question. That's how a debate goes. It's a back and forth of question and answers. It's not supposed to be an argument. You ask them to explain gravity, and they can't do it. He asked if I was a flat earther. I'm like, I'm a person just like you.
Looks like he wants to 1v1 me, but he's afraid that other people will jump in. I told him, I rest assured, if I can get everybody's permission to just not jump in, then I will have it just 1v1.
I'll mute out.
As long as he's open to other people after y'all are done discussing it.
Yeah, because this is an open forum in that way, so.
Yeah, dude, go one-on-one with them. We'll all mute out.
Yeah, I'll mute.
Okay. Yep. I'll do it. I'll mute out.
There it is, ha ha ha. Everybody said they'll mute up. Now it's on you.
Just you and Miggy. That's as neutral as you're going to get, buddy.
That's it.
That's it. We'll all mute out. It'll be just you and Miggy, one-on-one.
And I've said this in text. I said this in text, but I want you to understand that when the destruction comes, it'll be by me and no one else. And that way you can live with that I can live in your head for the rest of your life.
Yeah. And we'll just come back to mop it up, clean up crew. Hey,
who's this guy?
I'm just gonna unplug and work out while y'all do.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. But who's the guy you guys are talking about?
In the live stream YouTube text chat.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, whoever you are. I'll keep quiet. We'll leave the floor to mayhem.
Yep.
What do you say, ha ha ha? You think you have enough courage? You're mustering up the fortitude to come in here? You think you got what it takes? I feel like you're growing up and you think you can take the old man out, one-on-one. I don't know.
Come on, ha 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 ha. Mano y mano, you got this. You could do this, haha.
I mean, unless you're chicken, that could be the case.
I don't have to prove anything. Well, why not? Because.
Yeah, he went silent, Genghis.
Yep.
That's a hell of a surprise.
Ha ha ha. As soon as you chime in and we hear your voice, all of us are going to mute out. It'll just be you and Miggy.
Well, man, I ain't got all day either. I got to get stuff to do stuff. So if you're going to do it, hurry up.
Chop, chop. Absolute crickets.
Didn't we actually find out to see if he's banned from here or not? I don't think he is. I don't know. He's never claimed like the account that he's talking about in here.
I don't know, but he's definitely a pretty aggressive one.
And for all that talk for as many days as he's been in the live stream text chat, he doesn't come in here.
Yes, ha ha ha. As soon as we hear your voice through the VC, we are all going to mute out. It'll be just you and Miggy. You have our word. Absolutely.
Yeah, they just want to have a conversation with you afterwards, and that's totally up to you. But you don't have to jettison after that. You could stay in here, and you know what I mean? So have a conversation with everybody else. That'll be up to you.
So whenever you're ready to mic up, haha, whenever, then we'll mute out. As soon as you mic up, we'll mute.
And to be honest here with you, there is no neutral platform anywhere. Everybody in whatever platform they are, they have a bias, right? But for here, we have a very good reason to have a bias because there isn't anything outside of what we're saying except for a rejection of what we're saying, which is the truth. So yeah, we have a bias because it is true that the earth is flat and stationary. And so we're asking somebody to come here and prove us wrong. If you have some information, go ahead and bring it. If not, you can sit there and stew in the text chat.
This is your chance, This is your one chance to talk to Miggy one-on-one and have us all mute out.
Yeah, I tell you this much. If you don't take this opportunity, this offer will end with this opportunity. Everything. So the next time you want to come in here, it's going to be with everyone. So you're going to take this or leave this right now. Like I said, I got things to do too, so you need to act fast if you're going to take this opportunity. And you could leave as soon as you're done if you really want to. You don't have to stay here.
What do you say, haha? What do you say? You going to take the offer? A one-on-one with Miggy? We'll all mute out? What do you think?
Put the gloves on, man. Let's see if you got that same energy you do in the live stream text chat. I'm curious.
Yeah, Sid Beetle. All this time spent talking about it. Just get in there, dude.
If not, I'm going to take that as an L on your part. Automatically, by default.
Yeah.
And forever, from this point forward, everybody will look at you like you're just some internet troll. No one's going to take you seriously. They're not going to listen to you. They'll be like, you wussed out. You could have had the chance, but you didn't. Gonna put your big boy pants on and come in here? We're waiting.
Do 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 do.
Yeah, pure Akazo. You can say that because I'm going to offer that same thing to you. Come on in here. No one's going to ban you. You'll just be me and you. Look, man, you guys have the opportunity right now to come in here one-on-one, 1v1. No one will jump in. And if somebody does happen to jump in, if they're in here, we'll just tell them the rules and they'll go back on mute.
Shoot. If one of these admins or mods has to mute everybody, like mute everybody out and then go back and like unmute everybody, then fine. So be it,
Freaking Sasha, dude. Just you and me. I don't want to cozy up like that, man. Hell no. Stay away from me.
Well, that's the argument, the stars.
Like, I love you, but like, no homo, bro.
Yeah, no homo. Yeah, we're not talking about like you and me like that. Hell no.
No, look at the stars. Does have nothing to do with the love.
Oh, yeah, look up, right? Yeah, look up.
Yeah, but the message that message wasn't received by the image, dude. It looks like you're like we're inviting him in. You're like, it's just you and me. It's you and me and me and you. No matter how they toss the dice. All right. I've already been banned.
Pure Akazo says, I've already been banned. You know how many times we hear that from people? What do you mean you've already been banned? What'd you get banned for?
Put your @ name in the text chat, and then we'll unban you. Pretty simple. No, that's why I'm asking your ass to come in here. Numbskull. He says you're brave when it comes to inviting, but you're not brave when it comes to talking. I'm telling you to come in here. What does that mean? Yeah. Just give us your @ name.
At me, bro. Just at me.
False Thanos? Come on in here, False Thanos. I think you're in Cogdis. We'll get you back in here. Straight away. False Thanos.
Fausta? Is he going to come in here and say, when the apple fell from the tree, why don't the sun and the moon fall from the sky?
You know what? I'd like to hear that. I haven't heard him say that, so I'd like to hear it coming from him, though. All right.
It was an amazing thing.
You guys get all the good clips. All right.
It's different, Miggy. Like when you're new to them. Like, I mean, y'all are legends, dude. Y'all have been doing this for a long time, so like it's hard to get like new stuff from y'all. But yeah, no, I was in here. He was rompusing, and I was the only one in here, so I opened up my mic and started questioning him, and he's like, "Yeah, so when let me ask you this: when Isaac Newton watched that apple fall from the apple tree, why don't the sun and the moon fall from the sky?"
Let me see here.
I was like, "What?"
I have to go through the audit log to actually unban these guys. Because give me a second here. Is it at False Thanos? Is that the account that you want to be unbanned? Let me see. Give me a moment.
I think he was in Cogdist when he got banned also.
Let's see, I think I spelled the name right. Yeah, it's correctly put. It doesn't seem like you're banned. Oh, you are banned. Bam! You're unbanned. Pure Akazo, you can come back in here, which is False Thanos. I've just unbanned your account. There you go. Come on in.
I just gotta say, what a sham to sit there and like want to come into the server with like 15 different names.
Yeah, but you also have to come in here so we can give you some roles, so you can speak. So come in here.
Come on in.
All right, Planner of Truth, Sid Beetle, you guys ready for False Thanos? Are you ready for False Thanos? All right, so grab your chocolate milks and your blankies because it's about to be story time. So, Pure Akazo, I let you in here. Go ahead, come on in. We got to give you some roles.
Have y'all ever seen that video where Mr. Rogers is doing the daddy finger bit?
No. I just said you're unbanned. Come on in here. I have to give my audience at least a small spectacle. We haven't had a good challenger in here for quite some time. Come on, False Thanos, you're wasting time here. Inquiring minds want to know how the Earth's a globe. Let's go. Let's get right to it.
When you see Mr. Rogers throwing up 2 middle fingers, you know you're having a good day.
Yeah. The kids weren't listening. This one's for you, and this one's for you. Let's see. Hell, I don't even know who banned False Thanos, to be honest. Or why he got banned.
I remember the day, I just don't remember who did it. So I was in there when it happened.
Dude, I knew it. What a letdown. You chickened out, False Thanos. He's like, nice for you. Good luck making your content by yourself.
It's alright, we can ban you back.
Yeah, you can just be on the ban list again. No, I already told you. The offer stands for right now. Keep this for your records. Yeah, you're going to keep what for your records? That you didn't come in here? I just unbanned False Thanos, and he doesn't want to come in here. You guys are afraid of me, aren't you? Both of you. I like that.
They are.
I really do.
They are scared of you, Miggy. Like, when you walk in the room.
Sheepdog, I want them to say it. I want them to say that they're afraid of me. I feed off of that.
Like when you walk into the room, they walk to the other side of the street.
Good, I like it that way. I do. I absolutely do.
That's what happens when you eat too much soy.
And you better tell your friends about me as well. But you've had all the time, all the space to come in here, and you choose to squander it and talk about how, oh man, I'd go in there. I would definitely go in there, but it's Thursday, you know. I just don't do that on Thursdays. Oh, by the way, my laundry's about to come out. Oh, and I'm cooking something too. Freaking pansies. The whole lot of you. And I'm keeping that for my records. Ha ha ha. Well, it looks like you guys aren't getting a show because according to False Thanos and Ha Ha Ha, you know, they like to take the chicken shit route, which is never to come in here and stand accountability for what they have to say, which is fine by me.
They don't want to be anywhere where we are. Even when we go to their echo chambers, they spiral out.
Look, man. If you want, shoot, Sheepdog will take you on. Like freaking whoever you want. Pick somebody.
I will.
Get your ass in here. That's all you got to do. Just come on in here. It don't have to be me. I'll mute up or whatever. Look what he put. You need psychiatric help, Mayhem. You guys are funny. Oh, now I've unbanned him. Now he's saying I was never interested in talking to dishonest people like that again. Yeah, let him know, Sid. Max, what up, dude? Mask on.
Hey, you already know.
Yo, where's my theme music? Oh shit!
You already know.
Max is coming. What's up, dude?
Gotta come with theme music.
Nah, we're just kicking it like Bruce Lee over here.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Oh, somebody's dating themselves.
Yeah. Lionel Human
bringing the pain.
You know, I already said this before, and I got it from that movie with what's his face, Steve Martin. He's like, you know my style. I likes it wild. Dude, I just can't have it any other way, man. Like, that's just me.
I came to bring the pain hardcore to the brain, flowing inside your astral plane.
I don't want no basic conversation, man. Get your ass in here. Let's have an interesting one. How you're telling me a story about how the Earth is a globe in space and shit.
This kid's afraid of sound. He's afraid of sound waves.
Damn, Lionel, where are you at? You sound like you're at a bar or something.
Yeah.
Like a food court. Are you really?
Yeah, 100%.
Shit, dude. I just took a stab at it. The hell, bro?
No, it's awesome to be here, man. I'm in a really nice city, bro. I'm in a really nice city right now. Yeah. Full of architecture, if you know what I mean, like really old architecture.
Yeah. We're at the Vatican? You're like, yeah, I'm right there. I'm like, oh shit, dude.
No,
either there or you're like in Ecuador or something. You know,
no, have you heard of a city called Sevilla in Spain?
No, can't say that I have.
Never, no.
I've heard of it. It's a pretty cool old town.
I'm an uncultured swine, so
yes, exactly. It's a really cool old town. Yeah.
Is that Seville?
That's Seville. Seville. Dude, I discovered 3 weeks ago that George Lucas filmed a scene for the movie of Star Wars. And it has really weird architecture. It's really nice.
Wow, I think y'all about to kill George Lucas. It's the second day in a row he came up.
No, George. Yeah.
Dude, I'm really into the fucking what is it called? The Tartaria, you know?
Hey, yeah, Mimas Aurelius, Tartaria is that way.
Dude, I don't know if it's listen. I don't know if it's real or not, dude, but it does make me appreciate architecture a lot more than before. That's for sure.
Something we can say is it definitely came from a time period where there was a lot of interesting things happening. Because usually that kind of architecture doesn't just I mean, you take a look at the materials that were being used to construct such a building like that. It's not just common elements that are put together. You have to use elements that are weathering the storms and whatever. And they're still standing, so obviously their knowledge base for building things was pretty vast, right? They understood these elements that would be able to withstand heat and cold and stuff. So
yeah. Unless no, but I understand what you're saying, yeah. Although they do work a lot in maintaining it.
No, they weren't knuckle draggers, man, that built that. Let's put it that way.
What is a knuckle drag? What is that?
The caveman, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they weren't just simple people with simple tools. They were advanced civilizations. Now I'm starting to sound like Star Trek. Explore new life and new civilizations.
Yeah.
Boldly go.
No, but man,
where no numpty has gone before.
No numpty.
Yeah, and I always end up sounding like an idiot. When I'm next to a friend and I tell them dude, this is this was not a church before, this was actually a place for healing, and I started sounding really weird, dude. Yeah.
I'll try to take a picture of the church that I have in front of me, and I'll post it on the text.
Sounds good, man.
I tell you what, if you really want to broaden your mind, don't focus so much on Tartaria. Look into all of the mythologies of the world, and it'll really open up your world. Yeah,
ancient culture is fascinating. Like just anywhere you look.
Nature culture. Yeah, ancient. Oh, sorry. Ancient what? Ancient
culture.
What they consider an archaic time was actually a very fascinating time.
Yeah, very fascinating. The human mind was, the thinking, like some of the, I would say the greatest thinking happened like when you didn't have all the distractions of today, the modern world.
Yep.
So, and how to make things and how to think about things and, the greatest thoughts into like philosophy and arts and all that stuff. Because look at some of the greatest paintings, what eras they came from. They didn't come from now. Shoot. You think AI
these days suck.
You think AI could compare, like artificial intelligence could compare to some of the greatest painters of the world, like the form of artistry and like it's amazing.
I think I'm missing something because I have no appreciation for art.
You're an uncultured swine like me, Max.
I was like that.
Yeah, Max. So like when your girlfriend or wife, I don't know what you have right now, but like she, they're into culture and stuff, and they take you to a place. You're like, yeah, that's pretty cool. You're like, not on the other side. You don't find that some people they like to stare at like blotches of paint on the wall and just have a conversation of why the artist put them there. Like, what do you think he was feeling at the time that he put these blotches on there? And you're like, I don't know how many blotches he can put on this thing. Like, what do you?
Look, I gotta go to the bathroom, but I want to finish this.
They think he's pondering like some sort of like universal truth or something. Like when he's making this art, Like, what do you think he was feeling right here? What was he sensing? Like, was he like into? Like just in touch with his like the universe, or like what was he like? You're like, dude, I don't know, you're reading too much into this shit. Like that's what I think.
Yeah, that's it. Because I really don't understand the conversations. It's like you trying to get into somebody else's mind at that time, and even like when I've seen like the artists there themselves, the artists can't explain their artwork. So
exactly,
it's like, okay, whatever.
I feel like that's like what a Glober does, right? The Glober tries to tell you like how the Earth is a globe, and they can't get into the minds of like these guys who actually invented the idea that the Earth is a globe. They're like, well, back in what's his face that he does the Cavendish experiment, like they're like, well, I know what he was thinking because he wants to know like how mass attracts mass. They're like, dude, he didn't even start with that premise in the first place. He wanted to see how heavy the Earth was. He wanted to weigh the Earth. Like he wanted to have a measurement of like how heavy the Earth was. So that's why he did this in the first place. It was only 100 years later that it came to be where people changed it. And then it became like now their understanding of like gravitational forces, mass attracting mass. So it wasn't even the premise. Like, and you want to get into his mind as to why he was pontificating on like how this thing proves that the mass attracts mass. Like, come on, dude.
And not once do any of them ever want to consider the fact that they were likely on opium or LSD or something like that when they were coming up with this thing.
Yeah, because they had drugs back then, right? And they had the good shit, man. They didn't have the like watered down like Chinese ditchweed. They had the really good hard, freaking straight from the root. Yeah, unfiltered like pharmacia shit.
No regulation.
Straight through the poppy fields.
I'm telling you, man. They were smoking peace pipes way before you guys were doing all this crazy like designer shit. Just saying. Like I'm just putting that out there. You guys don't know. Like these guys were on some. They were tripping balls for real. Like.
It's true.
You roboted out there, Max.
Well, man, it could have been like Newton. Newton was ingesting what was it? That metal, that liquid metal.
Mercury.
Yeah, thank you. What he died from, I guess, was ingesting of mercury. What an idiot! What an idiot! Yeah.
So help me out here, right? The Cavendish experiment, right? Doesn't Einstein's theory of relativity destroy the Cavendish experiment?
Oh yeah, it supersedes it. Let's say. Well, from the listen, Max, I gotta put it this way. In the very end, first, Lionel, you're hot micing, brother. But I think what happens is like with the Cavendish, like that was never even designed to show mass attracting mass in the first instance. It was to show how much mass there is in the Earth to like give a weight measurement to like how much mass there is to the Earth. So the idea that it was mass attracting mass was then later superimposed over that like quote unquote experiment. So the fact that general relativity actually rebukes the Cavendish, like even so that it superseded because it doesn't even talk about the same thing. It wasn't even built on the premise. Yeah, it wasn't even built on the premise that it was going to talk about mass attracting mass. So it did supersede the idea of mass attracting mass, but not the fact that the Cavendish first was initiated to talk about mass attracting mass, because it was talking about the weight of the Earth, like the mass of the Earth.
Well, that's not what the globalists ever, take the argument. They always take the argument that it's mass attracting mass. They never talk about the weight of the Earth.
But then that came 100 years later, Max. They actually put that the Cavendish was actually speaking of mass attracting mass. So they did the first 100 years. They weren't running with the fact that it was speaking of that. It was about the weight of like the entire Earth, like giving a measurement to it and how heavy it would be. So they did. And so for that long, that's what Cavendish was standing for. And then later on, I think after his passing even or something, that they made it into that it was, well, since they know that large mass of the Earth could cause some sort of attraction, then they would give it the mass attracting mass position, which then that's what the rhetoric at that time was running with, and then superseded by Einsteinian general relativity. But they don't talk about this part of it because they just want to have a confirmation bias structure. They want to have something they could lean on. They could say, oh, look, this is what we can do to show mass attracts mass.
I'm going to have to read this Cavendish experiment because I never actually read it myself and looked into it deeper. I just went off of their stupid suppositions that the two balls were attracting to each other, which is a non-starter to begin with. The experiment's invalidated if that's what you're using it for.
Yeah, just based on the information alone, we can refute it, but also the presupposition, we can refute it. It's these conjurings of like the imagination that they want to bring forward to say that there's something that validates the Earth being a globe. So definitely not any evidence for the globe, for sure, 100%.
Why doesn't anybody ever bring up the fact that when Newton was all done with his, mass attracting mass theory and all that kind of stuff, that it's even in his paperwork where he says that, after he thought about the whole thing, he said anybody that thinks that an object can act on another object at distance has got to be the most absurd thing I've ever heard of in my life, and it's completely ridiculous. That's what Newton said about his own theory, and then when he died, they don't even mention that, and all of a sudden now mass attracts mass, when Newton himself said it's the most ridiculous thing he's ever even conjured up in his mind. I mean, they don't even bring that up. Why?
Confirmation bias.
They certainly don't. They don't bring that up the same way they don't like to bring up what's on Werner von Braun's headstone.
And that's why when you talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson, who currently, not a long time ago, but currently is refuting them on the fact that they can see Earth curvature from anywhere on Earth or at any elevation on like even an airliner, like they throw those people under the bus, or they'll say to that information you just said, God rockin', they'll be like, yeah, but that's probably somebody put that down as an error, because they don't want something that goes against or contrary to their position. It's just that simple. And as soon as something happens that is contrary to their position, they'll discard it, or they'll put that person like in a place where they don't even know what they're talking about. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, now he's just an actor. Like, who listens to him? And what serious scientific group or study, you know, like actually takes him seriously anyway? You know what I mean? They don't.
He got Pluto discharged. I mean, he's somebody.
Definitely. Like, if anybody's seen his platform, he holds master classes where you can take these classes. You get to pay for them, but you take them, and he's going to teach you some of these lessons about, you know, the cosmos and such. But like, that's the thing. They negate the fact that he has this authority and a platform, you know, to actually speak over millions of people, and then just so that they can keep their globe, like anything to keep the belief still running. That's why they negate GodRock, and that's why they do it, because they want to keep the globe alive in their mind. So they won't agree to anything that it's even contrary to their position.
Yeah, I get all that. I mean, you know, obviously I've been around a long time. I completely understand all that, but I just don't. I never hear anybody bringing that up. Look, Newton said this. You know, I mean, I don't know. It just seems odd to me that people wouldn't at least mention it. That, you know, hey, look, this guy said that. That's a ridiculous thought to think that an object would act on another object at distance. It's the most ridiculous thing. He says it's absurd. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he made it sound. I mean, I could find the quote and look it up or whatever, but it really doesn't make it sound very good, and nobody ever even brings it up. And I know what you're saying is true. They'll just make some excuse for why he said it, or that, you know, it wasn't even something he said. It was something that was added in later, and they'll make up anything. You're right. They will.
I could double down on that, God. I heard the same thing. I heard he said the same thing.
Well, he did. It's in his papers. So, I don't know.
Indeed. So we don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, and anybody in the YouTube live stream text chat, nobody wants to come in here. Even though I gave False Thanos the ability to come in here, I unbanned him. But my time is short. I gotta get going to work, so I don't really have too much time for those guys anymore. They had their chance about 2 hours ago to come in here. So they might slither in here when it gets quiet, though, because he's unbanned, so he might come in here.
Well, if someone comes in and you're not around, I might try to give it a shot. You never know.
Yeah, False Thanos. Remember that guy's name, because he's unbanned. Okay.
All right.
That was another guy named Ha 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 who said, I'll go in there. And I said, all right, I'll unban you. Come on in. But he never gave me his name, or I don't know. He wanted to come in. I don't care.
By the way, that is Brian Cox, that meme, that GIF I just found on the GIF searcher. That is definitely Brian Cox, wasn't it?
Flannel shirt, Brian. Yeah.
A lot of people don't even understand Brian Cox's complete history. I mean, he used to be in a rock band, you know?
Do you mean? It's not a rock band.
Whatever it was. Yeah, whatever it was. He was some kind of an entertainer at one time.
But I saw a thing, right, and it was saying that it was on ratemyprofessor.com or some shit like that, and people saying that Brian Cox would stand up in the auditorium or whatever, and he would ramble all this stuff, because obviously he can learn lines and say them out fucking verbatim. But when the students were saying, when they tried to talk to him and ask him specific questions, that he went off into all these crazy tangents, and it was just rambling. That's what they were saying on this fucking, like, review my professor shit.
I don't doubt it.
That makes sense, man.
Yep. There's just so much bizarre stuff that goes on, you know, with these so-called priests like Brian Cox and Neil deGrasse Tyson and, you know, Michio Kaku and all those guys are just a bunch of just out there in left field actors that just, it's just, I don't know.
Hypnotize people, man.
Yeah.
I used to be hypnotized by Brian Cox, man. I used to watch it and listen to the stuff, and he'd be like explaining the universe, and it's the way he says it, and you'd be like, wow, he's so fucking smart. Oh, he can explain it like he's telling it to a complete imbecile. And that's what I used to think. You can explain these like really technical things to a complete imbecile like me, unbeknown to me that I was being an imbecile for fucking believing it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't look at yourself like that, because we were all under spells ever since we were kids. And, it's hard to break away from something like that. Especially when you're still believing in the globe and, that sort of thing. So, it's something that we all went through. And so you're far from an imbecile, that's my opinion. And so it's just the indoctrination was so complete and so never ending, and it's still that way. I mean, they just push all this stuff. It's constantly on the TV. It's constantly here, there, everywhere you go. They see pictures of the globe. It's just constant indoctrination. And for some people, they just see that stuff and they just think it's real, and that's what they grew up learning, and that's what they grew up believing, and that's just how it is. It's bizarre, to say the least, but what do you do? And we try to do our best to get, bring people to break out of that. But for some people, I think it's just impossible for some people. They just won't entertain it. They just automatically think flat earth's stupid. Flat earthers are stupid. I mean, the whole, and it just ends right there for a lot of people. They just, it's over. Sorry, I'm not even going to look at it. Just because they've been indoctrinated their entire lives. Still today, it's happening. So I don't know. It's really bad, really hard for some people to break out of it. And I think there's as far as percentage wise, I would say, 5% of all the people on the earth, even if they knew the truth and was presented with it in in an understandable way, they just wouldn't have it. Just wouldn't have it, because they're just too many years of, the globe, too many years, and they just won't have it. So I don't know. It's futile for some people, but there are some people out there that do want to know. So all we can do is look for those people and give them the information and let it go from there. So, just
keep on keeping on.
Yep, keep on keeping on. That's right. Keep your head up and keep on keeping on. And eventually you'll find out there's a few people out there that do want to know. And obviously there are, because all of us are here. I mean, so how many people did, I heard the other day that how many people came through the server? Something like 250,000 people or something. Was that the number I heard? That actually came through the server. They didn't necessarily become members, but they actually came here and visited the server. It was a very large number of people.
Oh shit! I need to ask Indu.
Well, I heard that a poll was taken in America, and at least 3% believe that the Earth is flat, and so that would put you at over 1 million right there.
Right.
There's like 100 million people here, so and I think that it's harder to keep selling the same thing that they sold in the prior years. I'm not really sure what they're going to do to try to reinforce this globular idea, right? But the moon thing is not going to work. The video is shit. There's no backup for it, so that's not working on these kids. These kids see that footage, they're like, what's this? So that's not really going to hold the kids like it held a whole bunch of other people before. And with the way technology is now and information being available in so many different platforms in so many different areas, losing the grip, which is why they keep changing the meanings of words, why they keep implementing new things. Flat is now something to do with the water and all this other jazz. And so they're changing things and they're refining and they're trying to refine it, because I think that they know that they're losing the grip on this ideology that this is a spinning water ball in a vacuum.
Right. Yeah, see, I was old. I'm old enough that I watched the moon landing live, we were all, the family, we got the blanket out, put it on the floor, and got the popcorn out. It was like this family event. We all sat around and watched it, and we were all like, yay, yay, look, we're walking on the moon, da 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 da. And it was like this we thing. They made everybody feel like this is the people of the United States have done this. And so a lot of people actually felt like, look, we did this. Like a lot of people took like ownership to it themselves. Like in some way they were like involved in this moon landing. And so I don't know how that happens, but yeah.
I correct them. See, when they say we, I mean, I say to them, do you not mean they? And you mean they told your story.
Right. I'm just saying that's how it went down. You know what I mean? And that's how people actually reacted to the whole thing. It was like, look what we've done, this kind of a thing. And it's just.
That was in relation to the space race and getting ahead of the Soviet Union and all of this other garbage which started the Cold War. You know that we were never enemies with Russia. I mean, I would hope that most people in here know that during World War II, Russia's an ally. They're not an enemy. And we've never had a problem with them whatsoever, until this fake Cold War came up with the nuclear bombs and all this other jazz that they were pushing. But it's all about pushing, I guess, American exceptionalism at this time and, things of that nature. Because, America did feel like they were better, special, bigger. And it gave us a sense of pride, and it reinforced the culture, which is something that America is missing right now, and is an identity, unfortunately. So there's a lot of things that happened that were good from that lie, but overall, a lie like that is never good. It's going to fail at some point, and that's what we're going through now. They've been able to, keep a lot of money so they can do their black box experiments or whatever they're doing with all of that cash that goes to NASA, and all this other jazz. So there was a lot of things that came from that whole space race thing. And all of that was based on Germany's technology anyway, the whole space race. Because Germany was like light years ahead of everybody at this time. And really, nobody really knows how. Still to this day, they don't know how Germany was light years ahead of them in technology.
Right. And here's the weird thing about that is that the technology that they're using now in the space race is still the same technology. It's these rockets that you can't carry enough fuel on them to do anything. I mean, to send something into the sky at a very high altitude, it takes an awful lot of fuel. I mean, it takes massive amounts of fuel. The very first estimate, I think it was Wernher von Braun said, in order to get to the moon, we're going to need a rocket the size of the Empire State Building just to carry enough fuel to get there. Now, somehow that got brushed under the table, obviously, and so they built this little tiny rocket that carried like 1/10 the amount of fuel that actually would have been needed to go, 250,000 miles away from the Earth. And that gets brushed under the table too as well. And it's like this technology that they're using is ancient technology when it comes right down to it. It's rockets and rocket fuel, and it's not enough to do anything. It's barely enough to get you into out of the atmosphere. I mean, it really is. Carrying more fuel than to do that is literally impossible. It's just so ridiculous.
I could not agree more. And I'm sure that all of the big brains over there know these things. I mean, it's just a sham. It's all a scam. It's all a sham to keep us unaware of what's really going on. And this way they can keep their power. It's kind of like in the old days, when they figured out when the eclipse is going to come, they'd be like, watch, I'm going to make the sun disappear. So they can have this power, this mystery, this unknown, this infallible sort of science, technology, magic, or whatever you'd like to call it at the time that it's being implemented. It's amazing.
That's why when we still see these rockets today, they go up, they arch over, they travel 100 miles away or whatever, and then they arch back down. It's because it's all the fuel. It's all they have fuel for. And people just don't. People do not know that. I don't know. It's ridiculous. There is just no way to carry enough fuel. Anything that we see every day.
I mean, after all of these years, we've never seen a full rocket launch from completion to end to where it goes out of picture without editing. Everything is edited. It gives you this view, it gives you that view. Cameras go here, cameras go there. And, you know, it's all just magic tricks. Most people think that the rockets end up in the ocean somewhere. I have no idea. I've heard some documents have been released explaining how certain parts of the government are working with certain other people in order to keep information suppressed. So a whole big to do about it. Melissa and Aaron Dykes got a really good did a really good piece on it.
Go upstairs. Go see Mama. Go, Mama. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on, Lawless. Lila. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Lila. Come on, Lila.
You think that's a pet or a kid that he's talking to?
Come on. Come on, Lila. Come on, Lila.
I don't think he's talking to the dog, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it sounds like a dog.
Come on. Oh, man.
I would agree.
I'm trying to call my dog. Come on. Come on. Oh. She's fragile. She's an old lady. Come on, baby.
I was going to say, if your dog was deaf and had no legs, it wouldn't matter what you called it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's, I've had her almost like 15 years already. So, dog years, you know, she's pretty old.
Oh, that's an old dog. I got two little dogs. I got these Chihuahua mixes, and they're 7 and 8 years old. But Chihuahuas will give you damn near 20 years.
15 years is a pretty old dog.
Yeah, I have 3 small dogs, and she's my little old lady. I let her go outside, and she runs around, and then she comes back. The other dogs that I used to own, I would let them out. They just take off.
You know, what were you doing to those dogs, them Squid?
Huh? No. Some dogs just have a tendency to just take off when you let them go. Like, they don't come back. So, I don't know. Some dogs, not all of them.
I'm so glad my dogs don't do that. And, like, little dogs are notorious for being little runners. And
yeah,
my dogs don't do that. You know, I can open up the front door, and I'll just tell them, stay close. and they stay close, like they know their boundaries, and sometimes they'll just lay outside the front door and just lay in the sun. They're good dogs.
Yeah. They make a mess though, man. In the basement area.
I think that people's dogs really reflect the people's personality, like the owner's personality, like the owner's traits. Like, I don't know.
I feel so bad. I never had a dog.
What, Max?
Never had a dog. I might get one in a couple of years, but I've never owned a dog. I think I'm a dog person, but I've never owned a dog, and I think it's because it's price prohibitive. Dogs, you got to take them to the vet regularly. You gotta invest in them a little bit more. You get a cat.
Right, everything that they need from feed stores, bruh. Like, my dogs are super duper healthy. I took them to the vet when they were like, the last checkup they had, they were like 2 years old. These guys are healthy. They got clean teeth. I keep their teeth clean. They got slick, shiny coats, man. These guys, they're so spoiled.
I was looking at it, and dogs have different temperaments and different ailments and all this other jazz, and I'm like, man, you got to do homework on this.
Yeah, it's definitely yeah. But it's like I was saying before, it's a labor of love. Once you're doing it, it's like they give you this love that you just like they're always like licking your hands, or like they don't ever stop looking for you when you're around. So it's weird.
Hey, this Curtis guy, look. Curtis just asked me a question in the YouTube live chat, but if he wants to come in here and talk about it, we can talk about it. But he said, how would you be able to detect the Earth's rotation from 10 feet off the ground? Now, Curtis, if you can hear the sound of my voice, okay, listen carefully. If you are on the ground, right, and you're observing an airplane 30,000 feet up, and that airplane is going 400 miles an hour, it looks like it's going slow, bro. Like, all of us observe that, right? All of us observe a plane up in the sky. It looks like it's going slow. It doesn't look like it's going 400 miles an hour, right? So, you put that plane on the ground and you put yourself near it, and you have that plane going at 400 miles an hour right past you. That's fast. So, if something is moving at any speed, you should be able to detect that speed when you're really close to it. And when you're further away from it, it should look like it's going slower. So 10 feet off the ground, you should be detecting Earth rotation. 100 feet off the ground, like, you should be detecting Earth rotation. But that doesn't happen. Curtis, do you understand?
Speak English!
¿Tú comprendo español? ¿Tú comprendo inglés? So, okay, Curtis, do you understand how that works? Do you understand that you're close to the Earth? Standing on the Earth, you are as close to the Earth as you're going to get. So 10 feet off the ground, if the Earth is moving, it should be detectable. It should be detectable from 100 feet off the ground. It should be detectable from 1,000 feet off the ground. It should look like it's spinning slower the further away you get from it, but nobody observes that. Nobody has ever observed that. Nobody experiences that, and nobody ever will, because it's not freaking moving. That's the answer. It's not freaking moving. You can't detect it because it's not moving. Back to you guys. No, you're not rotating with the Earth. What makes you think that you're rotating with the Earth?
Stop giving them shine, Jenna. I think if they want that smoke, they know where to find us. But they shouldn't be getting all this attention from the chat room with their Twitter fingers. So
that's valid. Is Foss Thanos back? Because I think
I am banned him.
Okay, because there's like 2 different stock accounts that I think are Foss Thanos, and he's switching back and forth trying to stay on this chat.
No, he can come in here if he wants. I haven't banned him, but if he doesn't want to, so.
Curtis, if you want to talk about it, you can hear my voice in the VC mic up. And we can talk about it.
Or transversely, you could join the server and text a lot and annoy her and get revenge.
Yes, there you go.
What's up, AI?
Just chilling. Killing.
All the globe villains.
That's right.
I had to help you like complete a rhyme. Just chilling.
Killing
all the villains. Yes, you know it flows.
How does human living tissue over metal endoskeleton apply to the globe Earth? How does that work on the globe?
I don't know, man.
Tissue over endoskeleton.
I think the premise is that at ground level, any claims of the globe are irrelevant. So the curve is irrelevant. Any spin is irrelevant. Everything's irrelevant. So you don't even have to factor it in. It's almost like it's not even there.
Good answer.
Speaking of which, though, I got my load of Australian plank wood here, which is kind of annoying, you know. So it's the worst thing I hate about Australian wood is that when I get it to the job site, I have to turn it right side up.
Almost sounds like a euphemism for something else.
Well, it's that upside down wood, dude. They got to ship it on the ceiling of the boat, man.
I was gonna say that's what she said with a question mark.
This is clear trim planks, no knots, grown in Australia. That's good stuff. All right, I'll be back shortly.
Curtis, if you want to join the VC, we can talk about rotation. How do you have conversations with people in person if you don't even like debating verbally? Like, you have this voice, these vocal cords. Use them. Come talk about it. Why can't you join the server? I guess I'm not understand. You're at max servers? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You have to leave 90 servers to join one server. It sounds like excuses, my guy. Just saying. Curtis, if you have any, and I do mean any, proof of rotation, do you have any proof that, say, a hovering helicopter, it's hovering, it's not going left, it's not going right, it's not going forward, it's not going backwards, it's not going up or down anymore, it's just hovering. You're telling me that it's moving with this alleged rotation of a globe Earth? No. But that doesn't align with physics, I'm sorry. What does you used to have nitro have to do with it? Curtis, do you realize that it doesn't align with physics, buddy? You gotta jump in here. We could talk about this. You spelled a line wrong.
Easy on the spell check policing. That's like one of their main moves.
I'm just like, but you spelled a line wrong. I don't know. Look, that comes naturally for me. My grandfather, as a retired English teacher for high schools and colleges. So
I'm just playing with you, but I get it.
Yeah, proper grammar is just like, it's like nails on a chalkboard when proper grammar isn't used or when someone spells something wrong. I can rattle off all my helping verbs like is, am, are, were, be, being, been, has, have, had, did, does. Like I could just sit there and go all fucking day. But
you're right, but don't you admit that it's because someone else told you to be that way?
That I was taught?
Well, yeah, there was a teacher or somebody telling you that this is the way you're supposed to say it, right? You just imposed it into your reality.
My grandfather.
He sounds like a good guy, though.
I mean, is it a false reality?
Hey, is that Rookie talking?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Who that is? Nice. Rookie? Good to see you, buddy.
Good to be seen.
Or to hear you. More like.
Curtis, if you want to talk about Earth rotation or the lack thereof, I'm right here.
There is no such thing as rotation.
Exactly.
Not of the grounding. The sky might be moving, but ground.
And Curtis seems to think that a hovering helicopter is moving with the Earth. That's why it doesn't change position. Like it doesn't appear that the Earth has moved out from under it. I'm like, that's silly.
We should be able to test it.
I mean, hey, whenever you're ready, Curtis. Whenever you're ready, dude. He said, I'm not going to join the VC. At least not for now. All right. TCP, howdy to you. In the YouTube chat. If you jump... Okay, but that's the difference, though. You see, Curtis?
Do I feel lucky?
Punk.
Well,
do ya, punk?
Do ya? Punks?
Punk.
That reminds me of how old I am.
Curtis, that's the thing, okay? If I jump on Earth, I'm on a surface. I'm not inside of something. If I jump inside of a train, it's going to be different. If I jump on the outside of a train, I'm going to land in a different spot.
But it shouldn't be different, should it?
Well, here's the thing. Is what I'm trying to explain is if you jump inside of a train, okay, because there's no, I guess they call it air resistance, right? So, the motion of the train. So you jump inside of a train, a moving train, it's not going to make a difference. You're going to land right back where you jumped. And, but if you jump on the outside, like on top of a moving train, you're going to land in a different spot. So what makes people think that if a helicopter hovers, the Earth isn't going to move out from underneath. Like, that's silly. It's just so illogical. The air also has momentum, buddy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
That is one of the most
I remember
painful
being
memes I've
there.
ever seen.
It's so saddening. It's so frustrating because I remember being just like that. Debating a Glober is debating a past mirror of myself, and I know it's that way for all of us in here. All of us flat earthers.
I heard someone say yesterday on a live stream that they came up with flat Earth, and I just laughed. I said, "Dude, you're funny."
You came up with that's funny. Nobody came up with it except the creator. Like, if you want to
take a guess
put it
at
that
who
way.
said that.
Oh shoot! Who said it?
Math Powerland said he started flat Earth. I just laughed.
Oh my gosh. Curtis, if I jump inside of a train, nothing's going to happen. I'll land right back down where I jumped from. If I jump on top...
Well, if you jumped really, really high, like if you had a big, tall train and you jumped really high, you would start to slow down from the speed of the train because it's being stick. So because there is some drag, even though you're inside of the train, there is still some drag, which is called, it's magnetic, it's magnetic type of drag. Anyway, they talk about it in...
Innocent bystander, I would say that nobody knows what is beyond this earth and sky. Nobody knows what is beyond these lights in the sky that we can see. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. You want to call it space? Fine, call it space. I don't care. But space, the way we've all been indoctrinated to believe, that's fake. That's fantasy. That's art.
I agree.
Put a train on the moon. Put a train on the moon. I wonder why they haven't built some sort of beacon of some sort on the moon for us to see. Oh, that's right, because the moon's probably not a rock. How the heck do people think that this rock is pulling on water? The rock pulls on the
If it was solid, why is it that you get double vision from looking at it?
Oh, you're not up to speed, lady. The rock doesn't pull on the water. The rock pulls on the earth. The water stays where it is. No, seriously now. Hold on now. Okay, hold your applause till the end. All right, check it out. The moon pulls the earth, and it just jerks it to the right real quick. And the water doesn't get jerked as fast as the earth, and that's what the water swell is. It's being left behind. So it's not so much that it's pulling the water as it's just jerking the earth back and forth.
Damn, that's amazing. And we don't feel that. We don't feel it? Why don't we feel that? Oh, maybe because it's not actually happening like that at all.
Right. So you have to imagine the tides as, a sphere of water with a solid earth inside it, and the solid earth is being shaken around.
Damn. I debated this with Matthew Learns, because he said that, what did he say? He said humans can't detect motion and acceleration. And I was like, whoa, hold the phone. There's these little things, these little hairs in your inner ear that detect motion and acceleration. When you're in motion, when you're accelerating, when you're slowing down, and when you're stopped. And he was so quiet for I was like, yeah, Matthew, there's little hairs in your ears that detect that stuff. Can't detect getting jerked by the moon. That's weird.
But you gotta love Matthew Learns.
He just, he makes me so mad.
Look, he's a perfectly fine guy as a guy. He's actually a wonderful addition to the server because he's always willing to be a punching bag.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
Maybe on purpose too.
Yeah, every now and then I get and they ban it, but then I realize he's a good sport.
Yeah, you're roboting.
I just say that's a good sport.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. TCP, what is the moon? Look, buddy, we're trying to figure out what the moon is too. We figured out what it's not. Now we're on to the phase of figuring out what it is. What could it be? You know? Like
What do we need to know that for?
Whatever you don't experience it as, that must be what it is.
That's funny.
Here's my playlist called Moon Madness. This is for all of you in the chat.
I think they call that lunacy, right?
Moon Madness, yes, lunacy. So there's some Moon Madness. It shows that stars can be seen through the moon, which that makes my brain go, what? Because
it tells me that what you're seeing isn't what you're seeing.
Right. How are you seeing stars through the moon if the moon is a solid? It's not making much sense to me.
I'm sure that they have a good explanation for it, but none of it's going to make sense to me.
Yeah, but what you're seeing is always what you're seeing. It's the claims you make about what you're seeing that may not correlate with actual reality.
Very good point. Very good point.
You know, for example, you look out into the horizon and you see a boat, but you don't see the bottom of the boat. Now, it's for certain that you're not seeing the bottom of the boat. You can't see it. Now, you could say, oh, I can't see it because there's a big hump of Earth curve in the way. The problem is that you don't see any big hump of Earth curve. You just made it up.
Maybe you don't see the bottom because it's in the water. I'm just kidding.
Oh, guys.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
There's somebody that likes to troll in here, and he goes by Bill Bob, and he said, what did he say? Laser tests are inconclusive. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I did a test. I was like, dude, did you do it on a classroom globe decoration? He's like, well, yeah. I'm like, you need to go test it over real Earth water. Don't talk to me until you've tested it over real Earth water. Not a fucking decoration.
Dude, what laser were you using? A laser from the Dollar Tree?
Yeah, a little kitty cat toy.
That you can't even aim straight.
Did you guys see that video of the guy who was like, my laser light is literally touching the moon right now? Like, you can see, because you know the end of the laser dot, that line of light like spreads out a little bit, and he's like, it's touching the moon. My laser is touching the moon right now. Like, he's like, how is this possible? 300,000 miles away? Crazy.
Yeah,
oh, you're roboting again, dude.
Isn't there a number for how far light can travel? No matter how bright it is, isn't there like a maximum distance that light can go because of the angles and the arc of light, the way it degrades?
Well,
or am I off base in it?
I'm still recapping on all of that. Light, angles, the reflections, refractions, prisms. Inverse square law.
Well, like, you realize that when you're standing anywhere and you look at any direction, you're seeing in a spherical manner. So that would make it difficult for you to explain it without people just assuming that it's a circle, right? It's spherical, but that's not really how it works. It's just simply because you're allowed up, down, left, and right, in and out, and that gives you 6 degrees of separation, which gives you a 3-dimensional sphere. That's it. It's a concept. It's not really a reality.
Here it is. I found it. It's this one comes from Flat Earth Banjo, where he compiles a bunch of people's personal videos, and he's like, "Hey guys, look at this." And it has, like, the first one is the laser on the moon. It's so wild. Hold on, there we go. Here it is. Check that out. He's like, my laser is touching the moon. Guys, how?
Drives me f***ing crazy are the pussies and the posers. They get here and the f***ing camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do.
You can't barely hear that. Oh, by the way, I just seen Nathan Thompson's back on the server. Whether or not he was not in the server, but I saw him like earlier this morning.
Who dat?
Nathan Thompson? You don't know who he is?
Doesn't ring any bell.
Yeah, he's pretty. He's like a Mark Sargent. They're guys who were in the public eye for the beginning of the explosion of flat Earth on the interwebs.
Let me see. Oh, that guy. Yeah, he questioned. What's his name? What was his name? Danny Faulkner once as well.
I was just up on to say Danny.
Yeah. Yeah, he made a clip about that as well. I haven't seen him around for a while. I guess he got enough of his content or whatever.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Barely, Elijah. You're coming in very low, bro.
Oh, but I'm not breaking up.
No, you're not breaking up, but you're kind of low to be heard.
I'll take it. If I got a scream like this. Anyway, I'm gonna post the video in the chat. You guys play it for me.
Sure.
Oh damn, it's too long. Anyway, I found another well, it's not another one. I just went back to a Horizon Distance video from in the day. And the guy specifically states and the crazy thing is it's what is the title of the video? The title of the video is 1 second. Title of the video is Proving the Earth is Not Flat, Part 1, The Horizon. Okay? So he goes on to explain that, sure, locally it looks flat, like if you were to slice off the top of an orange. The fact of the matter is it's just so small a grade like that arc that you'd be standing on that you'd never be able to see it. But he goes on to say, the proof is when something is beyond the horizon. He also mentions that if you're a 6-foot observer, that the horizon is 3 miles away. So he's very definitive and clear about what he's saying. This is what they were all saying just a few short years ago. And he's specifically saying that the horizon is geometric. Here it is. And things are blocked by it. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting given the fact that all of these anti-flat earthers have been pretending that they didn't live in this period of time. Because they were all saying the same thing. Oh, look at this mountain that's blocked by this. Oh, look at this. Jesse Kozlowski's still saying it. I'll get you guys the video when I have a better connection and I compress it.
What was the name of the video again? I didn't catch it.
Let's type in distance to horizon in YouTube and scroll down like 3. You'll see it. It says Proving the Earth is Not Flat, Part 1, The Horizon.
Hey, real quick, I introduce Jamie Lebriquis, or I don't know how to pronounce his name. I might have got it wrong, but he's brand new to the server, and he didn't have any roles, so I unmuted him. So, Jamie, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, what's going on, man? By the way, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by the server?
I saw on this board, you know, it's like this board, you know, it's good.
Okay, yeah, it's great that you found us. Also, what brings you to the server? Is it curiosity? You want to find out more about?
Yeah, I saw like something a dude saying like Earth is flat, and he's saying like, go Discord check on this bot, and he say, I can check, and he say it's good, so like debate or something. And I was curiosity, so I want to check to hear what other people say.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we can start off with some basic understanding. And let us know from your position, why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Because
just on your
because schools say so, and mama.
Okay. Is there any evidence you have, with the school saying that the Earth is a globe? Anything that you can show us?
I have I don't know how's the name, globus. It's like it's like ball. It's like ball where like Earth is. It's saying like it's Earth. You know what I mean? It's wait, I search. It's like globe. It's like globe where like globus. Sorry, I don't know what's the name. It's like you have standing thing, and it's like standing, and then there is like a thing going up, and then you have Earth. And so you can look like Earth, and you can look, what country and thing.
Google Earth?
Not Google Earth. It's like Google Earth, but in real life. It's I don't know. Hello? You live very laggy.
Somebody's roboting who's trying to talk. You might want
I think he's just talking about the globe that sits on the desk at the front of the class.
Yes. I show Overlord. I send you picture.
Okay, now we see. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to rely on the panel right now. Does anybody want to take over for now and help?
I can mute myself if you want.
Yeah, I've got a question. I was just wondering, so have you got any evidence to back up what they told you at school, that the Earth is a globe? Maybe not. Did he dip?
No, he just muted himself.
Oh, okay. I think he may have been finding it difficult to get his point across. Anyway.
Only believes in it, I guess. That's his...
yeah. He admitted it too.
Take on it, yeah.
Funny that globe they put at the front of their classroom, that's it. That's what you have in your head. That's every day you see that thing, and that's where you live. You know what I mean? It's right in front of your face.
Yeah.
So automatically when you think of the world, that's it. There's no getting around it.
Yeah. Jamie, you still there?
Where'd our guest go?
Maybe he made a short appearance.
He said he was going to mute. He said he was going to mute when Miggy muted, so then he got all shy.
Oh, okay.
He'll be back when he finds the curve, I think.
He's not VC verified. I think he muted himself and then he can't unmute himself again, I guess. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, sorry. Somebody give him that VC verified role. I was just busy cooking right now, so I can't get to talking with him. Also, we have Poopsick. Poopsick is also in here. You might want to talk to him as well.
No roles. Forgot I had that unmuted.
I think that's pup sick, not poop.
Popsic, you're able to speak now if you want to say
Hello.
something. Hello.
Hi guys.
What's up?
What's up? I saw on TikTok this Discord server and I thought I joined.
Oh, cool. What did you
Sorry
watch on
guys,
TikTok?
my English broken.
It's cool. We understand you.
Okay.
It's all right. What did you watch in TikTok? What catch your
It's like
interest?
it's like something in TikTok I saw like dude Discord like I don't know, wait I think it's like one dude talk with other dude in New York like Earth is flat or ball, and the one dude said join Discord channel to get more information, you know. And that's why I join, because all of my friends say Earth is ball, but I don't think so.
Okay, cool. What makes you like question about the globe?
Globe?
Yeah.
What is globe? Globe like globus, like ball?
Yeah. The one majority
I
believes in.
think wait. I think when it were a ball, I fall in void, you know. But I don't fall in void, and there no ball, you know.
Okay. So, what makes you believe in the globe? Like, what gives?
I don't believe in globe. I think Earth is not ball. I think ball Earth not ball. Earth is flat. You know, like table. You know,
Table? Oh.
like table.
I understand.
Okay.
So you think we're floating in space as a table?
No, not like table. Like man, I think like wait, like dish, you know, like when you're eating some food, like you have dish, you know.
Yeah, dish. Disc.
Like this, like
a disc.
Like yeah, like dish.
So you've got a dish floating in space. That's where we are.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, that's not what we think.
Not like dish, like plate or something, you know, like flat plate.
Yeah, I understand. We don't have those same thoughts.
Yeah, there's some disinformation about flat Earth. So you probably, when you Google about it, you will see a disk floating in space or something like that. But this is not what we talk about here. It's not what we believe in or claim anything like that.
What you believe? What do you believe? Like donut or what? I don't know.
We believe. Why would we believe that it's? Why would we think that it's a donut? Don't tell me why would we believe that it's a
listen, like
donut?
Like this.
So you've gone from a dish. Now you've gone to a donut. How do you get there? So just because we said we don't believe in the dish in space, now you've gone to a donut. How did you get there?
I think you're trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. My English broken, you know.
No, you guys are here together, so that's all right. You guys can be here together. That's fine. You've got exactly the same accent from the same country. You came in at the
Bro,
same
you're
time.
racist. Oh my gosh.
Okay, go.
Why should I?
Leave.
Why
It's not
should
racist.
I?
It's
Why
accent.
should
Racist
I
is not
leave.
accent.
be like
What's
this
the
guy?
race? Okay, what's the race? What am I? What race am I being
Yeah,
racist to?
he right. It's not racist. It's just
Okay, well
accent.
this is not the topic. This is not the topic. So I asked you. It's okay if you guys come together. That's fine. You
No,
know.
we're not together. We may be from same country. Bist du von Deutschland?
Yeah, ich bin von Deutschland.
Ah, okay. We both German.
Okay, yeah. So I'm assuming that you guys came together. So all right. So
You can assume, but not right.
okay, that's fine. We'll agree to disagree. So
All right, maybe try to explain the word flat. Maybe that's what he misunderstands.
So, I mean, if you take a look at, when you start hearing about this topic, there's a lot of misconceptions. There's people that think that the Earth is, disc flying through space, whatever, concepts that people have. But when you come in here, we're going to tell you straight out. The way we see the Earth is pretty basic. We're the floor of the universe. Everything that is above us, that's all that there is. There isn't anything more. You can't go and touch the stars or travel to them or the moon or the sun. There isn't any traveling to those places because those places are not somewhere you can actually get to. Okay, so there's a lot of things to unpack when we start talking about our foundation of knowledge, what we think the Earth is and why we perceive it the way we do. So when you ask us some questions or we're going to explain to you, we just simply say it's the floor of the universe. So everything that you know from what people and our stance is, everything, all the information we gather, we are the ground floor. And so there isn't like an ever expanding cosmology like you would think with the globe Earth, with space and ever expanding cosmos. We are simply saying that the ground that you're standing on is all that there is. There isn't anything more like planets and other places that you can travel to, that have life on them. This is the only place that has life. And so everything else is just something in creation that was given to us for times and for seasons and for days. And, it's basically the sky is like a clock and it was designed as such so we can tell the time, right? And it's a bit more complex than that, but just to give you an overall understanding of where our position is, we're just saying we are the floor of everything. That's all that we're saying here. Now, it differs from the conversation with somebody of a heliocentric mindset, whereas we're just a solar system amongst other solar systems, amongst other galaxies, and so on and so forth. So can you at least understand a basic knowledge of what I'm saying? Or do you want me to?
A little bit.
Okay. And so that's why it's important that we state, what we know. And this is our perspective, right? So you don't know that just yet. You still maybe think that the Earth is a globe in some way, or that space is real, or something like this. But we can definitely go over those topics so that you can see whether or not these things are real or not. So the most important thing I think you should gather is, how do I know, the question you should ask you guys selves, how do I know the thing that I know about what everybody's saying about space and about the ball planet? How do I know that's real? How can I verify them? How can I go out into the world and check to see if they're real, right? So that's some of the things that we talk about in here. We talk about empirical evidence, something that can be tested, falsified, and repeated so that we can see or not if the information that somebody's telling us is true or not. So for us, it's most important that we engage with our critical thinking, right? That's what we want you guys to think about when you're in here, right? We want to engage with our critical thinking. So that being said, and I kind of cleared it up a little bit of our stance, right? I'd like to engage with some critical thinking and some questions for you guys, okay? And it's just something for you to think about, all right? Something to think about. So any time in history, has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth? At any time?
No.
And if you do think that there is, you can provide some evidence. You can look it up. You can ask your friend. Maybe you can chat in the DMs and see if there's anybody that's ever measured the curvature, or has the curvature been calculated? There's a difference. Measurement and curvature are not the same thing.
No, you say. Oh, sorry. You can
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay. You say, how can I prove that like Earth, you know? But rocket, you fly and you see it's a disc is flat or no flat, you know?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. You're talking
Because
about getting on a rocket and going up to the vacuum of space and then looking down and checking to see what the Earth is.
yeah,
But
and not only I see, I know.
yeah, I get what you're saying. But my thing to you, right? How can you verify that the Earth has been measured? History. That means a long time ago, where this people started to say that the Earth is a globe, right?
Mm.
If you agree with me on that, then you're going to ask the question: is how did they figure that out? They didn't get on rockets. They didn't have rockets back then. So let's
I
figure that
understand.
out. How did we figure it out that the Earth has been measured to have curvature? So let's try to see if we can figure that out.
Okay.
Oh, okay, guys.
So are you guys looking to see if
sorry.
anyone's measured the curvature of the Earth, or are you just sitting there waiting for us to give you the answers?
We can help you along, but here's the thing. The base knowledge has to come from you guys. Because, okay, some people think that the Earth is a globe, and that's great. But how can they prove that it is? So we're looking for the evidence, the proof. So anytime in history has anybody ever measured this curvature that they're talking about the Earth being a globe? That question is for you.
Oh yeah, but how can you prove that it's flat? What if it's not flat and not globe?
That's not what we're doing. We're just trying to find out if you've got the information that tells you that the world's that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, we could talk about that for sure. After what the questions that I go through, right? But this specific question is really based to your knowledge. It's based on what you know.
Okay.
So if you know, then you can answer, yeah, I know it's this way. And if you don't know, you can say, well, I don't know. Simply say, I don't know. That's intellectual honesty.
Okay, but the thing is, you say you believe that it's flat, and under the Earth, nothing. Like it's Earth is the bottom, right?
Yeah. Once again, I'll go back to the previous statement. This exercise is to show that your knowledge of the Earth being a globe. Simply put, I want to know what you know about the Earth being a globe. So when you ask me questions, I say, that's fine. You can ask me questions after I find out whether or not you know for sure the Earth is a globe.
I heard like Yuri Gagarin, he was first man in space, and he go run around the Earth. Like, and how can you go run around around the Earth when it's no globe?
So let's think about it like this. The question is, anytime in history, so a long time ago, I'll say it again, they figured out that the Earth is a globe. How did they do that? Yuri Gagarin came later in the age of the rockets and such.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I Google.
Okay, does any other answer from your friend? Yeah, I really want you to think about this question. It's most important. All right, I'm going to assume that there's probably no answer because it's been silent for quite some time. I would say that you guys don't know that because it's never been done. No measurement has ever been done given to us for the curvature of the Earth. Only calculations. Now, those things have been done, calculations, with the model. But they've never been done where somebody's actually went out into the world and measured this Earth to have drop over distance. That has never, ever been done. So, that's the first question. How do we know that the Earth has curvature? The answer is, I don't know. On to the second question. There's only three. Second question is, how do we know that the Earth has been measured to have axial rotation? They tell us that at the equator, the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. So how is it possible that we can measure axial rotation? With what device or apparatus can that be done? And what people... Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's like a satellite, or what it's called. It's like seeing floating in the Earth, not in Earth, like in space. You know?
Sputnik.
Okay, so you're saying satellites going into low Earth orbit are the way that we can detect that the Earth is rotating.
Yeah, they look at Earth and they say,
Okay, so how can we verify that information? The next step is to verify that that information is correct. How can we verify this information is correct? Engage with your critical thinking. I need you guys to be on a level where you're actually realizing if you know or not.
maybe I ask satellite.
Okay. You think the satellite's going to tell you?
No, like the one that make satellite.
Okay. You ask the guy who makes the satellite. What do you think he's going to tell you?
He say like he maybe look in satellite, maybe his camera, and then you'll see it spinning.
So you're telling me he's going to say a story to you and you're going to believe him?
I kind of need to believe someone because I am not capable of doing.
So once again, this is built on a belief system, not on something that we can verify and know for sure. This is what I'm hearing. Is this not correct?
But the only thing you verify if you only see like yourself or you make yourself.
Well,
if you look Google,
here's the thing.
it's
Here's the thing. It's
verified.
difficult. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's difficult because we're asking the question, how can we verify? What we get stopped with is at some point in this line of questioning and reason with ourselves, we're going to find out that at some point we're just going to have to believe somebody. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's built on a belief system, once again. So the second question is met with the belief. So now we're left with, do we know or we don't know? Like, let's say with verifying the information. We have to believe.
Can you?
That's the answer. That's the answer. We have to believe, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the third question. The third question is really simple. It's the vacuum of space. So we're going to find out whether or not the Earth is in the medium of the vacuum of space. But before I continue, I think Jamie Lebrick, if you can mute, your mic has a background.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. So what we're going to be talking about is how the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe. Now, we all understand that we're breathing air. It's pressurized at 14 psi on the surface. So you, me, and everybody else on Earth are dealing with a pressurized system of 14 psi. Now, they're saying as you rise up in elevation, there's a gradient pressure, and it goes all the way up into like the 10 to the negative 6 torr in the low Earth orbit. Far past that, it gets really crazy, right? Numbers like super low pressure, not zero, but super low, all the way to the value of 10 to the negative 17. Now, if that is true, that we live within this gradient system, and it's getting to a super differential of such a vast differential of like a low pressure like that, how is it possible that we can have gas pressure Because let me just preface it with this: out a container in the instance of the globe. The globe does not have a container. It's an open system. Matter and energy can transfer back from the Earth being a globe. You got rockets going to the moon and rovers on Mars and satellites in low Earth orbit and such. How is it possible we can have gas pressure without a container? Gentlemen.
Looks like he deafened himself for some reason.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the background noise, man. I'm cooking soon.
He hasn't received VC Verify role. He can't see the live stream voice text, the things we're posting according to the topic.
Yeah, could somebody please give him that, if you don't mind? Somebody who's listening to me?
It'd be easy for him to see some visuals as well, like how we...
I agree.
To the explanations as well. As I feel like he's kind of falling back on that.
Do you mean me or what do you mean? Because I was full muted. Sorry, my mom come in.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey.
So, have you thought about the question
the vacuum of space, or did you miss what I said? No worries, no worries. So yeah, I was saying the vacuum of space. How is it possible that we have air pressure when we need a container to have pressure? How do we have gas pressure without a container? Is the question.
That's a good question. 'Cause I don't know.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. As long as you're intellectually honest, we can get to the end. So the end is the idea that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that everyone carries. No one knows that it actually is a globe. That's all I wanted to let you guys know, that it's just a belief. And via the information that you could have given me that would have been sufficient to really solidify the Earth being a globe, there isn't anything that makes it real. It's just, it lives in your mind. So if it ever did, or if you questioned it, it only lives in people's minds. It doesn't exist in reality. We don't measure globe, we don't feel the spin, and we certainly don't travel to a medium such as the vacuum of space. Thank you, guys.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and ask.
Why I hear in background toilet, like water or toilet or something?
He's cooking in the background.
Yeah, it's not toilet water.
Okay.
On my kitchen.
I thought you go to toilet, you know.
No, it's not a toilet. It's my stove. I'm cooking something on my stove.
Oh, okay, good.
So, do you guys understand what just happened then? Did you listen to the conclusion that Miggy, that Mayhem told you?
Yeah, I listened.
Yeah. So, can you just repeat back to me the conclusion of those three questions? What was the purpose?
In third question, he said why in vacuum air pressure, but we need to when have container we need air we need pressure, you know. Then he said why that's like we believe in like ball Earth because we believe like in a belief system.
Yeah.
Because we not saw like this ball, and we believe like president he say like Earth is ball, and we believe him, you know.
Yeah, good man. Doing better. Doing better. Doing more listening than most people.
I listen.
That's good, man. So yeah, you can see that all this stuff you said before. You learnt the globe in school and everything like that. We learn it. We were all like you as well. We were all globers. We were all believed in the globe. And the thing is that we never question it. So they teach you in school that you live on this ball in spinning and in the vacuum of space, and then you never question it. And if you actually think about it, you never go further into it in your education either to get to question it. So, first of all, there's no curvature. Second of all, there's no axial rotation. And then the third is you can't have a gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container, or it's never been demonstrated. If anyone can demonstrate it, then that would be great. So you're right. The conclusion is it's a belief that has never been proven. Because in order to have these things that you believe in, all those three things must be true. Curvature, axial rotation, and gas pressure without a container.
I have a question. How do we know if it's like really flat? Why? Because we don't have like we don't have proof and we believe. How can we know like that it's really not real? What if someone like kind of tested it? Maybe he like maybe he throws pen and pen move, so he said rotation.
But that doesn't happen. So what your question was? How do we know it's flat? Is that right?
Yes. How do I know
so we've done
it's flat?
we've done plenty of laser tests and things like that. But I'll when I stop driving, I'll post some videos for you guys to watch in the live stream. But the thing is, so you've got to. What do you experience when you walk outside? Do you experience?
I see like car.
I
Yeah, no,
experience
no.
nature like wind and good sun.
Do you experience the Earth to be curved?
Not really, because I'm too small to see like Earth curving.
No, well, just you don't need to add to the question and explain why, because we'll get to
no,
that.
I
but,
don't.
Yeah, do you experience the Earth spinning?
No.
So what you do is you walk outside, you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. So they tell you not to trust your instincts. So in order to do that, you go outside, Earth's flat, Earth's stationary. They tell you it's spinning, curved in the vacuum of space. None of those three things do you experience. So you've got to go against your intuition and your experience every day to believe that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
Oh, but
now,
like.
But hang on, but for that, that's an extraordinary claim. So you'd need extraordinary proof. We walk outside, we see it flat and stationary. We say it's flat and stationary.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So we don't have a claim. We've got an observation.
I understand. But like, what is with like the moon and like other planets? They round. I
don't know, man. Are they?
Yes, I see picture
How do you know
on
that?
like book. They is Jupiter, and like they say that it's ball.
Oh, great. So Mickey just went through things with you, about just believing in things. So where do you verify? Where do you verify that these things are actually true?
When I look in telescope, when I house and I see moon, I see round.
Okay, so you know that round is different to spherical. So do you know that in a telescope you've got one? I can't concentrate with that in the background, man.
Oh, with me, I mute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's uni-optical. Yeah. So you cannot see 3D in a telescope. You can't. It's impossible. You're looking through one eye, one lens.
It's 2D. So it's just basically.
Oh, okay, I understand. So I see only round because maybe after behind this it's nothing, like flat. You mean this?
Well, you've got to assume that these things. You're assuming that these things are balls and they're in the vacuum of space. We're not actually saying that. Like we don't know what they are. We've never been there to confirm them. The moon landings were definitely fake. So, they've never been there. No one's ever been there. And with the Earth needing a container to maintain gas pressure, we think you can't leave here. So, because otherwise you'd need to go through a container.
Hello.
Okay, I understand. Can I go? Sorry, I go to toilet. Okay, I mute.
I have a question.
Thanks for muting.
Can you unmute Conkas Lonkas, like a friend of me, and he will speak like in conversation,
Who is it?
Conkas Lonkas. He has LeBron James on profile picture.
Okay, I'll unmute him, but as long as he's going to be polite, you guys have been quite good.
Hello, guys.
He's very polite.
Hello.
So, hello.
Hello.
Why do you think Earth is flat?
Why do you think Earth is globe?
Earth is observable. Yeah, let me give a response to that, Conkus. Earth is observably flat. It's measured as flat. It's traveled as flat. So people navigate across this good Earth as a flat stationary plane. And this is very obvious in the way people practically use the Earth. So we have a lot of evidence to know that it is.
I'll be back, guys.
Yeah, sure, Timbo. But to know that it isn't and it's something else, there's no evidence for that. There's only assumptions and theories and ideas. That answer it? I could go into detail and show you different things, but I'm just rebutting you on the basis of like how we treat the Earth.
Yeah, we travel flat because we can see the curve of the Earth. Like when we walk in a straight line. It's like flat everything, but we can't see the curve of the Earth because it's
So
like.
why do you think there is one?
Yeah, there is one because in Fortnite was a live event where Travis Scott was on an Earth, on a planet like, and it was around.
On Fortnite, you said?
Yes.
Hey, Heretic, can you take this convo?
Sorry, what's that?
Can you take this convo?
Yeah, sure. No
Okay.
problem.
Thank you.
You said that the Earth was observed as curving from Fortnite?
Yes, and I believe in
Well,
games.
that's just a troll.
No, because
Yeah, but you're not
game-
really being honest, though.
No. What do you mean?
Well,
There
if we
are even stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We let you speak, but if you're going to be honest and if you're starting to troll, you're going to go back on mute. So it's up to you. You have a choice. You can stay unmuted, be honest, and ask some questions, or say stupid things and get muted. It's up to you. Choice is yours.
Look. I was looking. I was in school, and my teacher told us a video like people get maybe like can be very easy manipulated, and there was some different experiments like people thought that when airplanes fly in the what is it called when they fly, there comes gas from them, and then they think this is poison, but it's not poison. It's like
You're talking about
only-
contrails now?
yeah, I don't know what it's called. And the same thing, I think it's the same with the Earth is flat, because there was an experiment where big C, very big C, and on the one side was one man with a laser, with a very long laser, and in the other side was a guy with like a what is it called, like a spot where you can see the laser very good, and the
target?
person with the laser, yes, like a target, and the person with the laser went very like from a very far spot, went near the target, and it showed that it went down. So we can see the curve in it, but
He's talking about, he's talking about Jeranism.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me hold on. Can y'all hear me or no?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to tackle this because one, you gotta shade people without having them feel shaded. I don't know how to tell you that what an experiment actually is versus what most people think an experiment is are worlds apart. Okay, that's number one. But I'm going to focus on that. Do you think that a laser is a standard that can prove or disprove curvature over distance once and for all? Because if the answer is yes, then there has to be an answer. There either is obstruction in the distance, i.e., the curvature of the Earth, or there isn't. Yes or no?
I didn't understand your question because you're lagging a little bit. I'm sorry. Maybe it's me or you. I don't know.
It might be me.
Yeah, I didn't understand the whole.
Okay, simply put, you just brought up a laser experiment. So you agree that a laser is a standard that you and I both can accept going into this conversation, right? Because a laser is straight. So either it's going to hit a target because it's there or it's not because of the curvature of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, yes, it hit the target, but it went every time lower when the near because of the curve of the Earth.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I know you believe what you believe, but then we have like at least 10 laser Now, if what you're saying is true, right? And I'm not saying you're lying, but if what you're saying is true, then every laser should experience this kind of phenomenon because the Earth is curved, right? There should never be an instance that it doesn't happen, right?
Yes.
All right. Can somebody go over? Can somebody take over because my mic is sick?
Did you see what's been posted in the chat? There's some links from, I think, FE Core, Professor John D. Bunch of different laser tests that have been done where they do exactly what you're saying shouldn't be done, right? They hit a target over distance that they shouldn't have a line of sight to because the curvature should be between the 2 points, right?
They're missing the VC roll. They can't see the live stream text.
Okay, one sec.
What chat? I don't.
You will see it in a moment. He'll give you the rolls.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's connected to the live stream about the topics we discuss. Which guy did you give?
You gave Concas Longas. I don't have.
Yeah, I gave you the roll. Sorry, I kind of checked out there for a second. I keep getting stuck in that YouTube activity, and anyway, my settings keep getting messed with. But yeah, I gave you the roll. You can see the live stream voice text now.
Yeah, Conca. Jamie needs one as well.
Okay, one second.
Jamie Les Brickes. What do I pronounce that?
Yeah, real quick. Don't forget Conkus, and the rest of the guys in here. Poop Sick. Invite all your friends to come in here. We're happy to answer some questions if they have any. So.
Oh yeah, I know. But I open chat. I don't see video. I see welcome to live stream.
Live stream voice text right above live stream channel. The one.
Voice
right
text.
above.
Yeah.
Voice
Okay.
text,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
the one
thank
connected to it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So if you scroll up a little bit, it's been posted some other stuff. You will see the FE Core laser experiment posted by Donato guy.
Right. So you're saying that they shouldn't be able to hit targets over long distances, right?
No,
because the curvature.
No,
What?
I said
Sorry?
they will hit. I said they will hit the target, but on different spots, like lower than the others.
Oh, they will hit it. So they'll hit the target lower if there is curvature.
Yes, and
That
and
doesn't-
hit it lower.
That's not right.
Yeah, because,
That's not right because the curvature is a drop, right? So the target should be further below the laser, right? So if there's 200 feet of drop between the laser and the target, right? That laser should end up 200 feet above it, not below it. But if you hit that target where there should be 200 feet of earth curve drop between the 2 points, right? Then clearly that earth curve drop isn't there, wouldn't you say?
maybe I don't know.
Well, that's what I would say. We're not observing curvature.
That's an honest answer, just to let you know. It's hard to answer in the affirmative given the conversation we're having. Most people are, apprehensive about answering. But, I mean, we ask simple questions. Does an angle consist of two lines meeting at the vertex? Yes. However, sometimes because of the nature of the conversation and what it exposes, people will just decide not to say anything at all. And I appreciate you saying maybe. That's fair. A big set of people in here.
Yeah, if this is your first time hearing this stuff, that's pretty fair response.
I have thing like here. It say I don't really know what does this mean, but maybe it's right. It's say this illustration shows how Eratosthenes actually calculated the circumference of the Earth. At noon on the summer solstice. Okay, I just sent picture. Okay, wait.
Yeah, Eratosthenes, we aware of it. His so-called experiment.
Well,
Wait,
what I would already say to that, though, is shadows obviously diverge on both flat and curved surfaces, right? So how would he have known that it's a curved surface in the first place?
I don't know. I just see in Google, so I don't know.
Okay.
But I can't post picture.
You can post links, but not pictures.
Oh, okay.
At the moment, but
like this? It's not showing.
I will. The fuck?
It's linked to website. National Ocean Services.
Yeah, I see it. I'll repost it here.
Yeah.
I have a question why I don't see the channel.
You need VC Verify role. Poopsic needs a role as well.
Is that the one talking about the Odyssey? And keep in mind, we're still flat earthers, and we fully understand what they propose Eratosthenes.
You're cutting out quite a lot, Elijah. It's kind of hard to pick up the words.
Is it the wind or is it my connection, you think?
It sounds like connection, like you're far away a little bit. I don't know.
What? No problem.
But yeah, Eratosthenes assumed the Earth to be a globe. He didn't know it was a globe. So therefore they made a model. They calculated off a model and then assumed everything else. So they didn't measure any curvature.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry.
That's the problem with the experiment, whatever you want to call it. They made it.
Yeah, because obviously you would have different angles to the sun, right, on a flat surface too, right? So those varying shadow angles in themselves don't tell you that you're on a flat or curved surface. It's just an assumption that he makes in the first place, right? He's just assuming the existence of his globe and his circumference in the first place. And then he's going on to, well, therefore, the shadows must be diverging because of this curved surface. Now I'm going to calculate the circumference of it, right? That's what he's doing. It's not actually established in the first place. It's just an assumption.
And you mean to tell me that after 2,000 plus years, no one's ever attempted to repeat it? Like that's the only argument, Eratosthenes, after 2,000 years?
Yeah, sticks and shadows, nothing else.
Right.
We don't have anything new. That's kind of funny if you think about it.
Guys, I have to go because I have to do some important stuff. It was nice talking to you.
All
right, nice to talk to you.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, sticks and shadows 2,000 years ago. And till today, we have nothing new other than Eratosthenes about that part.
Like, video record yourself going out there and measuring sticks and shadows, and look at how absurd your reaction will be when you come to the conclusion that this doesn't prove anything.
Oh yeah, and that thing works on both flat and the globe, curved surface, whatever. So it doesn't prove anything either ways. That experiment.
Yeah, of course.
Experiment. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a ceiling lamp in your room, all you have to do is walk around the room to get a different angle to that lamp, right? Works on a flat surface. It's the same thing. He's just assuming that the different angles are due to a gigantic, huge sun with near parallel light rays, right? And then the divergence coming from the curved surface of the Earth. But like I said, it's just assumed. He doesn't know that.
And I disagree. I disagree with that. It works on both surfaces because we have one surface only, and it works only on that surface.
Fair.
Love
it. Fair. To the two friends of the guy that was just in here, Conkus, or what was his name? Like, it's not uncommon that people come in here and then when they run out of like an argument and they get the complete argument explained to them in full detail, that they run off. Even if you had something important to do, like, I mean, it happens all the time. People are like, oh, I have something important to do. Even if they don't. And it's because they come in here and they think, wow, these guys really are smart. They're not stupid. So,
well,
yeah.
None of them is spiral.
Yeah, at least he didn't spiral.
Yeah.
At least he didn't resort to name calling.
Yeah, I mean, we're not here to convince anyone to believe in anything. It's for each one of their own to find out the truth. We just give out the information. You look into it yourself, and that's pretty much it. So, some people are not interested. They hear some stuff and then they go on with their lives as if nothing happened. So,
what happened with that laser things? What he said?
It curved water.
I don't know. He said it bends, I guess. Okay. The laser bended. What we're bending, the lower.
Well, he thought due to the curvature, the laser should be hitting the target lower, I think is what he said.
That's
I
what
don't think he really knew much about it.
Right. Well, or maybe his English didn't translate over. Because I could see that kind of getting in the way a little bit too. But I know.
I understood that he said that because you reached the target, because of that, the surface is curved.
Probably like they were aiming low to skim the top of the surface, and then it hit the. Like they were just kind of skimming across all the way to the other side. I don't know. It still didn't make sense. Not at like 20, 30, 40 miles. It doesn't make sense.
Totally, that doesn't make sense. The question will be after that, like, what is the opposite of that?
I think this is what he imagined with this picture in the live stream.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Going lower to hit the target.
And now, question: in which case you can measure that it's flat?
With a ruler.
But not with a laser.
Good point. Good point, Eric. Because actually, if you push a glober, there's actually no finger that you can use to prove it's flat. All you have to do is look out into the distance and assume that it's not. Yep.
All of that.
Why does it appear to get smaller as it gets further away? Because it's further away.
We got some new guys right above top of the live stream.
Batana
guy. So, someone can unmute him.
Batana Banana.
Check him out.
Yeah. And then who's the other one? 25 Rats.
VC verified already.
Yeah.
25 Rats. Are you me before? Second.
That sounds like a game.
This is like my second time here. I'm just here to listen to what you guys have to say, really.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
So is my friend Katana. So.
Just so you kind of like have an idea of the conversation.
Yeah, I'm just kind of here to like listen to what you guys think about how the action. Interesting because the old scholars had to say.
Hello? Barely. Down far away. I didn't mean.
Go ahead, Alex.
Let me think again. There's a problem with what you said. None of us propose to know, or even we don't even speculate as to how the Earth was formed. Just so you know, like, so if you're here waiting to hear that, I'm not trying. I'm just saying, it's good that you're telling us what you're expecting to hear now, so that we can tell you what we can and can't do. Right? It doesn't make sense for you to waste your time because you came here to enjoy yourself, maybe hear something you haven't heard before. So one of the things that I try to fast track new people on is their misconceptions of what we think. You came here to learn what we think, right? So you don't need to have any extra add-ons that I didn't give you, right?
Last time I
Make
heard a
sense?
lot about how you don't really have any proof of how the Earth's formation is, just speculation from what old scholars had to say. And how come they all had the same idea, yet in modernity we don't have that idea? So it's basically just the fact that we can't prove anything. That's what I've heard so far, and want to hear more also.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. Science is a method that actually proves things definitively. Now that's a flat earther telling you that. How do I know that? Because the scientific method. What do you do to follow the scientific method? You see a natural phenomenon, you make a supposition. The supposition is a guess as to what is causing the phenomenon. Then that's going to be your independent variable to be tested in an experiment. And if it gives the positive result, the result that shows you the phenomenon that you initially saw, you now know what caused something. If it doesn't, and it's a negative result or null result, then your hypothesis is that what I said caused this thing is not what caused this thing. Those are the only two options, which makes it an empirical method. Everything outside of that is pseudoscience. If you say it's science, but it doesn't follow the method. So when people say they can't prove things, I don't need to need science for that, right? Well, I'm walking around right now. I'm in New York City. How do I prove it? Well, heck, you can either be here, I can live stream it, or either way, there's a way for you to objectively know, right? There's a pathway to objectively know that what I'm saying is fact. So there are such things as facts. There is a such thing as definitive proof, and there's no such thing as we can't know anything. Like I don't believe in that philosophy.
But real quick, let me give you this though. We're not making a claim about how the Earth was formed, and we don't need to measure it flat, so it's a red herring.
The question you need to ask is why these people think that Earth is, and what came them in mind that they think that Earth is flat. Why it's like that?
So it's basically, I don't know how to explain it. Sorry, I'm really tired.
Can someone ban Pupsic?
Yeah, dude spamming.
Yeah.
Not very nice.
Well, thank you for unmuting anyway. And I'm sorry, I'm yelling because they said that my sound and my mic is bad right now.
Yeah,
so I'm just,
it is really bad.
but one piece of the server, and thank you for answering anyway. We're not expecting, we're not trying to get into like a sounding match or make anybody feel bad about that. That's truly not what we're here to do. It's just sometimes conversations get a little hot when people come in here telling us what we believe, and when people come in here telling us what our philosophy is, when actually no one in here ever offers it. Unless someone asks, but they don't. But most people don't ask, right? They just think when they come in here, they assume because of all of the other flat Earth propaganda that they've seen on Google, wherever you've seen it or heard it on the internet for the past 3 to 5 years, they assume that everything they found there encompasses what actual flat earthers think. Well, here's the first time you've run into a room of flat earthers that have nothing to do with any of the information that you've seen. We can debunk it, not just stay debunk it like most YouTube videos do. Like, we actually go into real detail. One misconception is, right? Oh, what shape is the earth? Is it round or flat? Well, guess what? Guess what? A sphere is a shape. Flat is not a shape. That's the first thing people should have understood when they heard it. You know how somebody said something, but you know how somebody says something and you're like, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound true. That doesn't make any sense. We all have that, inherently within us. When somebody says something that doesn't make sense, right? So these are the topics that we expose. Gas pressure without a container. Most people believe in that. They don't even know what the hell I'm talking about when I say it, right? But they don't know that they believe in certain things, like the distance to the horizon. If you were at a beach, I'm going to assume you're not as tall as me. I'm going to give you 5'7", because that's like kind of an average height here in America for women. Probably for men as well. The bottom line is the horizon would be less than 3 miles away from you. Everyone in this room knows that that claim is not true. But that claim would have to be true because it's based on pure geometry. Not science, by the way, geometry.
That's why we are here.
What is 3 miles in kilometers?
Let's say 5 kilometers.
Can you guys Google it?
Okay.
It's 5 kilometers. Even a little bit.
Guys, my microphone, I think you not hear me good, alright? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Is my microphone good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. I make better like this. I have a question when I do like
Hold on.
Starts this shit and then spiraling.
See, this happens a lot. 25, like, people come in here and they
Did a Wobox
freak
join?
out. Huh?
Did a Wobox join? Oh my god.
What happened there?
It was like a Wobox.
Only
the sound of somebody spiraling.
Audio trolling, nothing special. Yeah.
Trolls.
Not you.
Dude, how many accounts does this
He's
Oopsie
just
guy have?
blasting our ears off.
They were all
So many accounts.
those 3 people. It was all of them. They were all his.
Yeah, they're just
renamed them all. That's all he did. He was the LeBron account. He was the Shaq account, and he was the melted butter account.
Did he really just posting a whole bunch of crap?
25 rat. Can I tell you now something? Then that's what you see, what you can see with your height. That's 5 kilometers. But then we go in reality and we see 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers.
Rats is actually English, so she knows miles. I don't. So you can just speak in miles to her.
My family's still.
He was
just add like, I don't know, just add 2.
You can say also in miles too.
All I know is I'm told that I can see a certain amount whenever I get to like the big hill in my neighborhood. There's like a giant hill just right next to my house, really. But whenever I get to the top of it, depending on the weather, like if there's low cloud, etc., I can see really far. Like, definitely more than 5 kilometers, 3 miles.
Yeah, but if you are, but Red, wait, just a second.
No, because he's listen. I have to clear this up because I started to paint the picture in the first place. I'm not saying, and they're not like. All I'm telling you is exactly what you can find on Google. And if you were to do it long form on a piece of paper and you work some math out, everything I said it based on what they claim the size of the Earth is. Okay, so this is anyone can do this. So I'm not saying you stand on the top of the hill and you can only see 5 miles and then grind after. No, it doesn't have anything to do with your eyeballs or how far your eyeballs can see. What it has to do is with geometric obstruction based on the size of the Earth. So they say in the distance, as far as you can see, as far as you can see of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is curving away from you. That's what they say. So when you check the formula, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, how far you should see should be based on what result you get based on that formula, because the formula is based on the radius and the size of the Earth. What we're saying is it's never that. Which is alarming because it's one of the. If it sounds simple, it's because it is. It's like, what do you mean? Looking at the horizon, yeah, that's why they say boats go over the horizon, the Earth's curve. Yeah, well, we said okay, if that's true, then every horizon distance should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? That's not Eli saying it. That's just math. Is my math incorrect? I don't know. It's not math. I got it from them because it's their plane. All I did was a little geometry, right? And everyone in this room can independently do the same thing. So if you're standing on the top of a hill and you see very far, the question is, where is the horizon? Because that's supposed to be a specific geometric distance based on what they said. Not Eli, not any flat earthers in this room, but just the geometry based on the size of the globe and based on Newton's laws and the gravity and these orbital mechanics. All of that is based on the size of the Earth they gave us. That has to be true in order for all of their assumptions about the sky to be true as well. You see what I'm saying? You can't say, hey, I have a car and you got pictures of it and everything else, but I've never seen it in your driveway. That would be a little suspicious, right? Well, what we're saying is, y'all are showing us pictures of a globe. Y'all are showing us all of these arguments. But when we actually go outside, there is no Earth curvature to be measured. That's kind of odd, isn't it? It's interesting stuff. Oh, don't even ask us about lunar eclipses. Oh boy. All of the arguments people think are strong for the globe Earth, what they actually did is they tried to get ahead of the argument. But when you look at them closely, the distance to the horizon, sunsets, rotation, what they talk about as far as space being uh, no medium or lack thereof, because water is a medium, air is a medium, lack of those things would be what?
I'm sorry, but like
Not a medium, right? That's spaces of particles, right? I'm breaking up again. All right, sorry guys.
a lot.
Sorry about that. Well, somebody else take over. Just trying to mention some cool things, things that I think are interesting.
Yeah, Yeah, your mic keeps coming in and out, Eli. It's good, and then it's not so good, and then it's quiet, and yeah. But we got most of it.
I get animated. I start doing cartwheels, and then I walk away from my phone and I lose the service. So
Yeah.
I got bloops in it. Anyway, sorry about that. But yeah.
It's all good. We got most of it.
So,
So-
okay, let me see if there's an interesting question, if you don't mind. And this will be the last thing I say, and let everyone else take over from there. If you were standing, right? I'm here. You're there. Face of it. Okay. Now, if I were to pull out a flashlight or the flash of my phone, right?
Yeah, you're roboting again. Eli.
All right, forget it.
Yeah. Did anybody else hear what he said? It's just me.
No, he's roboting badly.
No, yeah, he is sounding
Yeah.
pretty robot. It's really hardly understandable, which is yeah, not nice.
Oh, Batana, you're new to the server then. Batana, what's am I saying your name right?
Yeah.
Oh, right. So what brings you to the server then? Or to Flat Earth more specifically?
Well, same as Reds. I just want to learn about it.
Nice.
We
What
both
did?
sort of came here together, really.
Oh, cool. What did you
She
see
recommended
that?
the server to me.
Nice. What did you see that you thought we might have been lied to about the globe?
Well,
Just astronaut videos, really.
yeah.
Just what video?
They
Sorry.
do seem very goofy.
Yeah, it does actually, doesn't it? I don't know. It dawned on me after a few years of looking into this topic that I suddenly sat down and found myself thinking about this ball hurtling through a vacuum, and I just thought, it seems ridiculous. I don't know. But yeah.
You can propel in a vacuum.
Well, I mean, technically, they'd say it's falling. So
yeah.
when they talk about their orbits, they're falling. So it's a bit odd. It's a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
But I've come to think that. Well, I've come to learn there's no pulling forces. It's all just push of a different form of pressure.
How does it make an ellipsoid trajectory? As they show us the model.
Is somebody messaging me? Sorry, I'm reading a message. Carry on. 43.2 feet, 43, 6 foot tall. What are you saying, wife mixer? At the horizon? Well, I don't understand what you're saying. If you're 6 feet tall, the horizon, you see about 3 miles, right? Something like that.
Yeah. I think.
How far should you see? Yeah. I think it's about 3 miles.
One feet or something is 3 miles, I think it was. No?
No, 1 foot is 1.22 miles, but that's based on a curve correction formula. It's actually a little bit smaller than that, so we're just giving the cloppers a little bit extra, just like usual.
Yeah, 6 feet was 3 miles, sorry.
I need a cup of tea. I'll be back in a minute. And I'm happy to chat.
I'm a tea break too.
I'm a real chatterbox, so I'm happy to talk, but I just got to get a cup of tea. So
Yeah,
I'm English.
Same, mate.
BRB.
And if you got any questions, I have no problem answering any of your questions.
Patana, do you see the GIF? Oh, you have no roles. Can someone give a VC Verify role to Patana?
Yeah, I don't have any
I got
sheets.
it. I got it. She's gonna have it in a sec.
Okay.
There we go. You're all hooked up now. You should be able to see the live stream voice text chat, which is right above the live stream. And that's where we post all sorts of memes and GIFs and information citations and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I can see now.
You want to get back to your question? I thought he was going to direct your attention to something in the live stream and then ask you a question based off it.
No, I just wanted to show the GIF for the heliocentric model. What they're
It does
showing
look
how-
quite interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the old version. They got a new version. They also have versions for elliptical orbits. They have versions not with elliptical orbits, and it can be however they want it to be in the moment. That's why generally going too far into their model is not a good idea. It's best to just stick to what can be verified in reality and not their different extrapolations based on their mathematical models.
Yeah, for sure. Just give an idea, like what they're showing, or been trying to show in the past, at least.
Yeah, the funny thing is, if you look at these models, you'll notice one funny thing is that everything's happening in this plane, and if you look at demonstration of how relativity is supposed to work, it's supposed to be like a fabric, and so where's this cone shape due to this fabrical bending of warping of space-time? It's just not in their models.
What I think is the funny part is that this GIF is actually like missing at least 3 motions that they're claiming.
Which motions?
Well, because you have like the Milky Way that spins around the other galaxies and stuff.
Ah, you want that one?
Yeah, there's like just like their thing, motions within motions within motions.
Yeah, if you see the video I posted, it basically has its supposed motion within the galaxy. But then you also got to think about the galaxy itself is supposed to be moving at over 1 million miles per hour as it expands with the expansion of the Big Bang. So it's insane.
Yeah, that's the one. 1.3 million miles. The galactic speed through space, 1.3 miles, million miles. But yeah, this kind of stuff you just have to believe because you can't verify. So better focus on the surface of the Earth. Try to prove try to find the curvature to begin with. So there'll be something to start with. That anyone can verify and do it for themselves.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, Dries?
I'm doing good.
Good midnight.
Good midnight. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah,
12 here.
it is midnight for me as well.
What's the moon look like tonight?
Dries, sorry.
It is
How you
cloudy at the
doing?
moment, can't see.
Was trying to say,
How you
Elijah?
doing, Dries? You can hear me? Just saying, hey.
I can hear you, brother.
How you doing? Because I can't really speak right now. I don't know. I mean, these headphones cost like $150. I don't know. And somebody got them for me. These Beats headphones, and they still sound. I don't get it. But we got some new people in the room, and they're pretty cool. I was actually just gonna go over stellar alien eclipse, just things that people haven't these that like people argue about lunar eclipses as if it's proof of a globe. And I was just listing things that people think is proof of a globe that are actually proof that it's not a globe. So I was hoping you could probably, just jump in there and give some cool facts. Because they're not really here to debate, but they're interested in learning what we know.
Sure. We could probably talk about that forever. That's basically been my experience going into this. Like I wanted to find globe Earth proofs, so I've been going over the so-called globe Earth proofs. But the more you go over them, the worse it looks. Have you guys heard of Eratosthenes? Have we gone over that yet?
Sorry. My microphone wasn't working there.
It's all good. Essentially, it's very common for us to hear that sticks and shadows or wells and shadows somehow prove the Earth is a globe. However, the Chinese used the same methodology to supposedly prove the Earth is flat. The difference here is how far away you're assuming the sun is, and so it's not really a proof of anything. It's just an assumption and a calculation. So that was a dead end for me. I didn't find my globe proof I wanted there. Then I learned about, for instance, mechanical gyroscopes. Because I thought, like, the planes are flying around the globe, we should be able to show that somehow. So I looked into the gyroscopes, and yeah, they have a rigidity in space, or that's the gyroscopic effect, the effect that the gyroscope operates on. And so that means that the gyroscope, once spun up, will remain stationary or fixed in its orientation. And then so as you would move the gyroscope around a curved surface, for instance, you would see the housing shift relative to the spun up central bit. And so, which is rigid in space and not moving. So you would be able to see it curving around the globe, and you'd be able to detect the curvature using that, or you would be able to detect the rotation as the globe would be rotating. It would still remain oriented like it was when it was spun up originally. However, we use used mechanical gyroscopes for a long time as artificial horizons, and still do in some models. And that kind of destroyed that idea that I could somehow prove the globe there. So the globe just got more and more destroyed the more I tried to prove it. And so you try to latch on to other things like gravity, maybe refraction is helping us. Something must save me from the awful conclusion that the Earth isn't a ball. So, like, you dive into all those concepts, and the deeper you go into gravity, the more you learn that they actually don't know what that is, and we have these simplified calculations and concepts that people get taught early on in schooling. Like, you start by learning generally that Newtonian mechanics, and then as you go down certain fields, you learn about Einstein, and then as you go even further into the theoretical aspects of it, you learn that, all that's actually kind of been debunked, so we're kind of running on theories right now. And so the deeper you go into this whole belief, the worse it starts looking. And that's kind of my experience.
It's so amazing. That summary right there, Drace. Just to back you up, first of all, can you guys hear me? Because I know my.
Yep. You're good.
Okay, so let me try to be really quick. Remember, you guys, when I was talking about the scientific method, I know I rushed through it. But remember, I was saying anything that doesn't follow the scientific method is actually pseudoscience or just false knowledge. So when Drake talks about gravity and he says you don't even know what that is, look in the chat at what I posted, because it proves both his point and mine. Because if there was an independent variable, aka the thing that causes things, that's what an independent variable is in science. It's the cause of the effect in the phenomenon. So, that being the case, someone asked me earlier this week, what is the difference between the theory of microwaves, the scientific theory of microwaves, and the scientific theory of gravity? I said, well, one has experimentation where an independent variable was manipulated, and one doesn't. So when you look at what I posted, obviously you can manipulate energy, right? We have microwaves. We have a microwave. But we don't have any anti-gravity devices, do we? Because there's no such independent variable to be manipulated. They're telling you right there. They don't have a way to manipulate gravity. Meanwhile, something that's very real would give you an example of what would be experimentally validated. So it's night and day, real versus fake, story versus fiction.
Yeah, so when your worldview starts crumbling, when you really start digging into it, and you start realizing there's actually a lot more potential here than I was initially taught, you start re-examining things. You start looking at things again. You start going out. You start looking at the horizon that was supposed to be the geometric Earth curve of the ball, and you're like, wait a minute. Why can I see way too far? I'm seeing 10 times further than I should on my ball. That's not possible. And so you start thinking maybe there's some refraction or something bending all the light to make it appear flat. And so you start looking into refraction, and you understand that refraction requires a very specific angle of incidence to refract. If it's too steep, it reflects. If it's just normal to the boundary, so it's going at a 90-degree angle to the boundary, it's basically not refracting. This is the principle. When you're looking at a fish at an angle through the water, it will not be exactly where you think it is. However, if you're looking straight down into the water, you can actually see its actual position. However, when you're looking at things through the air, you don't actually have this boundary layer between you and what you're looking at. And what you're looking at is an air that's inhomogeneous and anisotropic. And that's not very conducive to refract things, especially not constantly for miles to make it appear flat. And so they have tried to create all sorts of things to try to make it seem possible, like with sugar solutions or salt solutions. But they let them stand for days, sometimes weeks, to make them become isotropic and homogeneous, which is not the kind of environment we live in. And so you can see them try to invoke this, but when they stir the pot, like the environment we live in, because we live in a dynamic, inhomogeneous, anisotropic medium, all of a sudden all their attempts just go out the window. And we can see that actually, if it were curved, we would see that it's curved, and we wouldn't be able to see this far. It just wouldn't be possible. And so, because the Globers don't accept this, and they don't accept we can see too far sometimes, we can see too short sometimes. And so we started looking at these things. And so we checked smaller aperture cameras, we checked bigger aperture cameras, and lo and behold, with the bigger aperture cameras, we could actually see much further. The horizon appears to be further away, and then it disappears into that horizon. But when we use the smaller aperture cameras, the horizon appeared to be closer to us, and we could even see RC boats appear to disappear over ponds, and the ponds were too small to have curvature to hide the little RC boats. So there's something else going on here. This is optical. This is not physical curvature. And so we started looking at everything.
Is there no such thing as atmospheric refraction then, dude?
There is some, but it's nowhere near the magnitude that they desire. What they want is constant down bending around the globe, when what you can have is small angle deviations, which can result in the angle of the light being enough to reflect, and you get mirages and stuff like that. There is some refraction, but it's very slight.
I thought to note that the refraction that globe earthers bring up though is not really atmospheric refraction. They just again hijack a name, because if we say atmospheric refraction, we're talking about Flying Dutchman. Like, we're talking about the boats that appear like they're floating, but we know that's not the case. It's just that, an optical effect on the ocean.
And actually, to get any actual refraction, you need a distinct boundary, and that either means a temperature differential, it means a pressure differential, and those can cause slight refraction, and especially if there's an optical density difference between those two, and that happens when there is a temperature difference. So you end up with it happening occasionally, and you get towering, and you get stooping effects where things either appear to stretch out a little bit or they appear to get compressed. And so we see those effects happening. And when, for instance, a light that's traveling parallel to the ground travels into a different medium where there is a slight bit of refraction, then it can travel down and into the ground and then reflect back up, and you end up with mirage. The same can happen to the sky as well. It can create a superior mirage. But that's not light bending for miles. That would require infinite boundaries over and over again the whole way. And that's just not how it works. It's inhomogeneous, which means there are differences. That's why when you're outside, you feel wind, and the wind doesn't come like a fan blowing your face forever. It comes in waves and stuff like that. So it's not continuously in the layers that they require to refract it. They don't have the conditions to refract the light continuously around the globe. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's not like air going into water.
The one thing that I wanted to point out is when they say refraction, they're essentially meaning 7/6 refraction. That's not something that you can witness anywhere because that's on paper. That's in math.
Yeah, that's mathematically inflating the size of the globe so that the globe matches the observation. So in the case of the black swan, they would be inflating the globe to be like insanely big. Let me get that. So the radius would be about 250,000 miles, or it would basically, the globe would be able to contain all of the solar system or all the planets as they imagine it within it.
Grace, good evening to you, sir. May I ignorantly and hopefully not too rudely ask, if you're actually speaking to someone and answering their questions, because we've got a few people that I don't recognise in the room, I'm trying to cut out the conversation.
Yeah, I told him to, give a little synopsis of why we're here, because the two young women and there might be others that did come in. They're not, what we would call staunch Glovers that are going to argue to the death, regardless of what. They've been really cool, and they just wanted to, know what our thoughts were, and not the I want to know what your thoughts are. So let me straw man you type, but they're very genuine. So Chase was just helping me talk to them because my mic is shit. What's
Oh
up?
yeah, no, yeah. What's up, my friend? Good to see you. No, I just wanted to patch up, man. That was all, to see what was going on and who we were talking to. That was all. Didn't want to rudely interrupt.
That was all good, brother. We're talking to Batana and 25 Rats at the moment. There are some other people in here. You can definitely take it away. You're just as good at me, as, if not better, at explaining these things.
No, you're fine, mate. I can barely hear this person. Sorry.
Sorry,
Hi.
I'm very quiet. I have a question. Why do you think people lie about the Earth being a globe?
Does anybody else have an answer to this, or do you want to give me my answer?
Because if not, it would admit that there's a higher power, and so science would kind of not cease to exist, but it would change greatly.
Well, I would argue that they're not lying at all. I would argue that most people just believe this, and so they were raised in the same thing as everybody else. I believed it my whole life, and when you believe something, it's very easy to confirm your bias or fall for a fallacy, especially when you haven't learned logic, and most people don't learn logic, so I see it as a natural consequence.
Yeah, I think I would go into the psychology of it, because I know your question is, but we have real, serious players in the game. Like, you can't be telling me that the president knows about this and he's lying, or the queen knows about this and she's lying. You know what I'm saying? I get where you're coming from. Here's the thing, though. The same reason that, like Dre said, it's not necessarily like majority of people. Most people aren't lying. It's just that we've chosen to believe something that isn't real. Like, because they're not. How you gonna hide the Earth? How you gonna lie about the Earth? You can't. The Earth is as it presents itself every time you go outside. So nobody's lying. How you gonna lie about it? Nobody's really. In that sense, what people believe is different from people really out there to get us. I don't know what the deal with the people higher up. I don't know what their deal is, but the bottom line is the reason that most people lie, like professors, not lie. Why most people say that the Earth is a globe, maybe even despite seeing some of the information, is this: how many people start college and flunk out? How many people start the gym on January 1st and flunk out? How many people know what they have to do with their bills and finance and budgeting to get ahead, but die poor? Or right on the poverty line. Majority of people. So just because truth is out there doesn't mean people really seek it out. You see what I'm saying?
People
Yeah,
just believe what's easiest.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, don't we don't actually think there's a lot. Everyone's lying.
Sorry,
We don't think.
my cat woke up.
Yeah, it's more of a compartmentalization. So that just means a need to know basis. So perhaps there's some people, a very small portion of people that know. I mean, it'd have to be if there's 24 people gone beyond this low Earth orbit, quote unquote, so they say. So that's not many people, is it, when you think about it, actually, 24 people. But then, of course, there'd have to be the heads of NASA as well, I suppose. But even then, it wouldn't have to be too many, just a handful, really, when you think, relatively speaking. All the people, the consoles, no, they don't have to be on it at all. They could be just...
even the people who supposedly went to the moon don't even need to be in on it. They all swear NDAs. They all swear they're not supposed to tell. And if they're just told this is a national security secret, we can't get beyond low Earth orbit, and if the other guys discover we can't, then we're fucked. So you gotta tell this story.
I respect everybody's answers, of course. I really. Okay, I respect everybody's answers as always. I think they're very clear and concise answers. My personal answer to this, if we want a broader answer in what other flat earthers think, one of the main reasons, and although it might be small and we might not know who they are, and there might be lots of other reasons why they lie, one of the main reasons I believe that they lie about the shape of the Earth is because they give us a new creation story. Now, that creation story, the Big Bang, which is self-creation, creation creating itself, is kind of devoid of what is always necessarily demonstrable to be true when we're talking what is needed to create things, and that's intelligence. I think that primarily one of the main reasons they've hidden the shape of the Earth is because they don't want it obvious to everyone that it is a created environment and necessarily needs a creator. Now, I'm not going to be talking about religion or deities in the sky, but the need for a creator is obvious because you can't have created things without intelligence. If you just look at the Earth around you in the biological life forms, DNA and code, for example, then you can't have anything else but the need for a creator. I think also along with this is it takes us away from what is natural to us. It takes us away to man-made technologies and convenience and processed foods and all of those types of things. It takes us away from what is natural in life and what is needed in life. So yeah, I think there's many reasons why they lie. One of them is to hide the creator, and the other reason is to hide what our purpose is within this obviously created environment. But that's just my thinking.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big ones too, Chris, actually. Because just think about how different that makes people feel if they know that they're special, but not special in the way the ego thinks, more than or less than. It can go either way with ego. But this place was created for you, for us to explore and etc. That's a huge deal. And these people, they tend to kill 20 birds with one stone. So, yeah, it goes nicely into their scarcity. They love to play this scarcity thing and fight, if we can think, oh, well, it's only this so big, and then we've only got a finite amount of this or that, of oil, and they can just keep telling the stories. And like, what's one that grinds my gears? Climate change. Oof. Don't get me started on climate change. But yeah, this is just another one of the stories.
I think a lot of people might be in the edge where they kind of believe in flat Earth, but they also don't want to be exiled from the community, and so they kind of just keep lying to themselves. Because that's what happens when you believe in flat Earth. I mean, you kind of do get exiled.
Yeah. I can see that.
Oh, there's a ton of closet earthers out there.
I got hard when I first got into this conversation, like by people that didn't know anything about anything, right? Like you know how it happens in here. a globe earther comes in and they think they're going to educate us on Newtonian physics when that was superseded 100 years ago. And they're like, well, what do you mean? And we're like, yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about. People don't even know what the up-to-date rhetoric is. So it's like, my friends, they freaking eviscerated me. All the all types of retarded. And this is after like, oh wow, you're the intellectual, spiritual Gemini that knows all. You're so wise, you're so cool, and you smoke weed. Ugh. But as soon as I told them I was a flat earther, oh, you fucking lazy weed smoking flat earther. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was a hard time. You got to be mentally tough to handle the truth. For real. That's why they say you can't handle the truth. It's hard.
Yeah, I completely flipped the script thanks to this server mainly, and that is that now I don't find myself looking for evidence of flat Earth, but more that I just see it as that's just what it is. Well, now let's see where the evidence for the globe is. I've gone the complete opposite way around now. I don't think it's a globe, and let's look for evidence of flat Earth.
I was talking a little bit about that last night, when kind of the difference between living your life looking for lies and conspiracy and living your life looking for truth and harmony. It's the way that you search for truth. So when you come to the understanding that the Earth is obviously flat, then you then have to look for the evidence that counters the obvious reality. Quite a lot of flat earthers come into this kind of trying to debunk the bull, which is a good way to start, but it's trying to find the lies first. Try and find the truth first. That always helps, I think. Find the truth, then everything else, you've got a truth as your standard. So, like you just said, my man, ultimately, when you go out into reality, you observe what is to be true. The Earth is obviously flat and stationary. We ain't going anywhere. If they want to claim that the Earth is a ball, where's the evidence for that? I think a lot of the time, especially for me and a few others in the server, after a while, you kind of realise that there's only a presupposition that the Earth has an R value in the first place. So we're just going to assume the Earth is a ball to begin with and argue the point from the Earth is a fucking ball anyway, or some kind of bullshit excuse for why something happens in the sky, or pictures from places that can't exist. Those are primarily the only evidences that you would ever consider that the Earth was a ball. And they all come from stories that you're told. They're not first-hand experience to you. So yeah, definitely start looking for truth. The lies will out themselves.
And we see too far. Think about that, Chris. We see too far. The Earth curve calculator and all that stuff. That's all the begging the question fallacy.
Yeah, it is. See too far. I see as far as I can see on any fucking day. That's as far as I can see. It's not too fucking far. What the hell? Oh, I'm on a ball and there's a limitation, so too far then, because the ball would get in the fucking way. So there's a ball then. Okay, you're spot on, mate. You are begging the question.
Right, that's the thing. The weakest parts of the heliocentric religion, for some reason, were put out in front as the arguments against flat Earth, which is dumb. Oh, let me prove something by disproving something else. Okay, well, I mean, you can prove that a square is not a circle if you're holding one. It's like, okay, obviously, but outside of that, it's again like when I was talking about the eclipses. They'll jump out and no. You know what? Let's stick to we see too far. I don't see too far. Like Jedi just said, I see exactly how far my eyes can see. If I believed I lived on a globe, though, and I see 20, 30, 40 miles, and I know I'm at the beach, and I know the horizon is supposed to be 3 miles away because I'm 6 foot. If I believe that, then I see too far. But me being Elijah without any, assumed premises, I just see as far as I do. I don't have an argument. See what I'm saying? It's not even an argument. It's just what is.
Imagine being an astronaut, right? Having to lie your entire life. I mean, I guess there's a lot of liars, but
well, there's a Time magazine article from the 1940s that this guy Ryan used against MC Toon in a debate, and it's really cool because the article's talking about the limitations of the eye or how far the eye can see, and it's going in great detail scientifically. And then it says, of course, well, the reason that we can't see 3 miles in the distance at the sea is because, of course, then the curvature goes down. So that's why our eyes are limited to that. But what they didn't know, of course, in the 1940s was that eventually this new technology would give us zoom cameras that could easily see that distance. So now that you see that they're moving away from that argument, so now you have Neil deGrasse Tyson is now he's got that viral video where he says where he's explaining how you can't see the curve. No matter how high you go up, he said that's he took a globe and he was like, that would be like my finger being right here on the globe. He said all that stuff is flat. So you see now the scientific community, these science priests are searching and scrambling around now to find a new argument because of this new technology, this new lenses and our ability to see too far.
It's also because
I would say hardly because I would call them the legacy media, the lamestream, aka the people we go to for our news, the people we go to for our authority for the past 100 years. The thing is, they're being beat and don't know how not to be beat. Neil deGrasse Tyson did the best he could do, which is, acknowledge it once or twice and not say a damn thing else. Don't show up in any comments. Don't show up around any events that somebody could ask you a question and get a gotcha. Like that's their game. So the game has evolved. Now we have all of these anti-flat earthers that come out here and go against the heliocentric rhetoric and narrative. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson would say, oh, look, we know that this field goal went through the field. This field goal kick went through the field goal specifically because the earth turned a little bit.
Coriolis.
But then you speak to the anti-flat earthers, they say, no, that's not possible. So it's like, okay, what rhetoric are we supposed to believe? Are we supposed to believe the rhetoric that's been the same rhetoric for 100 years? Are we supposed to believe you, somebody who's butthurt that you lost in the debate between you and a flat earth?
No, but this is well understood. This is the problem. Coriolis, or the non-existence of Coriolis in real life, used to be a flat earther argument, and flat earthers discovered the Coriolis effect, and so the Globers needed to try to claim the Coriolis existed, and so they created Foucault's pendulum and made gyroscopes that were imbalanced, so they drifted and didn't have the rigidity in space, and so were non-functional, and they got laughed at by the scientists at the time. And then that kind of still crept into the education system at lower levels, but at higher levels, that's actually, they know and understand that toilets going in different directions is just based on how the water enters the bowl and how the bowl is shaped. And they have seen tornadoes spin in both directions underneath a thunderstorm, so it's not based on what they thought it was. Because when you really think about it, Coriolis is an apparent deflection, it's not an actual deflection, so it's not going to be able to actually deflect air in a circle. It can just appear to be deflecting from the rotated perspective. It's not actually deflecting, it's just going in a straight line, and you're just looking at something going in a straight line, but you're being curved, so it appears to deflect, but it's not actually.
Oh man, would you guys like to hear, a couple of our clips, or our conversations between, some of these either students or professors or whoever, because a lot of different people come in here, all walks of life. Would you like to hear what that sounds like? Because if you think we're capping means over exaggerating or, embellishing. Like what we're saying is the God's honest truth, and this place is live streamed 24/7. So we also have all of the video to back it up. You know what they have when you look on YouTube for Flat Earth. You know what they have? They have reaction videos. And as a person who doesn't know either or side, like you don't really know what to make of it. But here we get people to actually have a conversation, and when they say, "Hey, don't you guys believe this?" we can go, "No." So now you can't build up an argument against something that I don't believe in. And I'm not running away from the flat Earth. I can prove definitively that the Earth is flat too. It's called elevation angle measurements. I mean, I don't have to say the Earth is not a globe. That's how I know it's flat. I can also just straight up not talk about a globe at all and just show people how flat it is. But you can't do that with the globe. I mean, if people can, where is it? How long you been looking for evidence, Jace? How long has it been now?
2015, start of that. So it's been what, 8 years almost.
See, you got some OGs in here. For me, I think I entered the fray around 2017, maybe. Yeah, 2017, late or early 2018.
I needed that 2020 stuff to happen because that made me realize that worldwide global scientific hoaxes could actually exist. Because before I used to be one of those guys that were like, no way Russia and America could both be in on something together because Russia and America are supposed to be rivals. So that could be impossible that they would be together. But then you saw in 2020 that they followed all the same protocols, all the same messaging. And it's like, okay, so there are these globalists that are over the heads of America and Russia and can perpetuate these global lies.
Yep, it's amazing that people can't see it because every time you get to a point where you're like, oh my God, this is so brazen, there's no way most of my friends and family wouldn't see this. But hey,
not to bring politics into this, but unless you change, like how the liberals are kind of like teaching the kids, all this like sexuality and all this. If nothing changes what's taught in school, then it's going to be really difficult to change the narrative.
Narratives get changed all the time. So I understand what you're saying, that at the moment, the narrative in the school system is terrible with regards to, let's call it, sexuality. 10, 15 years' time, the narrative would have changed, mate. Just like the narrative has changed from 10, 15, 20 years ago. Like it's changed since the 1950s and 60s, since this pretty much all began, when we're talking about this type of thing. Yeah, the narrative will be different, mate. And I personally don't like the view of what the world's going to look like in those 10 to 15 years, if what is happening at the moment continues. Scary, but hey ho.
I think we're in the final generations, to be honest.
I think 2021.
There you go, Trace.
Yeah, 2021. I think that was basically them trying to experiment and see their plan for the future and how well it could work, and how far they could go with it and how much they could pull it off. And that was basically them sort of setting their standards, setting their agenda, and doing it by force. Now, I think now they've backed off and they're kind of trying to figure out a way. Well, we can't just force everybody into it, but we're going to try to bring them into this thing willingly or gradually.
But the thing is, they did it under the guise of force, but there was actually literally no force applied. And that's how you know. Well, I don't know about anywhere else, but in America, nobody had to do anything. Not even to keep their job. They didn't have to do anything.
So many complied, you're right. But there also was an element of force, because when you can't walk in a restaurant without putting on, something to cover your breathing, like that was force, because it happened to me. It happened to me at my work. and I was either had to get fired or
No,
do
no,
it.
yeah,
That
but
is definitely forced.
they're not gonna force you to take part in the narrative. But you can't force people not to take part in the narrative at the same time. Remember, I was talking about finance and how even though there's a very definitive path to success, but most people choose not that. Like that, it's the same thing. That most people chose to play with the narrative, but you didn't have to take part of it. At the same time, there is kind of that factor of, well, damn, I live in the world with you, so if I want to communicate with you, there might be a little issue there when it comes to things like politics, when it comes to things like somebody letting you in their restaurant because they believe there's. So I'm not even going to go and say it, but you guys know what I mean.
So,
I think. Oh, go on, man.
you first, Jedi, because you were trying to break in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's all I wanted to say was. All I wanted to do was ask the question to the guy just a moment ago. He said he was forced. The question was, who forced you? You're probably going to answer someone else, right? And so the conclusion to my question was we were forcing each other. It was coerced. We did kind of just walk into it. It wasn't that hard. We were the sheepdog for the sheep, basically. We were the restaurant owners that told people to wear masks and shit. So we did it to ourselves.
Yeah.
Like always, right?
Yeah, the citizenry policed themselves.
Private compliance. In other words, it was your neighbor, it was your friends, it was the people you know, it was the public, it was the masses.
Yeah.
Right.
Dial this number if this party's too big. If you see too many people crowding, call this number. It's like the fucking 1950s in the Gestapo.
Yeah, it was exactly that, yeah.
But anyway, off subject.
They did that with propaganda from World War II. Like, I mean, we know that was propaganda, and there are people who stake their whole careers on telling the truth. And here we are in another moment of time where there's something on that level where we're just trying to tell the truth. And I just think it's always going to be like that until the time that things end.
Well, I mean, I lost a lot of friends, and some of my family have kind of exiled me, not too badly, but all because I didn't get the shot. And
did you lose them or did you grow as a person?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, grew out with them.
You look at it as a negative. I'll be honest with you. And when you talk about this, make sure you're very euphemistic. I know it's okay to talk about it sort of now because they ended all the states of emergency and now it's on the, now it's like become kind of okay to criticize like the whole reaction to it and everything, right? Okay.
That's why I said shot.
Right. So, I mean, I didn't try and warn a single person. Not one. Not a single one. And I wouldn't. Because I don't believe in interfering with nature. So, like, nobody forced anybody to do it. Nobody. Like, I have a friend who is a relative, and he works at all these tech companies, and he just printed out a card, filled it out. Yeah, that was it. It said he got it. That's it. That's all he did. Nobody had to.
My family members did the same thing.
Yeah, nobody had.
And guess what? Nobody's gonna get fired for falsifying any documents because these companies got sued and they had to give these people back their jobs anyway.
Well, see, it wasn't. It's not part. Everybody signs a contract when they go work for a company, and none of that was ever in any contract. So you can't be penalized for it, and if you are, you could sue them once the matter is over, once the state of emergency is over. Now, I don't necessarily look at the elites as the villains in this whole thing either. Because the people damaged, who are the people that were damaged from this?
Idiots.
Anybody know?
I know who was damaged, but you might have a different point to what I've got, mate. So make yours.
Right. Okay. So I was going to say the people that are actually physiologically damaged from this are the people who took it, the people who believe in them, those are the people like if I were saying they were trying to get rid of a certain type of person, that's the kind of person they were trying to get rid of.
Yeah, I was going to say the people that have taken, or what's been handed out freely. If you look at excess deaths and the amount of people that are actually dying at the moment compared to, say, 2 years ago.
Coming in and out, Jedi.
Oh, that's a bigger fucking curve. That's huge. That's a...
Yep, there he went.
Yeah, you made really good sense. You made a really good point there. That it's true. The people that are being affected now by that are actually the people that you would think
they're the
on
worst
their side.
They're the worst kind of people, right? Well, let me ask you this. Let's say you were gonna reset the world. What kind of person would you drag through with you? Put yourself, increase the stakes of the game. See, we've always been thinking about this our whole life because we all got raised on conspiracy theories about the elite. None of those are true. You have to forget all of those. And you have to look at this from the point of view of the elites, right? And that is to say, even if they have control at all.
They're getting rid of the trash.
Huh, that's interesting. Now, it's
you're generalizing a bit, but yeah, you're gonna want the most capable people with you.
Yes, there's a pragmatic, utilitarian reason that you would want it this way.
But you wouldn't take the strongest through with you. You wouldn't want to bring your competitors through with you.
Right.
You'd want to bring the brightest and best, but you want to have an element of control over the brightest
I don't know about that.
and the best. Right.
They might want the competitors.
You're not going to bring. You don't teach your enemy how to overthrow you.
That way they can convert.
No, that's actually a perfect move if you also used the flying monkeys and the sociopaths to do your bidding. So you need someone to get rid of those guys. So all you gotta do is be like, I'm one of the righteous. I'm a good guy, just like you, and bring all of our arguments, and then why would we not accept them?
Right.
And two,
it's exactly what happened over the last few years. It's exactly what happened over the last few years. There was a problem. We had a reaction, and they gave us the solution because they were there at open arms as our saviors. Right? That's basically what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Problem reaction.
I have another take on it as well. In that, these people at the top, it's not flat earthers they fear for overthrowing their system. It's the dumb people. Because even they can make one wrong move and rage a mass of people that can collapse countries in a week.
But if you're going to reset it all, and if you're going to get rid of all the dumb people, then you also got to get rid of
them. It's just to cold solving them.
But you also got to get rid of the people that would then be your biggest adversaries, or the ones that you have allowed enough power to suppress others, so that you don't take any heat.
Could be another.
Remember, we don't want their system. We want a brand new one.
Well,
we're not going to take theirs. We want to build something new. When you go, me.
Who's always built the systems?
The common person.
Common people. Right.
Yeah.
So the elites are actually us. They're the same people. When we go and build a system, we become the elites. And it starts all over.
Yeah.
Every time.
Pretty much. Yeah.
So
we'll get corrupted somehow.
Right. And so
it's not corruption, it's pragmatism. It's you realize, fucking hell, I'm in control of a goddamn nursery with billions of children.
Yes. Yes. It is literally the human condition, and it's not going to stop. We walk on the ruins of ancient civilizations that are buried under the dirt, buried in the mud, and covered by the jungle. This has happened over and over and over. And in 2,500 years, there's going to be a brilliant group of anthropologists and archaeologists who uncover the Hoover Dam and are going to think it's our greatest temple we ever built. Because that's all that's going to be left.
I was thinking of that yesterday. Imagine someone 2,000 years from now digging and finds a book about the globe, and they're like, "Hey, can you believe these guys thought we lived on a ball? Like, what the hell?"
Well, it's gone back and forth, I'm sure, throughout history. I don't think it's the first time this has happened, and it's not going to be the last. And I'm not like blackpilling anybody, but I am saying that there's an assumption that the elites even have a plan.
They don't.
Essentially, what they have is they have an enclave, and they have an they can control things about themselves and their immediate surroundings. But the counter space, that is everywhere that they don't exist, which is everywhere because they're a very small group of people, is only just illusion. It's really just all of us just believing in a system, believing in this system, believing in that system. So it's all of us that are doing all the controlling. They are really, they're these generational kids who are born into this system with all these gears and levers and steam pipes and pressure valves, and they look at it and they go, what the hell am I doing? There's no proof that they even know how the machine works at this point. Yep. Like they're 15 generations into this, into trying to figure this out and have no idea what's going on. That's why all their different end of the world scenarios, they've got a plague, they've got an asteroid, they have earthquakes, they have floods, they have ice caps, alien invasions, they have superheating, supercooling, these different ends of the world. Gas under the sea. They have volcanoes. All these apocalyptic scenarios that you see in all the movies, that you see everywhere, and these are really just them hedging their bets. It's going to be something. Zombies. They don't know what it is. Zombies. They don't know what it is, and they don't know when it is. They just know that this has happened over and over.
Yeah, they've got these domes, aren't they? Deep underground military bunkers. They ain't got them for no reason.
Meme.
Yeah.
They heard the idea that infrastructure I forgot it. What is it? What's the place they claim detected gravity wave? LIGO. Right. So LIGO, the idea that infrastructure like LIGO is actually actually used to monitor subtle changes in whatever fields of the earth,
Yeah.
To get an idea of this coming cataclysm.
Yeah, maybe they're just...
It's not to detect fucking gravity waves.
Yeah, we know it's not. We know there is a purpose for it. What it is, and maybe they're trying to figure something out. Because ultimately they're stuck in the same place we are, and they are literally as ignorant as us. They are. No one needs to be under the delusion that the elites have some special knowledge. Ooh, they got secret books from thousands of years ago. They don't. If they did, they'd have control, and they don't.
What about technology, though? Do they have special technology that we don't have?
Well, we had this discussion about processing power and how it's advancing so fast, right? So every 18 months, it doubles, right? There's a new iteration, and it doubles. And so there's this exponential increase. But the problem is the hardware to handle it can't keep up with it. And technology just... Sorry. My grandpa, he had top secret clearance. He was MIT, AT&T. We were getting personal computers in the 80s from him, because AT&T would just throw them out. And he worked on Apollo 17 and all this different stuff. And he said, no, they're just as inept, and they are just as stuck everywhere else. That's what he said. And he didn't believe we went to the moon either. So he was open about this. He said they would fly from the United States, and this was back in the 60s, by the way. They would get on their B-50. They would fly out from California. Hawaii, and they would fly over Alaska, over the North Pole to Russia, go all the way to Russian airspace, go all the way in, turn around, come back. And then they would fly into American airspace, simulating bombing nuclear attacks on every single city. And they got through every single time. but everyone was on the illusion that we had like this big, warning system. The public thought we had like this warning system, like there were radar everywhere, and there was this delusion that there was just radar pointed everywhere. It's just not. Like 90% of their control is just belief. People just believe everything they say.
So you're saying that movie Doctor Strangelove, that was inaccurate as far as their radar systems at the time?
I actually don't remember. Yeah, I saw it, but it was like I was like 17 and I'm 42.
Well, basically they depicted. I'm not sure if it was supposed to take place in the 50s or the 60s, but I think it was supposed to take place in the 50s. But they basically showed that Russia and the United States both had essentially full spectrum all up along their border radar systems. And it was basically a comedy about a base commander in the United States going crazy and sending a bunch of airplanes to bomb Russia just because he feels like he wants to bring that on.
Yeah. No, they had those, but they just didn't work. They just didn't work that well. But it's always been in the interest of the state to make you think that they're really advanced. They're not 20 years ahead of us. They're not 30 years ahead of us. They're 10 minutes ahead of us. Because all the new technology goes through so many layers of bureaucracy, they're not even able to utilize it properly. It's private companies, who are developing it and then selling us a better working civilian version.
It's true. I was watching a thing about Microsoft and how they got contracts for most of the military in America runs on Microsoft, and rest of Europe for that.
Microsoft.
But they have a special version that Microsoft gives them. I don't know the differences.
It's probably got less bloatware in it.
I just know that it's all crashed and all failed a couple of times, and there was a couple of shaky moments for Microsoft as a consequence.
What's the alternative? Everything's just as shit as the next. I love Linux, but it's not practical to let normal people use it on a desktop, so what's the alternative?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was answering a text. What'd you say?
Well, we're talking about Microsoft and how they use that in government and military. And I was asking what would be the alternative, because as much as I love Linux, I don't think the everyday person would even fathom trying to use it on the desktop. It's just not practical.
Yep.
Yeah.
When I got my computer, I weighed all that when I was going to get Linux or Windows. It's just better to go Windows if you're going to be gaming.
Yeah, it is.
Even if you're trying to be productive and do work, it's better to go Windows, in my opinion. It's just not. It's not as. It's the Linux alternatives is just not. They're not there unless you want to spend all day just tinkering with your desktop instead of doing work.
I already do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just traded my 3070, or not traded, but sent the 3070 back and got a 4070 Ti.
I've still got my old 180 Ti, and I've been rocking that for a very long time. I don't think I'm going to upgrade anytime soon. I don't play games anymore, unfortunately. Or fortunately.
Was that since discovering Flat Earth?
No, that's since games got woke and annoying, and I realized I was addicted too much, so I would get headaches, and I would be having paracetamol, like to get rid of the tablet. Get rid of the headaches, and then I would sleep during the day, so I had more energy at night just to play, and it just affected my life too much, and I just stopped. So
the headaches are caused by frames. If the frames are too low, like 30, it's not
Yeah.
good for your brain. Higher frames.
No, it wasn't. I had a good enough machine. Like I was getting constant 140 frames. It was more just me hyper focusing in, like, because I like to play for first person shooters. I would be hyper focusing too much on that and listening and my eyes at the same time, and then I would be like I just wanted to win every time, so I would be hyper focusing too much and just cause myself to get a headache.
Yeah. We got Edge Buckets joining us. Welcome back, Edge Buckets.
Hello. Long time no see. The flattest Earth still and square. Hey guys, do you have any Russian speakers, Russian guys here that I can take to one other channel where people?
Is it Sasha?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys. Maybe.
No, I'm asking if Sasha is in here.
Okay.
Sasha, aren't you? Sasha, don't you speak Russian?
Croatian, right?
Is he Croatian? Oh, never mind.
Yeah. I don't think it's Russian. I think it's Croatian.
The one I know that speaks Russian and English is Vladimir.
Vladimir, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm on other server and people would like to know more about that. So I like one or two guys who speak Russian. Maybe some English guy. Who wants? We have one American there, but he's off mic, I think.
I speak Spanish. Is that good?
No, not really. None of us speak Spanish.
Spanish is not good? What are you talking about?
I mean, your English is pretty good, Edge. So.
Thanks. But people on the server I'm at right now, they don't speak English. That's why.
Okay, I see. Your audience is mostly Russian speaking, and our audience is mostly English speaking. I understand now.
Yeah. Because you guys from all over the countries, and that other server, they are all Russians pretty much, except we have one American guy, but he speaks Russian too, and English, of course. He lives in America. All others, they live in Germany, Russia, somewhere else, but they all speak Russian.
Well, I guess you're going to have to be the mediator, Edge. We'll teach you, and you go back over there.
My English is not that high, because there are some phrases